A name poured out of Raven's mouth, Ryan Dawson. He shouted, "Knight of Vered, under the command of Alice, Count of Dawson, is he here?" Argos didn't understand whom Raven was referring to, so he widened his eyes in anticipation, looking towards the stands. Meanwhile, Count Louv immediately stretched his gaze, staring intently at Raven in astonishment. The murmurs ceased, and all eyes tensely followed Lord Dawson. However, he simply stood up with a somber, indifferent expression, not uttering a word. Raven's eyes scanned the stands swiftly and found Lord Dawson. Raven's eyes quickly found Lord Dawson amidst the stands. Without hesitation, Raven shouted towards Lord Dawson before the crowd, "Lord Dawson, 2 summers ago, your daughter was murdered by Morgan Louv. The price for your silence was the title of a knight and the Vered territory, wasn't it? Here, now, be honest before everyone." Raven's words were sharp and resolute, full of fierce interrogation. Lord Dawson remained bowed and sheepish after Raven's question, his deep-set eyes reflecting his remorseful demeanor as he gazed towards the arena. Those nearby could see his trembling arm. Count Louv looked astonished, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he glanced towards Lord Dawson and then back to Raven. He muttered disjointed sounds. How could? Lord Dawson continued his silence, causing everyone to tense up, staring intently at him. It seemed like the pain and frustration had choked his throat, rendering him unable to speak. After tears streamed down Lord Dawson's face, only then did the sounds of agonizing tremors emerge from his mouth. I am a foolish father." The painful past resurfaced through Lord Dawson's narration. 2 years ago, his innocent daughter was murdered on a country road. Her eyes still wide open, her small body soaked in a pool of blood. And, in his hand, the bitterness choked Lord Dawson's throat once more. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, his body trembling with anger, his jaws clenched with resentment. After a moment, Lord Dawson struggled to continue speaking. In his hand, the little girl held a golden button. Engraved on it was the emblem of the Count's house. The nobles and the rest of the crowd in the stadium couldn't hide their astonishment at the sight of that button, something only direct descendants of the Louv family were allowed to wear. But Lord Dawson's story wasn't finished yet. He bit his lip so hard it almost bled, then shouted with a tear-streaked face, "Upon discovering the truth, I was determined to reach the Count's castle. But there, I was apprehended by Morgan, and he told me, 'Either you go to my father now and die there for the crimes of threats and disrespect to the Supreme Lord's family. Or you keep quiet, and I will grant you some wealth and the title of Vered's noble.'" Lord Dawson recounted, his head bowed in self-reproach as he recalled his own weakness and helplessness. That day, he felt as though he had sold his daughter's life. Finally, Lord Dawson burst out, releasing all the resentment that had been buried within him for so long. "I swear on the honor of a knight and a father, all that I've said is the truth, and here is the evidence." He held up the golden-buttoned emblem of the Louv family, stained with blood. The crowd around Lord Dawson stood up in curiosity and astonishment, their minds filled with doubt and disbelief at what he had just revealed. The murmurs and discussions echoed throughout the stands. Is it really true? 2 years ago, Lord Dawson suddenly became a count. While Lord Dawson collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, the golden-buttoned emblem was passed from one noble to another. This golden button, with the Louv family emblem truly engraved upon it, circulated among the nobles. The crowd surged towards Lord Dawson, beginning to clamor in curiosity, "Let us see, me too, me too." As the scene of chaos unfolded, with angry murmurs and suspicions spreading among the crowd like a wildfire, the Leon group in the stands couldn't help but be shocked. So, this was the foundation they laid, with such intentions. Count Louv fell to his knees amidst the crowd's outraged shouts, and the discontent spread to the nobles of Alice as well as high-ranking nobles from other territories. The sight left Count Louv stuttering in helplessness. "No, it can't be." Argos, too, couldn't anticipate this turn of events in Raven's plan. He chuckled gleefully as he watched the crowd curse Count Louv. "Haha, what a surprise." However, after a brief chuckle, Argos suddenly glanced towards Raven with a suspicious look. "But, young Pendragon, how did you come to know of this?" Argos questioned Raven, causing him to momentarily startle. Raven hadn't anticipated Argos's curiosity. He lowered his head thoughtfully, with a mysterious smile. "It's because," Raven began, but then unexpectedly fell silent while Argos waited for an answer. Raven pretended to maintain an air of mystery, but in reality, he didn't know how to explain. In a previous life, Lord Dawson had visited Argos in prison right after Argos was arrested for killing Morgan. Lord Dawson thanked Argos for partially avenging his daughter. And he wept in front of Argos as he recounted the tragedy of his daughter. When Argos was taken to the demon army, it was he who told Raven. Seeing Raven only smiling mysteriously, Argos didn't press further. Immediately afterward, Raven approached Count Louvre, who was now kneeling on the ground in humiliation. Count Louvre remained in that pitiful, trembling position amidst the crowd's curses and interrogations. Raven looked down at Count Louvre with disdain in his eyes. Everything here is finished, leave, you fool. However, Count Louvre persisted in seeking revenge for his son. His voice trembled with anger as he declared, I will not forgive him. Standing up, Count Louvre continued arrogantly, Morgan is the heir to the territory of Alice. No commoner can easily judge the life of the heir to a great territory unless he commits treason. An eye for an eye, at least one life must be paid for one life. I will not spare him. Count Louvre screamed as he stood up, glaring straight at Raven. How can the lives of commoners compare to the life of a noble? Immediately after, Count Louvre pointed his sword at Raven and shouted, silencing all the murmurs around him, protecting a criminal like him is no different from treason. Count Louvre then unleashed a powerful and intimidating surge of energy, a surge filled with murderous intent, clearly displaying his wrath. The murderous intent enveloped Raven as if the tentacles of an octopus were lunging towards him, ready to seize and swallow him whole. Raven continued to gaze at Count Louvre with his cold and calm blue eyes. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to stand against the Empire. Count Louvre was completely taken aback by Raven's declaration, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. In this world, there is no place for rulers who do not respect the lives of commoners. Of course, that includes you, Raven concluded, his eyes flashing with a bright light, his draconic fury surging like tidal waves. A tsunami of azure fury immediately swept out, quickly overwhelming Count Louvre's murderous intent. Standing before the raging fury of the dragon, Count Louvre's murderous intent was like a mosquito candle easily blown away. Raven's fury formed the shape of a majestic dragon, its neck stretching towards Count Louvre, causing him to tremble in terror. The oppressive force created by Raven was as formidable as any dragon. Facing the deep, icy eyes of Raven, Count Louvre felt as if a cold stream washed over him, numbing his nerves. With a stern gaze, Raven drew the legendary sword of the Pendragon family and decisively slashed towards Count Louvre. The energy emanating from his sword dragged along streaks of lightning, crackling through the air. With just one strike, Raven reduced the sword in Count Louvre's hand to shattered pieces. He could have easily severed Count Louvre's head then and there, but it seemed more fitting to let him live with the pain of losing his son and drown in the mockery of the crowd. Therefore, Raven sheathed his sword afterward. Count Louvre fell to the ground, powerless, looking up helplessly as the broken pieces of the sword lay scattered, symbolizing the shattered power and reputation. Count Louvre bowed his head in humiliation, completely devoid of the ability or intention to resist Raven any further. Raven retracted the dragon's fury and calmly walked past Count Louvre with a mocking remark, "Your life, it's worthless." Finally, the entire arena fell into silence, stunned by the shocking events that had unfolded. At this moment, Argos remained silently observing Raven, contemplating the words he had just spoken to Count Louvre. After a moment, Argos followed Raven and chuckled with clear amusement on his face. "Well done, young man." Raven didn't show much response to Argos's praise. He spoke with a solemn tone, "You're the kind of person that both I and this world need." In that instant, Argos felt a mix of emotions. He was grateful for Raven's help but also found it strange that a young and unfamiliar duke would try to defend him like this. However, Argos didn't dwell on it for too long as he had started to become accustomed to Raven's mysterious nature. He approached Raven with a satisfied smile, "I don't care if you're a duke or not. I don't even know you, but I can't ignore my benefactor." Raven responded to Argos with a contented smile. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel joyful at being able to save a mentor and also the only friend from his previous life. Argos didn't hesitate to treat Raven with familiarity, patting him on the back like old friends. At this moment, Leon, Aaron, and Lindsay stood waiting for Raven and Argos at the arena gate, completely surprised by their actions. Aaron exclaimed in astonishment, "Look at them getting along so well." Lindsay also widened her eyes in agreement, "They seem like They've been standing side by side for a long time, just as Lindsay said. In this moment, the familiar image of Argos and Raven from their past life is being recreated once again. Now, Leon's eyes light up with excitement. That's the spirit of real men. Suddenly, Argos steps closer to Leon and points at his face. So it is. Will this guy become my disciple? Argos asked Raven with a pleased smile. Meanwhile, Leon freezes in shock, not expecting to become the disciple of someone as powerful as Argos. However, in the days that follow, the training proves to be more grueling than Leon had imagined. He finds himself running alongside Raven's horse-drawn carriage, struggling to keep up. Despite seeing Leon gasping for breath, almost collapsing, Argos remains coldly indifferent, puffing on a cigarette. Leon is drenched in sweat, his pace slowing down due to exhaustion. Argos watches closely, observing every move, and immediately notices Leon falling behind the horse. Without uttering a word, Argos swiftly lashes his whip in a graceful curve, striking Leon's back abruptly. After snapping Leon back to alertness with a whip, Argos coldly admonishes him, "Don't let yourself run out of steam like that, it will only drain you faster. In a real battle, being in such a state means death." Argos then adds sternly, "Learning how to breathe properly is fundamental in the art of combat." Leon, after being lashed, eagerly responds and tries to shout, "Yes." However, Leon's response doesn't satisfy Argos, who promptly strikes him with the whip again. Argos sternly states, the correct response should be, "Yes, sir." Leon can only obediently comply, shouting loudly, "Yes, sir." Erin, sitting in the horse-drawn carriage, feels a bit worried for Leon. "His training seems rather harsh, doesn't it?" she remarks. Lindsay agrees, expressing concern about whether Leon will be okay. Raven calmly reassures the two girls with a smile. As a mentor, his skills are beyond doubt, he says, and Leon, he has the talent to learn from him. Raven affirms this calmly as Leon continues to run with all his might. As Leon continues to run with all his might, Raven calmly reaffirms that Leon indeed has the talent to learn from him. However, at that moment, Leon is so focused on running that he fails to notice a branch on the path. He trips over it and falls hard. Thrown off balance by the momentum of the two horses, Leon is unable to regain his footing and is thrown backward, accompanied by the sound of agonizing cries. Argos remains composed as he continues to drive the horse forward, chastising Leon for not paying attention. He warns Leon that on the battlefield, such lack of focus could mean death. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Argos then cheerfully informs Leon, who is being dragged along the ground, that once they reach the capital of the Empire, he will face real opponents in combat. Until then, he should ingrain these fundamental skills deeply into his body. As per Lord Pendragon's orders, they have 3 months to train him, and now is the time to train until death. Argos's eyes gleam with determination and a hint of menace. Leon groans in agony as he is dragged along the ground, reluctantly acknowledging Argos's instructions with a strained "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Raven remains calmly smiling, eliciting sympathy from Erin for Leon's plight. It truly seems merciless. Back at Conrad Castle, news of Raven's expedition is spreading. Luna, upon hearing the news from Vincent, is taken aback and exclaims in surprise that Erin is involved in the death of Morgan Louv, the eldest son of the Count Louv. Vincent calmly pours a drink and nods, confirming that Erin did indeed acknowledge and defend the perpetrator of that act. Vincent furrows his brow with a serious expression, indicating that he was initially surprised as well, but he has since been fully informed of what transpired. Vincent briefly recounts to Luna that the individual named Morgan was seemingly an abuser of his own power, attacking and killing young girls, a truly vile villain. After taking a sip of his beer, Vincent calmly continues, stating that the perpetrator was slain by a relative of one of his victims. Justice was on their side. Luna hears this and, though still concerned, her demeanor relaxes slightly. When Luna had just begun to feel somewhat reassured, Vincent added, however, he has paved the way for some opposing forces to gain more traction against the Pendragon house. While Luna's concern lingered, Vincent, on the other hand, felt intrigued rather than worried. His eyes reflected satisfaction rather than disappointment. Vincent reminded himself of his mission, to shield him from disparagement and help him become strong enough to rise as a true king. With the determination and steadfastness evident in Vincent's eyes, he aspires to protect the weak in this empire, as well as fulfill his long-standing personal desires, outside Conrad Palace. The sky is filled with the swift maneuvers of falconers, their birds piercing through the dust clouds, engaging in mock battles alongside mounted knights. The riders on the backs of the falconers spar with wooden staves, each strapped with a leather cord looped around the falconer's waist and chest for practice. On the other side, a falconer is tilting in the sky, its large wings creating a strong wind that makes the soldiers sway, but they still hold their position steady. Several arrows are launched from the archer's bow and each one hits accurately on the wooden humanoid targets about 100 yards away. Isla stands below, observing all the knights' training, but he remains silent, his face still cold and emotionless. At that moment Vincent advances from behind Isla with a pleased smile. "Quite splendid, isn't it, Lord Isla?" Vincent stands beside Isla, both of them gazing up at the sky. "Falconer knights are the future for us. With training like this, the finest knights will soon achieve the desired effectiveness." Isla remains silent, still observing the training of the others, while Vincent continues, "To foster a new generation of powerful falconer knights like this. It seems that the falconer knights have indeed been trained rigorously and meticulously. You are truly an exceptional leader, Lord Isla," Vincent praises, but Isla remains as cold as ever. Isla's demeanor is so icy that he doesn't even bother to grunt in response to Vincent's compliments. Vincent, seeing this, awkwardly laughs and changes the subject. "By the way, could you handle that matter, my lord?" Finally, Isla concedes a slight nod. "No problem." Vincent chuckles again with a flattering tone. "Truly reliable, I'll assign you the responsibility for strategic logistics, because your strength is too great to be wasted on mundane tasks." Once again, Isla remains silent, his gaze fixed on the sky. Vincent's smile fades instantly, and an awkward silence descends between them. Vincent feels uneasy and discreetly glances at Isla. It seems that Isla still holds a grudge from their previous confrontation. Vincent can't help but wonder why Isla remains so emotionless. Is it simply his reserved nature, or is there something more to it? Vincent quietly observes Isla, despite the awkwardness of the situation, but Isla shows no intention of breaking the silence. Vincent finds it perplexing that despite Isla's cold demeanor towards him, he treats the falconer with great gentleness, further adding to Vincent's confusion. After a long while, Isla finally speaks unexpectedly. "By the way, do you know where Sol has gone?" Isla glances at Vincent with an unchanged cold stare. Vincent is momentarily taken aback by Isla's question and falls silent for a moment, pondering how to respond. In reality, Vincent knows where Soldrake has gone, but he's unsure why Soldrake chose to leave at this particular time and whether it's related to their territory. Vincent clears his throat, lifting his wine glass. "Much like yourself, my lord, they only leave the realm when they need to address matters of grave importance." At this moment, Soldrake has arrived in the Lobstein Plains, a desolate region in the northeast, about 2,000 kilometers from the Pendragon kingdom. It's the same place where Ravenvault and Aaron Pendragon met their end together. It's early winter now, and the barren land shows no signs of life. Soldrake's silver-white form is tinted by the crimson light of the setting sun as she soars around the sky several times amidst the icy wind. After a while, Soldrake heads towards an endless mountain pass deeply carved into the earth, a valley wider than 3,000 meters and deeper than 1,000 meters, making even an all-powerful dragon seem like a small bird in comparison. From below the valley, a wild stream of mana flows like a rushing river. Soldrake flies through the magnificent scenery crafted by Mother Nature, quickly folding her wings upon reaching her desired destination. A brilliant beam of light flashes along with the explosion of dragon energy. Immediately, Soldrake transforms into her human form, then looks around with an indifferent expression. Soldrake opens her senses and feels the wild stream of mana flowing through the valley, just like what Ray had described to her from his memories. The Lobstein Plains harbor an immensely vast reservoir of mana, a ley line. Though not as potent as Soldrake's own lair, there must be an owner here, be it a monster, beast, or dragon. She looks around, searching for that owner with a contemplative mind, considering the possibility of establishing her new lair here. Just then, a fierce roar echoes out. It doesn't frighten Soldrake, but it immediately captures her attention. As Soldrake looks up, she sees a black dragon with 3 horns protruding from its head slowly descending to the ground, while carefully eyeing Soldrake with its wings still spread. Soldrake is somewhat taken aback upon seeing the black dragon, Amuhalt. Amuhalt is one of the 6 dragons who came uninvited after Raven successfully conquered the tomb and forged a pact with Soldrake. Amuhalt slowly folds its wings, and a purple light shimmers around its body. In a swift motion, the black dragon disappears into thin air. Finally, a burst of purple light erupts, similar to when Soldrake transformed earlier. Along with a shadowy energy fitting to its namesake, Amuhalt transforms into its human form and gradually reveals itself. Amuhalt lands before Soldrake, with a slender figure that doesn't match the image of a mighty and robust male dragon. He has sparkling eyes like golden cat's-eye gemstones and a sinister tone. "What brings you to this place, O Queen?" Amuhalt doesn't even offer Soldrake a courteous greeting as he should as a male dragon in front of the Queen. Soldrake feels a bit annoyed by Amuhalt's attitude. She coldly speaks up, "Amuhalt, is this ley line yours?" She questions Amuhalt bluntly because it goes against the ancient oath for a fellow dragon to possess more than one territory. Amuhalt calmly responds, "No, it's not mine, I stumbled upon it a few years ago by chance, I apologize for not informing anyone about it." Soldrake continues to assert her queenly authority and presses, "Why?" Amuhalt explains earnestly, "I simply didn't want the Queen to be burdened by such insignificant information, especially after the failure of the first covenant with Pendragon, which was deeply distressing." Soldrake listens to Amuhalt's justification with a stoic expression until that moment, when a strong flash of anger appears in her eyes at his seemingly accusatory and mocking words. Curious, Amuhalt asks Soldrake, "So, how did you know about this place?" However, Soldrake remains silent, as if implying it's none of his business. Amuhalt continues, "I need to know, it's been 2 years since I discovered this place, and I've witnessed Mana here lose control twice." Amuhalt begins to recount. "The first time was in the spring of this year. The second time was when the Queen made a covenant with the Pendragon clan. Surprisingly, the Pendragon human with whom the Queen made the covenant doesn't just possess the soul of a dragon god. Inside his body, he also possesses the soul of a demon god." Soldrake remains silent, seemingly having found a clue based on Amuhalt's account. Soldrake furrows her brows thoughtfully and ponders deeply. "Spring of this year, could it be? That's when Ray was reborn as Aaron Pendragon, isn't it?" Soldrake ponders and tries to piece together the events. Amuhalt continues to voice his concerns. "Something impossible has happened. Until now, there have been only 2 outcomes, either a successful covenant or permanent failure. I've never heard of a precedent where someone who failed to establish a covenant before could succeed in a second attempt. And it's quite coincidental that on that very day, the Mana here lost control," Amuhalt adds. Amuhalt stares at Soldrake with suspicion. "Today, the Queen suddenly appears here, a place only I know. How do you explain this? Could it be that you know something about the true identity of that Pendragon brat?" Amuhalt's expression becomes grave, and his sharp gaze continues to probe Soldrake. However, Soldrake remains silent because she cannot reveal the truth. Raven initially died here along with Aaron Pendragon, and that Raven had reincarnated within Aaron Pendragon's body after traveling back in time. Most importantly, Soldrake couldn't tell Amuhalt that she had also chosen to end her life to complete a form of magic that brought Aaron Pendragon back in time for reincarnation. With a series of mysteries still left unresolved, Soldrake can only tell Amuhalt, "I cannot answer your questions right now." Although Soldrake speaks evenly, Amuhalt can sense that she is pondering something deeply as if hiding something. After a while, Amuhalt unexpectedly spreads his wings and begins to ascend. "Since you've said so, I won't ask any more. But, my Queen, the power of the demon god is something that can bring hell to this world. It can blur the boundaries between death and life, granting life to the dead, that will shake the foundation of this world. Our task as the Dragon Clan is to closely monitor the movements of that Pendragon," Amuhalt asserts. "We also know that the energy of the Dragon God and Demon God is a powerful source that cannot be dealt with even with all the combined might of our brethren." Amuhalt's fiery eyes gaze at Soldrake as if warning her. Soldrake coldly responds with the authority of a queen. "We know, however, that child is also chosen by me to act as a covenant proxy holding my soul. Never forget that, Black Dragon Amuhalt." Soldrake replies firmly, meeting Amuhalt's cold gaze with her own. Amuhalt regards her statement as both a warning and an affirmation that he will take responsibility for his covenant proxy. Only then does Amuhalt transform back into his dragon form and soar across the valley with a long roar. Soldrake watches him fly off for a moment before turning her head back. Soldrake's sorrowful eyes sparkle like a myriad of stars as they gaze towards the capital where Raven is heading. The ache of longing in her heart prompts Soldrake to softly call out Ray's name. By now, the sun has dipped low, casting vibrant rays of evening light through the horizon, tinting the barren valley with a deep red hue. After a while, on the dirt roads outside the capital, the footsteps of humans and horses echo together with audible breaths. People passing by glance at the scene with astonishment and curiosity, muttering, "What's going on, goodness gracious?" They can't help but feel intrigued and amazed when they see a young man running alongside two horses pulling a carriage for the first time. Leon, though drenched in sweat, doesn't seem as exhausted as before. He even gently strokes the horse's head, saying, "It's tough on you, pulling such a heavy carriage for such a long distance." Argos grumbles slightly dissatisfied as he watches Leon appear too leisurely. He then takes out a few pieces of dried dog treats and throws them with a cruel intention. Suddenly, Argos hurls 3 pieces of dried dog treats towards Leon without any warning. However, Leon skillfully dodges all 3 treats while running. Leon chuckles triumphantly, turning back to look at Argos. "You can't make it difficult for me, master." Erin peeks her head out of the carriage and excitedly cheers, "Leon is amazing." Meanwhile, Raven focuses on observing his surroundings and whispers to himself, "More and more people, we must be nearing the destination." At that moment, Leon excitedly shouts with a radiant smile, "Look, look, master, look, young master, it's the entrance to the royal palace, the magnificent wall." The carriage swiftly moves to the top of a hill, where they can finally see the royal palace with a wall so long that measuring it seems futile. The group is awestruck as they step out of the carriage, beholding the majestic scene before them. Even Raven's eyes widen in astonishment. This is. A towering fortress stands proudly on the other side of the Dante River, sparkling like crystal. It stretches as far as the eye can see, 10 kilometers, no, precisely 20 kilometers. From above, clusters of colossal buildings rise behind the fortress walls, creating a breathtaking sight. On the bridge leading to the gates of the outer city, countless people come and go, resembling a bustling ant colony. With a slightly trembling gaze, Raven stares intently at the magnificent wall. This is only the outer city, yet the population here may already rival that of the entire Pendragon territory. While the young girls giggle in excitement at the bustling scene surpassing any they've ever seen, Argos grumbles discontentedly, "What's so fun about this? It's overcrowded." Leon laughs heartily and reassures Argos, "Don't worry, master. Because in a moment, we'll pass through that gate over there, the first gate." Leon points toward another bridge leading into the imperial city. The expressions on Erin's and Lindsay's faces turn surprised as they look in the direction of Leon's gesture, finding no one there. Then Raven, trusting Leon who has spent a long time in the capital before, instructs their carriage to proceed towards the bridge, only to be stopped by guards stationed there, halting them in their tracks. The guards shout out with a warning tone, stating that only nobles and above are permitted to pass through the first gate, as it is reserved for royalty. "Please enter the city through another gate," they continue firmly, their seriousness evident. Argos, not skilled in diplomacy, can only remain silent. He grumbles to himself, I don't feel like talking here anyway." Immediately, Argos calls out to Raven, "Hey kid, come out here and talk to these guys." Raven quickly opens the door and steps out, casting a cold glance at the guards. His handsome face and noble demeanor momentarily dazzle the guards, who realize he is no ordinary noble. They anxiously await to learn Raven's identity. Suddenly, at this moment, a horn sounded loudly from inside the gate, causing everyone to startle. Argos covered his ears and shouted angrily, "What on earth is all this fuss about?" Leon tried to shout an explanation to everyone amidst the deafening noise. Whenever a prince or a duke from the imperial court arrives, the horn sounds. Erin immediately thought of something and also shouted, "Oh, then could it be?" At this moment, the horn ceased, and the gates swung open, revealing a luxurious horse-drawn carriage slowly moving towards Raven. The carriage bore the insignia of royalty and came to a halt in front of Raven. Although there were steps beneath the carriage door for a dignified descent, the nobleman inside acted differently. He abruptly jumped out of the carriage. Ian suddenly landed on the ground right in front of Raven, causing him to startle and step back, momentarily thrown off guard by the unexpected grandeur of the welcome. Then, Ian stood up, chest puffed out, back straight, wearing a smug and arrogant smile. He leaned on his hip in a posture of self-assurance and satisfaction. With evident delight, Ian gestured towards Raven. "You always look so full of life, Duke Raven, Aaron Pendragon, the White Dragon Duke." Raven's lips twitched slightly, along with a teasing narrowing of his eyes directed at Ian, who remained unfazed, as if accustomed to hearing such remarks. "Prince Ian." Raven and Ian greeted each other in an unconventional yet familiar manner, a testament to the intimacy between them that transcended the usual transactional relationship between princes and nobles. The surprises didn't end there. Accompanying Ian in welcoming Raven was not just him alone, but a girl who gracefully stepped down from the carriage with elegant strides and a gentle voice, Aaron. Princess Ingrid naturally couldn't miss the opportunity to meet Raven as soon as possible, even though they would inevitably encounter each other upon entering the royal court. Ingrid politely nodded her greeting to Raven, expressing how long it had been since they last met. Raven, equally courteous, greeted her with a hint of embarrassment. "Princess Ingrid," he said. Ian seemed amused by Raven's discomfort. Ingrid smiled gently, her eyes filled with affection and admiration as she looked at Raven. "It's been a while since we've met, hasn't it, Aaron?" she remarked fondly. Raven's expression continued to grow uncomfortable. He had made his stance clear regarding Ingrid at the seaside villa, almost to the point where he thought he might have been too harsh, but she still persisted. At that moment, Aaron and Lindsay stepped down from the carriage with radiant smiles. Princess, Aaron greeted. Aaron smiled brightly as she approached Raven from behind. "It's an honor to meet you both again." Ian's face lit up with delight as he laid eyes on Aaron, rushing towards the beautiful maiden like a lovesick fool. "Oh, there she is, Miss Aaron," Ian exclaimed, eagerly seizing Aaron's hand. "You've become even more stunning in such a short time." Meanwhile, Ingrid clung to Raven despite his obvious discomfort, seemingly oblivious to his reluctance. Observing Ingrid's jubilant expression full of affection, Raven furrowed his brow and let out a weary sigh, attempting to gaze upwards towards the sky in search of a sense of tranquility amidst the commotion. He looked up towards the distant palace and sighed inwardly. "It's truly noisy here." Argos puffed on his cigarette with a somber expression. "Do you think they've forgotten about us?" he muttered. Leon mechanically replied, "Yes, sir." Then, Raven and everyone were invited straight into Thistle Palace, a small but colorful palace reserved for renowned nobles before they audienced the emperor or royal family. In a lavish reception room, Ian chuckled mischievously, his tone dripping with mockery. "You've been rather quiet lately, haven't you, Aaron Pendragon?" A tense silence fell over the room after Ian's taunt, clearly indicating that everyone was aware of Raven's recent tumultuous exploits in other territories. However, Raven wasn't one to back down, retorting with a teasing remark of his own. "And you look truly exhausted, Prince Ian." The exchange hinted at an underlying tension between them. Ian sneered and pointed accusingly at Raven, blaming him for the troubles, asserting that wherever Raven went, chaos followed. He sighed in despair, mentioning the turmoil in Sissek and Alice, expressing concern for his sister's well-being and how it affected him as well. Facing Ian's playful yet accusatory remarks, Raven furrowed his brow and spoke earnestly. "As a duke, I merely do what I must." Raven's demeanor surprised both Ian and his brother. Ian quickly shifted to a more serious tone, discussing the main issue at hand, apprehending the culprit from Sissek. Without Ian needing to finish his sentence, Raven nodded in understanding. "Ruv Tylene, I will have my men bring him here shortly," he affirmed. Ian furrowed his brow with concern. "Are you sure about this? What if he's attacked on the way here?" Raven smiled confidently, reassuring Ian, "There's no need to worry about that, my men are capable of handling the situation." However, Ian still looked uneasy as he regarded Raven. "You have too many enemies now," he remarked with concern. Ian began recounting the list of individuals currently harboring animosity towards Raven, including the recent addition of the Count of Louvre Alliance. He also mentioned the ambassador of Segunda, whose power and influence extended throughout the empire. Observing Raven's calm demeanor amidst the discussion, Ian proceeded to bring up another important matter. Nevertheless, in this upcoming award ceremony, the noble houses of Lindegor and Oranges, part of the 5 dukes of the empire, will also be attending. Upon hearing the name Oranges, Raven's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of agitation flickering across his face. In Raven's mind, the image of the treacherous son of the Oranges family immediately surfaced, the one who had engaged in a fierce battle alongside him and Ian. Ian murmured thoughtfully, the Brown Bear Duke and the Sea Dragon Prince, they've rarely visited the capital, I wonder what brings them here. Suddenly, Raven asked Ian with a much more serious expression, Ian, can you do me a favor? I need you to gather the strongest knights of the empire. Meanwhile, Argos, Lindsay, and Leon were waiting in the palace's foyer. Leon excitedly fiddled with a dog toy in his hand, exerting all his strength to crush it with just one hand. He cheered in triumph, showing off to Argos, I did it, master, I crushed the dog toy. Leon eagerly awaited praise from Argos, but the latter merely waved him over with a cool demeanor. Argos handed 3 more dog toys to Leon and calmly commanded, this time, you have to crush all 3 at once. Leon was shocked and exclaimed with a doubtful tone, yes, master. Argos added with a stern tone, make sure to complete the task within 10 days. Leon was even more astonished, yes, sir, observing Leon's high-pitched voice as if questioning and objecting to Argos' unreasonable demand. Lindsay silently thought, that probably wasn't a question, after all. At that moment, Argos took out 5 dog toys from his pocket and held them up in front of Leon. Without hesitation, he effortlessly crushed all 5 dog toys with a gentle movement of his finger joints. Leon stared in shock and despair at the scattered pieces of dog toys. Argos admonished him, a warrior without strong arms is no different from a knight who cannot ride a horse. Leon was left speechless, realizing the depth of Argos' lesson. Leon slumped his shoulders in a display of helplessness, responding, yes, sir, yes. Lindsay looked at the atmosphere and felt compassion for Leon, seeing him give up resistance. Meanwhile, as Leon continued to diligently crush the dog toys in his hand, Raven and Ian finished their discussion and stepped outside. Ian tilted his head and asked Raven about the 2 individuals. Raven then introduced them to him, Leon and Argos, 2 warriors who have recently joined the Pendragon family. Ian nodded as he observed Argos, so that's him, the one who dealt with Alice's strongest knight. Then, Ian shifted his gaze to Leon, recalling faintly, the other one seems vaguely familiar, he's a court jester from the John Bolt family. Raven solemnly affirmed to Ian, he's no longer a court jester, he's now part of the Pendragon family, a warrior. Despite still being in the training phase, Ian couldn't help but be surprised by Raven's declaration of such a significant transformation of a royal jester. Raven continued with a tone full of confidence in Leon, stating that he would become a powerful ally in the upcoming battle. Ian chuckled teasingly at Raven's rare high praise, remarking, that's quite a commendation coming from you. Raven responded to Ian with a sly smile full of implications. While Leon strained every muscle in his body just to crush the 3 dog toys in his hand, Argos looked around the grand hall with boredom and indifference. After a while, Argos sighed and muttered, I don't belong in such luxurious places. His voice carried clear tones of disdain and boredom towards all the glitz and glamour. Raven noticed Argos' boredom and approached them. Argos, Leon, he said cheerfully. Prince Ian has granted us permission to visit the training grounds of those who will become the swords and shields of the Empire, the Golden Guard. Shortly after, Ian led Raven and the 2 warriors to the training grounds of the Golden Guard, the royal knights serving the Emperor, the pinnacle of knights who had earned the title of Master Swordsman. In the training grounds, the knights were enthusiastically honing their skills, filling the entire area with a haze of dust and smoke. The Golden Guard knights were trained rigorously and proficiently in various weapons such as swords, spears, and bows. As Argos stepped into the heavily scented training grounds, filled with the smell of sweat, he chuckled with delight, ha ha ha, so they have a place like this here. He then excitedly draped his arm over Leon's shoulder and stepped down from the gate's threshold, entering the training area. We'll let you have some fun with them, he said to Leon, who eagerly nodded in response. As Raven's group descended into the training grounds, a knight in his 30s, with a sturdy physique but a gentle face, approached them. He was the captain of the Golden Guard, Count Jean Granite. Count Granite approached with a solemn posture and a friendly smile. "Welcome, Prince Ian." He glanced curiously at the individual standing behind Ian, and who might these be, he inquired. Ian turned his gaze towards Raven and introduced him. "This is Duke Raven Pendragon, the incumbent. And these are his associates," Ian added with a smile. Each member of Raven's group displayed a different expression. While Argos grinned with excitement, Leon looked anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ian enthusiastically informed Count Granite, "They wished to join in training with the Golden Guard, so I invited them here." The Count nodded in understanding. "I see," he replied respectfully. He bowed before Ian. "I will ensure they are warmly welcomed," he pledged. Afterward, Argos and Leon were allowed to roam around and observe the training of the Golden Guard Knights, while Ian and Raven stayed on the threshold observing alongside Count Granite. While Count Granite smiled proudly at his troops, and Raven silently assessed the strength of the Golden Guard, Ian cast a mischievously mysterious smile at Raven. Raven focused intently on the different groups of soldiers training in various areas, some practicing close combat techniques. Some groups were training their marksmanship skills, while others were fervently practicing mounted combat techniques. There was even a squadron of skilled riders mounted on ostriches, demonstrating their proficiency in unconventional cavalry tactics. Raven pondered deeply, acknowledging the exceptional training of these soldiers. Ian chuckled playfully as he asked Raven, "What do you think, Aaron? The Golden Guard is the pride of our empire." Count Granite's expression also showed pride. "All our members come from noble lineages or are skilled knights. We have meticulously selected them to become the finest knights." Ian added with a mischievous glint in his eye, continuing to sneak glances at Raven as if plotting something. "At this level, these knights are still just ordinary rank here." Raven brushed off Ian's teasing remarks and continued to observe the surroundings with a cold and indifferent expression. Meanwhile, Leon followed Argos around, trying to keep up with him while also attempting to crush the dog toys in his hand. After a while, he couldn't resist his curiosity any longer and spoke up, "Master. Teacher and Mr. Aaron, why do you keep looking around like that?" Argos chuckled and replied, "This is quite an interesting place to find a worthy opponent to play with." Argos, feeling cheerful, said to Leon, "That's fine for now, stop worrying about those peanuts." Leon, looking puzzled but obedient, nodded and said, "Yes, master." Suddenly, one of Leon's eyes twitched, and he jolted in surprise as he noticed an unusual movement heading towards him. The next moment, a knight stumbled towards Leon and rolled several times on the ground. Luckily, with sharp reflexes, Leon managed to jump back in time to avoid the attack. A man dressed slightly differently from the other knights confidently approached Argos and his disciples, saying, "I apologize for the lack of manners." The deputy commander of the Golden Mage Corps appeared with a smug smile, "Apologies for my slight slip with the newcomers." Immediately after seeing the two unfamiliar faces entering the training ground, the deputy commander's mouth fell open in astonishment. Both Argos and his disciples couldn't understand why he had such an exaggerated expression when they hadn't even made a move yet. The deputy commander leaned in close to Leon's face, his gaze probing and scrutinizing. "Your face reminds me of someone." Immediately, the words spoken by the deputy commander startled Leon, as his heavily made-up face had almost made him unrecognizable. The deputy commander laughed excitedly at Leon. "You're the eldest son of the John Bolt family, named Leon, right?" Leon felt awkward and embarrassed being discovered, and he could only remain silent, clenching his teeth tightly. The Golden Knights standing around also began to cast curious glances at Leon upon hearing this. "John Bolt's son, huh, those jesters," one of them muttered. The deputy commander continued to provoke Leon. "I've seen you perform at the royal palace once. You twisted yourself into a ball and rolled around the stage." Leon felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny and the memories of his past performances. Truly remarkable performance, it was a masterpiece. The deputy commander laughed maniacally, mocking Leon in front of everyone. Unable to deny his past, Leon could only bow his head in silence, allowing the deputy commander to continue his insults. The deputy commander squinted at Leon with a scrutinizing look. "So, what made the jester back then decide to change professions now, and you don't even carry a sword or a spear anymore?" After a moment of contemplation, the deputy commander burst into even louder laughter than before. "So, your new trick is throwing dog brains. Ha 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 ha. Just then, a dog's brain flew straight towards the deputy commander. He was quick-witted enough to catch the dog's brain even though he was momentarily startled. When the deputy commander looked towards the person who threw the brain, it was Argos, a middle-aged man dressed plainly. Argos chuckled as he held out the dog brains in his hand, saying, "Here you go, these are for you." The deputy commander looked incredulously at the dog brain he had just caught, confused. "Dog brains, huh?" Argos laughed heartily in response. "We are fighters, and we use these to train our fists to their limits." He demonstrated by crushing the dog brains in his hand, illustrating how one could easily crush an opponent's skull. Then, he scattered the dog brain shells in front of the deputy commander as a warning, "So, we don't need useless weapons like those." Argos brimmed with pride, ready to challenge the deputy commander. "We can fight anywhere, anytime, to see whose fighting style is stronger." The deputy commander stood dumbfounded, squinting at Argos as if he were crazy for making such a bold declaration. A few seconds later, he also wanted to show his prowess, so he attempted to crush the dog brains in his hand. "These useless nuts, I can do it too," he muttered. However, no matter how hard the deputy commander tried to squeeze with all 10 fingers, it had no effect. His face only turned red and veins popped out. Feeling frustrated with this arrogant deputy commander, Argos smirked and called for Leon. Leon looked at his master and immediately understood his intent. He took out a dog brain and presented it before the deputy commander. Immediately after, Leon crushed the dog brain with just one hand. It was fortunate and coincidental that he had just mastered this technique a few hours ago. The scene aroused even more curiosity among the surrounding Golden Knights, and they gradually closed in around Leon to watch, their eyes filled with astonishment. They couldn't look away from the former royal jester. The deputy commander's mouth fell open in amazement, accompanied by gasps and sweaty frustration as he exerted too much effort without being able to crush the dog brain. Argos smirked arrogantly as he glanced disdainfully at the deputy commander. 3 months, no, 1 month is more than enough for him to beat you, if allowed, would teach him. Enraged at being looked down upon, the deputy commander immediately lunged towards Argos and reached for his sword. "You insolent wretch." However, before his sword could be drawn from its sheath, Argos's strong hand swiftly pushed it back and held it firmly in place. At the same time, Argos's other hand aimed at the deputy commander's face, launching an attack. The action occurred in the blink of an eye, catching the deputy commander off guard. In the moment when Argos's hand was about to touch the deputy commander's skull, he stopped, and the deputy commander dared not make any further movements. Argos chuckled mockingly as he leaned in close, warning the deputy commander, "Don't cause trouble, you little fish." The deputy commander's eyes turned into mere dots before the threat and overwhelming pressure from Argos, and cold sweat poured down his body like a stream. Leon was deeply moved and excited by Argos's actions to protect him. Seeing the chaos, Count Granite, along with Ian and Raven, immediately stepped forward. Count Granite sternly questioned the deputy captain. "What are you doing?" The deputy captain, upon seeing Count Granite, immediately appeared aggrieved and exclaimed, Commander, comma." The deputy captain cowardly whispered to Count Granite, "No, it wasn't me, they started it, they dared to disrespect our Golden Knights brigade." Argos showed no respect and pointed at the deputy commander, "Your presence here is the real disgrace to the Golden Mage Corps." The deputy commander's neck veins bulged as he prepared to curse Argos, but Ian interrupted him with a few claps, saying, "All right, that's enough." When the prince himself appeared, the deputy commander immediately fell silent and became obedient. However, Ian smiled mischievously and glanced at Raven. "What should we do? It seems like none of them are willing to back down, huh?" Then, Ian chuckled and made a suggestion. "So, why don't the two of you, the leaders here, engage in a duel to find out who is superior?" Count Granite looked surprised, questioning Ian's intentions. "What are you planning, Your Highness?" Raven also gave Ian a frustrated look, his eyebrows furrowed. It seemed that Ian had planned this from the beginning. Argos became even more excited at this turn of events. "It seems we're not the only ones seeking amusement here," he remarked. Leon, still bewildered, simply nodded and replied, "Yes, master." Soon after, Count Granite and Raven found themselves compelled to engage in a duel they had not anticipated, a duel of partners. The deputy commander was more enthusiastic than anyone and became the one who created a lively atmosphere for the competition, so, under the watchful eye of Prince Ian. The competition began between the captain of the Golden Mage Corps, Count Granite, and the representative from the Pendragon ducal house, Pendragon. It was about to begin, with the command of the deputy commander. Both Raven and Count Granite assumed combat stances. Count Granite remained calm and drew his sword slowly. Once the blade was unsheathed, it didn't matter whether you were a peasant or a ruler. The only thing that mattered was to kill or be killed. "I will ensure you never forget that," Count Granite said, his gaze coldly fixed on Raven, contrasting sharply with his initial friendliness. Then, a powerful surge of energy erupted from him, glowing with a radiant golden hue, true to his title as a Golden Mage. The aura of power emitted by Count Granite grew more intense, causing everyone in the training ground to marvel. Leon began to feel worried for Raven. Count Granite was very strong, perhaps even stronger than Morgan. Argos, on the other hand, chuckled gleefully. "Ah, so you've realized it too," he remarked. Leon nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Ian was chuckling amusedly. "He's probably 5 times stronger than me, and far more skilled and experienced," he said. As Ian shifted his gaze towards Raven and awaited his reaction, a conversation flooded back into his mind. Before they arrived at the training ground, Ingrid had said to Ian, "Hey, big brother, why do you think Eren has changed so much from before? I can't help but notice how different Raven is now." Ian reflected on Ingrid's words, pondering the changes he had observed in Raven lately. Due to his sister's curiosity and to confirm his own judgment, Ian had conceived this scheme as soon as they stepped into the training ground. Ian looked intently at Raven with an expectant expression. "What will you do now, Eren Pendragon?" he wondered aloud. Raven smiled confidently in the face of Count Granite's overwhelming aura. Immediately after, Raven aimed his sword at Count Granite and unleashed a stream of dragon energy. "Then I'll fight seriously too," he declared. Count Granite didn't say anything more and immediately began the battle. In the blink of an eye, he took a long step towards Raven and thrust his sword forward. Despite being startled, Raven managed to quickly tilt his body to the side and dodge the attack. Raven looked somewhat startled as he glanced at the wooden sword that had almost reached his neck. Count Granite was quick. Count Granite withdrew his sword with a satisfied smile. Then, he suddenly thrust his sword again in a swift and unexpected motion. Count Granite unleashed a series of straight thrusts aimed at various positions on Raven's body, but fortunately, Raven's agility allowed him to keep up with the attacks. However, Count Granite clearly had the upper hand. Leon exclaimed in alarm as he watched Raven being pushed back. "Master, he's being overwhelmed." Argos seized this opportunity to impart some knowledge to Leon. "It's not just ordinary swiftness," he explained, "he's unbelievably fast." Leon looked puzzledly at Argos. What do you mean?" Ian watched the match with a sly half-smile. He shared Argos's thoughts. "He doesn't have any preparations or unnecessary movements, even though it's just simple swordsmanship," Ian remarked. "And when you're directly faced with it, it just looks like a quick thrust," Ian continued. "But the captain has trained that royal swordsmanship to its extreme limit." Indeed, as Ian evaluated, Count Granite only kept thrusting rapidly from one side to another to exhaust Raven's stamina as he tried to evade. However, Raven couldn't endure forever. Eventually, he found an opportunity while twisting to evade, simultaneously swinging his sword for a counterattack. In that moment, Count Granite immediately recognized Raven's intention. Instead of evading Raven's attack, he capitalized on his speed advantage and pivoted, using his sturdy back to nullify Raven's counterattack. Argos was also surprised by Count Granite's actions. "He fights well," he remarked. By narrowing the distance, he managed to block the counterattack. Raven continued to twist once more, escaping from Count Granite's close range. However, Count Granite seized that moment to swing his sword high. In the blink of an eye, a swift and decisive crescent slash was unleashed. Raven gracefully leaped into the air, evading Count Granite's lightning-fast attack. While airborne, Raven forcefully kicked towards Count Granite, the tip of his boot grazing the side of his face. While still in midair, Raven immediately swung his sword, seizing the opportunity to attack Count Granite. Raven slashed diagonally in front of Count Granite, forcing him to step back to evade. However, even as he retreated, a long tear appeared on Count Granite's garment where Raven's sword tip had cut. As Raven landed on the ground, he quickly realized that Count Granite was charging towards him. He quickly raised his sword and managed to block Count Granite's descending blade just in time. The duel was intense and almost evenly matched, keeping the Knights of the Golden Order around them fixated on the two combatants. The deputy captain and many knights were astonished to see that their leader didn't entirely dominate the fight as expected. Ian laughed gleefully as he observed Raven's significantly improved skills. Leon exclaimed in awe, "What an amazing fight!" But Argos remained contemplative, casting a suspicious glance at Raven. "As I predicted, his swordsmanship resembles that of Taramis," he murmured thoughtfully. Duke Granite continued to press his sword towards Raven, but he also had to acknowledge Raven's skill. Indeed, it's a unique swordsmanship. However, in the next moment, Duke Granite's expression turned more serious, and his aura flared up once again. He continued, "But those tricks alone are not enough to defeat the royal swordsmanship." Count Granite had been exerting more force into his wooden sword but still couldn't overpower Raven in the strength competition. Surprisingly, at this moment, Raven loosened his grip on the sword. Then, he leaned to one side, and as a result, Count Granite, with the momentum of his exerted force, thrust his sword straight through Raven's body. This action left everyone stunned, even Count Granite himself was taken aback. Count Granite reacted swiftly, using his foot to brace against the ground to avoid stumbling and losing balance. He dragged his foot along the ground for a moment before sitting down to stabilize his posture. Leon, following the competition, was too distracted to catch the actions of the two, while Argos chuckled in amusement. "Oh ho." Count Granite furrowed his brow, looking at Raven with a puzzled expression. "What just happened there?" Raven responded with a confident but also teasing smile. While Count Granite became tense after almost stumbling, Raven remained relaxed, standing in a relaxed posture with his sword loose. Argos observed the movements of the two of them with a satisfied smile, sensing that things would be different from now on. Raven began emitting the dragon's wrath in a relaxed posture, accompanied by a serene smile. In response to Raven's oppressive wrath, Duke Granite also quickly emanated his own fury. Duke Granite furrowed his brow, looking at Raven with heightened vigilance. What just happened? He felt a sudden shift in the demeanor of Raven. Ian, too, was astonished to realize that Raven seemed to be merely probing his opponent moments ago. Was it really so? Now, Raven still emanated the dragon's wrath, but his demeanor was vastly different from before. He even stood in a relaxed posture instead of preparing to strike or raising his sword. Immediately, both Duke Granite and Raven rushed towards each other with sharp eyes and decisive movements. Their swords met at the exact midpoint, the clash resounding loudly amidst the tension of the onlookers. Once again, Raven employed a technique similar to before, tilting his body to one side and skillfully redirecting Duke Granite's sword with a swift wrist twist. Seconds later, Duke Granite, still exerting pressure, found himself pushed to the side by Raven, completely losing his balance and careening forward uncontrollably. Raven seized the opportunity as Duke Granite's back was exposed to him, swiftly raising his dagger with a sharp gaze aimed at his opponent's back. While Duke Granite was leaning forward, Raven added another dagger thrust to his back, catching him off guard with no chance to resist. This time, Duke Granite couldn't hold his ground any longer and stumbled, falling heavily to the ground. The deputy captain and the Golden Knights witnessed the scene and shouted in dismay, "Commander!" Duke Granite quickly rose to his feet, casting a sharp, accusatory glare towards Raven. Raven still wore a confident smile, seemingly challenging Duke Granite. In that moment, Duke Granite realized that relying solely on conventional strength might not be enough to defeat Raven. Immediately, he amplified his own energy to the maximum, his aura of wrath becoming much stronger than before. Leon was astonished, gaping in shock at the sudden surge of Duke Granite's wrath. Even Argos, experienced in combat, was surprised by the power emanating from Duke Granite. Without hesitation, Duke Granite charged towards Raven, unleashing all of his strength. The powerful thrusts continued to be launched by Duke Granite, but Raven managed to block them with his sword. The Golden Knights were all thrilled to see the overwhelming energy emanating from Duke Granite as he relentlessly attacked Raven, advancing towards the commander. Ian, too, couldn't believe the situation had escalated to this extent. Now, he began to worry about the outcome and tensely followed every move and counter-move between the two. Duke Granite unleashed swift strikes, but he couldn't reach Raven. All of his attacks were blocked and deflected by Raven's subtle wrist movements. Duke Granite gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a mixture of perplexity and frustration. He felt uneasy and puzzled seeing Raven effortlessly block every strike, unable to inflict even a slight injury on him. Ian, too, couldn't hide his astonishment. This sensation was eerily reminiscent of what he felt when facing Luz. Argos chuckled mischievously, explaining to Leon with amusement that it was a signature technique of the southern region, used to transfer force elsewhere. Who would have thought he would employ it in this manner? Despite feeling somewhat weary from dueling with someone as formidable as Duke Granite, Raven still inwardly smirked, recalling the brief time spent with Isla before. He had learned many intriguing techniques during that time. Raven grinned contentedly as he reminisced about his time in the Pendragon territory before heading to the capital. He had often sparred with Isla and continuously absorbed similar techniques from her. Having recognized Duke Granite's technique, Raven adeptly incorporated Isla's techniques into his swordplay, and the clashing sounds of wooden swords continued to echo throughout the training ground. After several exchanges without a clear victor, they began to separate to catch their breath and assess their opponent. At this point, Duke Granite also started to show signs of fatigue, his heavy, labored breaths betraying his weariness. Despite his undiminished wrath, his movements were noticeably slower than before. Ian silently observed and had reached the conclusion he sought. Raven was indeed growing stronger. However, the more he observed Raven, the more uneasy Ian felt. Something was different, changed. What could it be? At that moment, Raven glanced at Ian with a cold, irritated look, silently signaling to Ian to quickly end this meaningless competition. With just that look, Ian was startled and somewhat horrified, but he could still understand Raven's implication. Ian quickly thought of a way to end the battle and shouted towards Duke Granite, "Stop, stop, that's enough." Immediately after, he laughed heartily, trying to diffuse the tension of the battle following Raven's signal. "You both have remarkable skills. I'm satisfied with witnessing the duel just now. Now, sheath your swords." While Raven quickly withdrew the dragon's wrath and lowered his sword, Duke Granite remained tense, not yet sheathing his own sword. Raven took the initiative to step towards Duke Granite, extending his hand in a gesture of reconciliation. "I underestimated you," he said amiably. It was only then that Duke Granite began to relax, retracting his own wrath and no longer looking at Raven with a tense expression. After a few moments, a gentle smile spread across Duke Granite's lips, and his breath no longer felt heavy. He quickly took Raven's hand and gladly accepted the outcome of the friendly match. Argos chuckled gleefully and said to Leon, "Our master is truly remarkable." Leon looked at Argos in bewilderment. "How so, master?" he asked. Argos nodded approvingly as he observed the harmonious image of the two, who had been adversaries just moments ago. He understood very well the principles of a dual sword fight. An intriguing thought about Raven crossed both Argos and Ian's minds simultaneously, but neither voiced it. Argos had preserved the captain's pride. Ian chuckled heartily as he approached Raven. "Somehow, I feel you've changed, quite a lot," he said. Raven flashed a mysterious smile at Ian. "Indeed, a lot has happened," he said cryptically. Then, turning to Duke Granite, he continued, "By the way, Commander, the strength of the knights under your command truly impresses me. I would like to request permission for us to stay here for further training." Raven boldly requested Duke Granite's permission without hesitation. He emphasized further as he looked towards Leon, "Especially for Leon, this place will undoubtedly be the most suitable environment for his development." Duke Granite calmly nodded without hesitation. "Understood," he replied. Immediately after, he turned to the Golden Knights and issued instructions, coordinate training as much as possible according to their wishes. The Golden Knights responded in unison, "Yes, Commander." As Duke Granite placed his hand on Leon's shoulder and cheerfully encouraged him, Argos gazed intently at the deputy commander with a mocking smirk, leaving the deputy commander frustrated and grinding his teeth helplessly. Raven looked towards the sky with a contemplative expression. "With this, our forces will be stronger than ever," he said. "Then, one day, we will have to embark on the predetermined battle that awaits us," he added, his tone filled with determination. A few days later, outside the walls of the capital, there was a significant commotion as the day of the noble investiture drew nearer. The sound of bells resounded as luxurious carriages, followed by prestigious retinues, approached the gate. As the gates of the city opened, a magnificent procession with solemn attendants on horseback entered. A gate guard proudly announced, "Behold, one of the most powerful figures of the empire, Duke Roxan." Based on the symbols on the flags, people quickly recognized Duke Roxan and his accompanying knights. Following them, a smaller but equally grand procession entered. It was led by someone with close ties to the Pendragon family, Duke Sirad. The resounding introduction continued as the third procession arrived. It was led by the governor of the empire's most prominent commercial port city, Duke Segunda of Luz. The palace guard standing on either side of the road leading to the palace murmured and speculated among themselves. They remarked on the high-ranking officials attending this year's investiture ceremony, imagining the fatigue of the drummers and bell ringers. As the three processions entered and the gates closed behind them, suddenly, an even more resounding sound echoed, startling the guards. One guard exclaimed in amazement, "Not only drums and bells, but trumpets too. It must be a duke or someone of even higher status arriving." As the gates opened, everyone was stunned by the appearance of a lavishly adorned carriage. It was painted in striking red and gold colors, and on its roof was a golden sculpture of a dragon and two naked women. The guards were left speechless by the opulence and grandeur of this procession. That was. More importantly, what astonished them the most was the flag embroidered with the emblem of the Sea Dragon King, something that hadn't been seen in the capital for a long time. Once again, the resounding introduction echoed as the carriage of the Sea Dragon King entered. Duke Orangus, one of the empire's 5 great dukes, who held complete sway over the southern regions, had finally made an official appearance. Duke Orangus's emergence marked the preparation for an anticipated direct confrontation with Raven. At this moment, Raven had already anticipated that the upcoming situation would not be easy to handle, and he was striving to enhance his own strength. As Duke Orangus entered the capital, he seemed to have already anticipated Raven's presence. A sly smile crept onto his face as he plotted his schemes in his mind. Meanwhile, at Conrad Castle, everyone was fervently training to enhance their abilities. Kiruta charged towards his opponent with a giant spiked mace. His opponent this time was Isla, who exuded a powerful aura much like Kiruta, but her demeanor was cold and calm, completely contrasting his. Isla and Kiruta engaged in fierce combat with their maces and swords, charging at each other like wild beasts thirsting for battle. Kiruta's attacks were powerful and decisive, but his movements were somewhat clumsy and predictable, allowing Isla to easily evade them with her nimble defenses. Frustrated by Isla's constant dodging, Kiruta roared angrily, "If you're so good, then stop dodging and face me head-on." Responding to Kiruta's challenge, Isla stopped dodging and unexpectedly spun her mace downwards towards the ground. The wooden head of the mace swept closely along the ground and passed between Kiruta's legs, stopping precisely under his heel. Then, Isla lifted the mace from the ground with the intention of knocking Kiruta down, but he swiftly leaped to the side to evade it. However, Kiruta managed to evade by somersaulting, nearly risking a face-first fall if he didn't react in time. He swiftly placed the mace's handle on the ground to maintain balance and prevent himself from falling headfirst. At the same time, one of Kiruta's legs swung towards Isla. Reacting quickly, Isla leaned backward in surprise, avoiding the attack. Soon after, Kiruta regained his composure and launched a counterattack. The clash between them sent shockwaves reverberating within a radius of several meters, leaving Barrio and Reed in awe of the power behind their strikes. Barrio murmured to Reed, "I don't know why, but I feel like he's angry about something." Reed chuckled softly in response, whispering back, "He's been assigned another task, so he couldn't accompany the Lord, saying it's training, but he's venting his frustration." As Barrio and Reed were speaking, a part of Isla's mace flew towards them, embedding itself into the tree trunk right behind their backs. Isla narrowed her eyes at Barrio and Reed as a warning, as if to say that knowing too much would only result in death. Barrio and Reed's eyes shifted towards Conrad Castle in unison, pretending as if they knew nothing, although inside, they were filled with extreme terror. It was truly frightening. Scylla's eyes sparkled as she witnessed Isla's power. "They are truly extraordinary, aren't they? They operate on a different level," she remarked. Jody watched the battle in awe, her eyes wide open. "Yes, their training methods must be on another level," she agreed. Suddenly, Killian appeared with a boisterous laugh. despite his visibly pale face, "Our knights are showing remarkable progress, aren't they? It's been a while since I've trained, so I think I'll join in for another round," he declared. Scylla chuckled mischievously, teasing Killian, "Do you really have the energy for another round?" Jody, sensing trouble, quickly intervened, saying, "Hey, don't tease him like that." Vincent observed Isla and Kiruta's battle from the sidelines. Since leaving Luz, they'd become much stronger, he remarked. Kritul, with his characteristic smirk, agreed, "Yeah, Isla has the technique, and Kiruta has the strength." Kritul grinned gleefully and asked Vincent, "It's like they were born to be each other's archrivals, isn't it?" Vincent nodded in agreement as he took a sip of his beer, saying, "Definitely seems that way." After that, Vincent suddenly remembered another important matter and asked Kritul, "By the way, have you heard any news?" Kritul furrowed his brow with a look of concern and seriousness. "That sorcerer has infiltrated the territory of the Pendragon clan," he replied. Both Vincent and Luna were shocked to hear this news, speechless. They couldn't believe the enemy could penetrate so quickly, especially with Soldrake and Raven both absent. Kritul sat down and drew a circle on the ground. "Last time, he managed to breach the barrier, so this time I prepared a 2-layer trap. Thanks to that, I was able to detect him earlier," he explained. Vincent asked anxiously, "You mean he's been tampering with the minds of the centaurs, right?" Kritul nodded while tracing the circle. "I'm not sure if it's the same person this time." Vincent couldn't shake off his unease, recalling what Raven had recounted about the Lich appearing near the tomb. Vincent's mind raced with questions about the sudden appearance of undead in Dissect. Was there any connection between them, and who was behind the assassination attempt on the prince and the events involving the kingdom of Arangis? After pondering for a while, Vincent sighed with a furrowed brow, feeling uneasy. There seemed to be no way of knowing what they would do next. Vincent anxiously gazes towards the road where Raven's convoy passed on their way to the capital. There are still 10 days left until the noble ceremony. Luna can't help but worry about the person in her dreams. She softly calls out Aaron's name unconsciously. 10 days later, in a room within Thistle Palace, Aaron's excited voice echoes, "Hey, look here, Leon," and even Argos. Aaron is wearing a splendid white gown and spins around in front of Leon and Argos. "Do you guys think my dress looks beautiful? This is the ceremonial attire my mother left for me." Leon quickly praises Aaron, "Wow, it suits you so well, Miss Aaron." Meanwhile, Argos seems less concerned about the outfit. He simply asks Aaron, "Today is the day of the noble ceremony for that brat, right?" Aaron doesn't say anything, but her ceremonial attire serves as the clearest answer. Then, Aaron calls out to Lindsay, who is hiding behind a screen, "Come out here, Lindsay." Lindsay hesitates, feeling embarrassed. But Aaron persists, "Don't be shy, sis, you look beautiful in this outfit." This action piques the curiosity of both Argos and Leon, wondering how Lindsay is dressed if she's too timid to come out. Lindsay appears timidly from behind the screen, her face flushed with embarrassment. She can't even stand up straight due to her shyness. Leon and Argos are both astonished to see Lindsay appear, never imagining she could look like this. Lindsay blushes in her form-fitting outfit, but she still retains the grace and allure of a woman. Aaron laughs cheerfully, encouraging Lindsay, "Now that you're my brother's wife, you have to exude that unique, captivating charm of yours." While Argos and Leon are still in awe, Aaron quickly shifts her focus to them. "Now it's your turn, both of you. Go and change into the outfits I personally selected for you." Meanwhile, Raven has finished preparing and is standing on the balcony with Ian. "Finally, the day has come," Raven says, solemnly. Ian nods in agreement, as if they share the same thoughts. Ian smiles gleefully, imagining Aaron. "Just the thought of seeing Aaron in the most beautiful attire already makes my heart flutter," he says. On the other hand, Raven speaks with a serious tone. The mastermind behind the prince's assassination attempt will finally have to reveal themselves in front of Ruv Tylene and the Emperor. Ian glances at Raven with a noticeable expression of disdain. It seems he finds Raven's life rather dull, as if he never thinks about women. After a while, Ian finally decides to speak up. "I just want to tell you that you have too many enemies now," he says. Ian reminds Raven with a serious tone, "It's highly likely that Segunda will plot many schemes to harm you today. It's best for you to be mentally prepared." Raven gazes thoughtfully at the clear blue sky for a moment before responding, "I understand." After everyone has dressed, they begin to move in pairs towards the main palace where the feast is being held, while Aaron and Ian laugh cheerfully. Raven and Lindsay appear awkward and distant. As Raven walks, he steals glances at Lindsay, who continuously lowers her head, unable to walk confidently. After observing her for a while, Raven gently inquires, "Do you feel uncomfortable in this attire?" Lindsay nervously intertwines her fingers and stammers, "Why yes, I do, but..." She hesitates before finally speaking up, "I don't feel comfortable in my own skin." Raven remains silent, waiting for her to elaborate further. Lindsay looks at her calloused hands with a sorrowful expression. "I come from a peasant family, my hands are rough, and I'm not exactly refined," she admits. Meanwhile, Leon gazes at the noble ladies at the feast with embarrassment. "I feel like I don't belong here." Standing beside Lord Aaron, he confesses. Raven's eyes widen as he listens to Lindsay's heartfelt words. He lacks experience with women, so he hadn't realized Lindsay would have such thoughts. However, Lindsay's words remind Raven of his past life, when he too worked as a farmer, his hands covered in mud and soil under the fields. And Raven's mother was not accustomed to luxury either, she was just like a simple and kind-hearted woman from the countryside. As Raven reflects further, he sees similarities between Lindsay and his mother from back then. The gentleness and kindness they both possess, along with their precious and compassionate hearts, truly resemble each other. Thinking of those simple things, Raven involuntarily breaks into a happy smile. He steps forward to Lindsay and speaks to her in a warm, reassuring tone. "I feel the same way, Lindsay." Lindsay stands there, somewhat dazed, behind Raven. She naturally doesn't understand what he means. After all, in everyone's eyes, Aaron Pendragon was born and raised in luxury and knows nothing about farmers. As Raven's group advances into the banquet hall, 3 elegantly dressed women from the palace corridor observe them closely. It's evident from their appearance that they are not ordinary nobles. The women, with an air of arrogance, whisper among themselves as they gaze at Raven, "So that's Aaron Pendragon, he's even more handsome than they say," one of them remarks. One of the women turns to Ingrid, who is standing somewhat lost on the side. "Are you really not intending to accompany us, Ingrid?" she asks. Ingrid watches Raven enter the banquet hall with a look of embarrassment. She tries to force a smile amidst her awkward murmurs. "No, I'm fine." Another princess sneers teasingly at Ingrid. "Come on, Sylvia, stop it, she's been rejected already." Princess Sylvia bursts into mocking laughter. "Really? Ha ha ha." Then, the 3 princesses flaunt their fingers adorned with precious gems and declare, "Since we're the elder sisters, we graciously let her go first. Now it's our turn. With our beauty and noble lineage, we are the epitome of the kingdom's elite." These 3 princesses are indeed Leah, who favors red. Her mother is the second daughter of Count Fred's family. Sylvia prefers green and is the third daughter of the emperor. Elaine, who likes black, is the 4th princess of the emperor. Despite their different color preferences, these 3 ladies share numerous characteristics in their personalities. They're all cunning, ambitious, and crave admiration. They descend into the banquet hall, challenging each other. Let's see who can win the heart of that nobleman. The Rose Palace, where the party is held, is even more magnificent and glamorous than where Raven's group stayed in the past few days. It's adorned with colorful yet elegant decorations, perfectly complementing the sophisticated nobles in attendance. As soon as they see Raven's group entering, Count Sirod quickly approaches them with a friendly smile. "How's Luna doing, young Pendragon?" he inquires. Raven responds with a courteous smile. "She's doing very well, thank you. Our internal manager has praised her a lot, and she's performing excellently." Count Sirod bursts into laughter. "I'm glad she's doing what she wants to do," he chuckles, though initially giving the impression of being strict and using his foster daughter. Raven's perception of him changed after some time. After inquiring about Luna, Count Sirod promptly departs without delving further into Raven's plans for this visit to the capital. Raven, in turn, pays little attention to him, as long as he doesn't interfere with his affairs. However, Aaron suddenly appears suspicious, as if she has just grasped something, and she says to Raven, "It seems Count Sirod is trying to match Luna with your brother as well." Raven is taken aback by this revelation and glances at his sister in surprise. Even Lindsay feels uneasy at Aaron's words. Ignoring the awkwardness of her brother and sister-in-law, Aaron cheerfully adds, "I support it. Luna is beautiful, intelligent, and a duchess. Having multiple wives is only natural for a duke." Erin giggles mischievously, glancing over at Lindsay. Isn't that right, Lindsay? Lindsay, though reluctant in her heart, forces herself to smile. Of course, she says. Seeing his sister behave this way, Raven feels irritated. He had thought his and Luna's situation was resolved decisively, but those around him keep bringing up awkward topics. Suddenly, laughter erupts, wild and inappropriate for a place reserved for nobility and royalty. Some young nobles laugh, cry, and create chaos, claiming they've made eye contact with each other, even touching my hand, claiming they feel blessed to be born for this moment. Argos observes the rowdy young men with disdain, muttering, "What's wrong with these fools?" Suddenly, Leon looks towards the corridor and gasps, shouting in surprise. It turns out that the young noblemen are escorting the three newly appeared princesses, acting as if these three princesses are newly descended saints. In the face of the admiration and reverence from the young men, the faces of the three princesses become even more haughty. However, they are not drawn to any of the men in this group. Leon, with his long experience serving the royal family, quickly recognizes the unmistakable court attire. It's Leah, Sylvia, and Elaine, the trio of beauties of the court. With Leon's introduction, the princesses, displaying their royal demeanor, arrogantly enter the scene, radiating regal grace. Erin was amazed at the appearance of the three princesses. Are they the sisters of Princess Ingrid? Raven, on the other hand, looked at the princesses with indifference, seemingly convinced. Their faces indeed bore a striking resemblance. Argos, though not particularly interested in the three princesses, had just prepared to light a cigarette when he was startled, dropping it and calling out to Raven, "Hey, look over there. Those three elegant sisters, they're approaching us," Argos whispered to Raven in a deeply concerned tone. The three princesses stood in a row in front of Raven, almost as if they were synchronized in their actions. They slightly bent their knees and delicately lifted their skirts in a graceful gesture. Their faces exuded excitement as they gazed towards Raven, clearly honored to meet him, the young Pendragon heir. Simultaneously, the faces of all three princesses lit up with eager eyes fixed on Raven, like predators eyeing a delectable prey. Raven felt a sense of panic similar to what he had experienced in a past life when he was left alone amidst enemy lines in the dead of night. It seemed they were targeting him. Lindsay also noticed the hungry gaze of the princesses directed at her husband. However, due to her insecurity about her background and her intimidation by the beauty of the slender royal maidens, she couldn't muster any reaction other than bowing her head shyly and uncomfortably. The three princesses didn't seem to notice Raven's discomfort and continued to press themselves closer to him. "We've heard all about your adventures from Ingrid during our time in Luz," one of them exclaimed. They not only dressed like peacocks but also constantly chattered, much to Raven's growing irritation. "Oh my, you're not just handsome, but also skilled with a sword, even surpassing Prince Ian," another princess remarked. Elaine took advantage of her ample bosom, continually moving closer to Raven. "You possess everything a gentleman could desire," she purred. Except for one suitable companion, all three princesses spoke to Raven in a sweet tone that thinly veiled their disdain for Lindsay. Lindsay was startled and shocked to hear those words, fully understanding that they were directed at her. Despite his lack of romantic experience, Raven was astute enough to understand the intentions of the princesses, who sought to divide and humiliate Lindsay. At that moment, Raven's eyes narrowed and his nose wrinkled in discomfort. He could tolerate the princess's pestering, but insulting his wife was out of the question. Before Raven could say anything, the princesses shifted their focus directly onto Lindsay. "Ah, the lovely wife, Lindsay, isn't it? I've heard about you, a former mate of the Pendragon family," one of them remarked with a mocking tone. The princesses chuckled mockingly, taunting Lindsay. "You must come from quite a wealthy family. Your father must be a knight, or perhaps even a member of the royal court," they jeered. Faced with the predatory gazes of the princesses waiting eagerly for their prey, Lindsay, already feeling insecure, became even more flustered. My father. Though Erin agreed with Raven's multiple betrothals, she couldn't stand to see her sister-in-law humiliated and wanted to step forward to rescue Lindsay from the situation. "These women," she muttered. Both Argos and Leon also felt the urge to intervene and confront these disrespectful women, but they struggled to restrain themselves, as they believed it was inappropriate for men to engage in physical altercations with women. Lindsay was pushed to the brink of tears, her whole body trembling with shock. She choked out each word, "My father, I." At that moment, Raven spoke up on Lindsay's behalf, his voice calm and his expression indifferent as usual. Her father is a farmer, he stated matter-of-factly. The princesses immediately turned to look at Raven with expectant faces. In that moment, they appeared more grotesque than any woman who had ever sought Raven's attention. The princesses' sweet voices continued to pour out, "You truly are a kind-hearted person, Lord Aaron." Meanwhile, Lindsay's chest tightened with sorrow, and she bowed her head in distress. The princesses turned to Raven again with expectant looks. "However, if it's about an ideal companion, isn't it a bit lacking in criteria? That's why she's just a common wife, isn't it?" they remarked casually. Then, all three princesses simultaneously extended their hands adorned with precious rings towards Raven, like a group of trained dancers performing a rehearsed routine. "Please, take a look at them," they urged, "our hands are delicate and flawless." The princesses proudly introduced themselves. "We are symbols of beauty and noble lineage, we are the perfect candidates to be your true wives." Raven interjected their arrogant tone with a mocking one. "Oh, flawless hands, you say?" The princesses looked shocked and stared at Raven as he continued to address them with a sarcastic attitude. Well, fundamentally, the princesses had never worked the fields to ensure seeds for the next day. Nor had they wielded a sword to fight off monsters. They hadn't even sewn clothes for their family and loved ones, or cooked meals for them. The princesses finally realized that something was amiss. Their faces stiffened in response to Raven's taunting remarks, and they were completely at a loss for how to respond. Raven narrowed his eyes at the princesses coldly, even flashing a hint of disdain. "You've never done anything," he stated icily, "so why are you so proud of your hands?" The princesses were both horrified and enraged, wanting to scream but finding their voices caught in their throats. For princesses who had grown up without having to lift a finger, Raven's questions were like a death trap. Raven turned to look at Lindsay with a gentle gaze, completely different from the one he directed at the princesses. She had done all those things and had always supported him. She was the one who worked the hardest for him in silence, never expecting anything in return and never complaining. Even now, and forevermore, Raven's warm words instantly brightened Lindsay's somber face. The princesses' hands trembled as they attempted to grasp Raven's, but he paid them no attention and concluded with a final statement. "I find it difficult to engage with those who hold different views from mine. I apologize." Immediately after, Raven firmly took Lindsay's rough hand without hesitation and led his wife away from the scene. Raven flashed Lindsay a rare gentle smile, causing the admirers of him to envy his devoted wife. With affectionate tone, Raven said to his wife, "Let's go, Lindsay." Lindsay felt most ashamed of her hands, rough and marked with calluses from her days as a maid, but now, seeing Raven not finding fault with her, Lindsay grew more confident and couldn't hide her happiness. She beamed up at Raven, tears of joy welling in her eyes. "Yes, Aaron," she whispered. Aaron let out a relieved sigh at the sight, while Leon and Argos both smiled approvingly at Raven's masculine act of protecting his wife. The princesses, accustomed to getting what they wanted, were rudely rejected and couldn't maintain their composure, bursting into loud sobs on the spot. The young noblemen standing by the princesses immediately criticized Raven. "Hey, how dare you speak to the princesses like that?" Their faces contorted with anger, they reproached Raven, "You've gone too far, Duke Pendragon." After that, they further accused Raven in an absurd manner, with a commoner as his legal wife. "It's unthinkable, a direct insult to the dignity of the noble class of the empire. It's no different from treason against the empire itself." Faced with such baseless accusations, a group of youths even rallied in support. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Leon, witnessing this ridiculous scene, clenched his fist in anger. Just as Prince Ian had said, he has too many enemies, but how could they be so arbitrary towards a duke? Argos also felt uneasy and muttered as he watched the crowd rising in condemnation of Raven. How could each person in that crowd be so despicable and repugnant? Aaron, seeing Raven accused, immediately felt flustered and said, "I'm sorry, Aaron." Raven disregarded those noble fools and kindly comforted her. "It's all right, don't mind them, let's go." As Raven was about to leave, Duke Orangus appeared with a sneering smile. "Oh ho," he chuckled, "the crowd is quite enthusiastic, isn't it?" The young nobles, upon seeing Duke Orangus, immediately froze in place and fell silent. Raven was also taken aback, not expecting to encounter his enemy at such an early moment. Duke Oranges strolled casually towards the tumultuous crowd, and the space around him became so quiet that only the sound of his footsteps could be heard. The young nobles, previously in disarray, stood frozen like statues, while Raven alone could boldly face Duke Oranges without any deference. The young nobles trembled and stared at the emblem pinned to Duke Oranges's chest, swallowing hard in fear. Ah, that's it. Even Leon was astonished, his eyes widening. He had never encountered Duke Oranges before. During his service in the royal palace, Duke Oranges had never visited. Only Raven knew that the person standing opposite him was the cunning and powerful enemy, the Sea Dragon King. The belated and almost screaming greetings from the trembling young nobles sounded more like cries forced out of their mouths. Duke Oranges chuckled falsely, with a seemingly friendly demeanor. "We are all under the protection of the Emperor, so please sheath your swords." The nobles dared not murmur another word, although no one was armed with swords there, but everyone understood Duke Oranges's reminder through his fiery gaze. The young noble crowd, in turmoil, froze in place like statues. Only Raven alone could boldly confront Duke Oranges without any hesitation. The nobles trembled, their eyes fixed on the emblem pinned to Duke Oranges's chest, swallowing hard in fear. Ah, there it was. The late greetings sounded more like screams finally pouring out of the trembling noble crowd. Duke Oranges. Duke Oranges chuckled with a fake friendly intolerant expression. "We are all under the protection of the Emperor, so please sheath your swords." The nobles dared not utter a word, even though none of them were armed with swords, yet, everyone understood Duke Oranges's reminder through his fiery gaze. Seeing the menacing look in Duke Oranges's eyes, the young noble crowd visibly trembled like lambs encountering a wolf. The aura of hostility he emitted also made Raven wary. He immediately stepped forward to shield Lindsay, alleviating her fear. Duke Oranges stepped forward towards the nobles and unexpectedly spoke up to defend Raven, stating that his choice of companions was not something they could meddle in. He locked eyes with one of the nobles and cautioned him, emphasizing that the independence of each noble family was a crucial pillar of high society. They should be aware of that. The trembling feet of the noble crowd gradually dispersed, their hurried steps restrained by their fear, each stride heavy as if burdened by chains. Duke Oranges smiled contentedly as he watched the young nobles obediently comply, their shoulders slumping, their posture submissive, a stark contrast to their earlier arrogance, now completely devoid of the airs of the upper class. After dismissing the troublemakers who had confronted Raven, Duke Oranges calmly approached him as if to establish a friendly relationship. Raven, however, had no intention of avoiding him. Instead, he remained vigilant, furrowing his brows as he observed Duke Oranges, trying to decipher his intentions. Of course, someone who consistently opposed Raven wouldn't suddenly offer assistance. Duke Oranges responded to Raven's scrutinizing gaze with a calm smile, but there was a hint of provocation gleaming in his eyes. While Raven and Duke Oranges engaged in a silent confrontation through their gazes, the other nobles had gathered around them, displaying both surprise and curiosity. Most of the young nobles focused their attention on Duke Oranges, feeling intimidated by his authority while also cautiously trying to discern the purpose of his presence this time. The nobles whispered among themselves about Duke Oranges. Currently, he had delegated all the affairs in the south to his eldest son, Origo, and hardly made any public appearances in any events, large or small. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Duke Oranges's appearance in the capital at this time was seen as if he wanted to declare his return to the political arena. Several minutes passed, but Duke Oranges continued to stare at Raven with an arrogant and provocative attitude, his gaze filled with smugness. The more Raven looked, the more uncomfortable he felt with that challenging gaze, but he could only grit his teeth and endure it. After a while of provocation, Duke Oranges began to grow visibly annoyed as he couldn't stir Raven's emotions as much as he had hoped. However, Duke Oranges quickly regained composure, masking his frustration with a radiant, friendly smile that reached even his eyes, albeit just for a fleeting moment. Seeing Raven had no intention of initiating a conversation, Duke Oranges took the initiative to be friendly, commenting, "She's indeed a lovely wife, Lady Pendragon." Raven remained silent, prompting Duke Oranges to divert his gaze to another target beside him. "And this must be your sister, isn't she? You two resemble each other greatly." Aaron, feeling flustered, managed only a forced smile in response. Duke Oranges was still smiling amiably, but when he glanced back at Aaron, his gaze unexpectedly sharpened, focusing on the two individuals escorting her. Just a glance was enough to tell they were incredibly powerful warriors. Duke Oranges's intense gaze made Argos feel his ill intentions clear, prompting him to respond with a fierce glare. Meanwhile, Raven silently observed Duke Oranges all this while, not only pondering his intentions but also hesitating on how to respond to his fake friendliness. In the end, Raven decided to respond with a similar fake amiability. He inclined his body slightly, with his arm placed across his chest in a polite gesture, greeting Duke Oranges. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Duke Oranges." Duke Oranges clicked his tongue as he looked towards the nobles surrounding them, clearly showing his support for Raven. Troublesome lot, aren't they? Ignoring the displeasure of some nobles for being criticized, Duke Oranges casually exposed them, focusing solely on titles and wealth, akin to commoners blinded by money. Facing Raven's intense gaze, Duke Oranges expressed sympathetic understanding. "I've had my fair share of dealing with them too, especially due to matters involving family and my son." Raven seized the opportunity to inquire about Duke Oranges's son's desire to become a pirate, expressing regret that he was a co-conspirator and had been involved in such matters. Duke Oranges immediately feigned innocence, looking at Raven with a bewildered expression. "A pirate? I'm not quite sure what you're referring to." Then, he dramatically shifted his performance, adopting a tone of astonishment mixed with high interest. "But an orc pirate, now that's an intriguing idea. Really, Raven, you have quite the imagination." It was evident that Duke Oranges had guessed Raven's intention to see how he would react when suspected of being linked to Tolio Oranges. Duke Oranges grew more enthusiastic as he spoke, emphasizing the potential of combining human intelligence with orc strength, suggesting they could become the world's most powerful warriors. After highlighting the superiority of half-orcs over humans for a moment, Duke Oranges subtly glanced at Raven with heightened vigilance towards someone who could defeat his half-orc son. Once again, Raven remained silent in the face of the implicit challenge to his strength. In this moment, he could affirm that Duke Oranges was a cunning fox not easily dealt with. Afterward, Duke Oranges turned to leave, but he suddenly stopped and decided to deliver one final provocation. "Back when I was a young noble, I began to question the workings of the empire." Duke Oranges tightened his grip on his hand, displaying his authority. "This should be a place where any race or lineage could rise to the top if they surpass others." After giving Raven some time to ponder his words, Duke Oranges turned back, giving him a sly look and a mischievous smile. "Do you agree with me?" A cold wind blew as Duke Oranges's desire to change the power structure became overt. He aimed to challenge Raven while asserting his dominance over him. Raven saw through Duke Oranges's fervent ambition for power and became more determined to completely crush him. If not only would House Pendragon be destroyed, but the entire kingdom would also live under the tyranny of such ruthless power manipulation. Then, Raven chuckled in response to Duke Oranges's provocation, displaying confidence in himself. "In a society where the most capable would stand at the pinnacle," his words echoed, challenging Duke Oranges's oppressive authority. Duke Oranges discerned Raven's underlying question, indicating his lack of support for that perspective. In other words, he didn't endorse the notion of a meritocratic society, confident that he surpassed Raven and could overthrow him. Nevertheless, he maintained his mischievous smile, glancing up at the statue before him. Duke Oranges looked up at the statue of the knight riding a lion, symbolizing royal authority, and mocked both the royal family and House Pendragon. "An old, rusty sword, and rusted iron, can't slay a dragon." Clearly, Duke Oranges viewed House Pendragon as nothing more than an antiquated sword. He was also confident that royal authority, weakened alongside a rusty sword, couldn't contend with the power and wealth he held. After issuing his final challenge to Raven, Duke Oranges courteously inclined his body in farewell, stating, "That's all I have to say." As Duke Oranges departed, the gaze of all the nobles continued to follow his footsteps, highlighting the concentration of power and status held by the Oranges family in stark contrast to Pendragon. Aaron and Lindsay didn't fully grasp the implications of Duke Oranges's words, but they couldn't deny his overwhelming authority when facing Raven. He was the absolute ruler of the Southern Territory, and the imposing aura he exuded left a lasting impression. When Duke Oranges departed, Leon could finally release the heaviness in his chest, with drops of fear-induced sweat still clinging to his face. From the outset, the Oranges family had been regarded as kings ruling over the southern region. This meant their roots were entirely different from the noble families and subjects of the first emperor. Thus, although he held only the title of duke, his power in the shadows rivaled that of the monarch. Although Leon had lived in the palace for a long time, this was the first time he had seen Duke Oranges with his own eyes. It also meant that he had never had to bow under royal authority and participate in relationship-building events like other nobles. While everyone else was focused on admiring Duke Oranges's majesty, Raven couldn't help but feel that he was truly someone not to be trifled with. He also began to worry about his plan to overthrow him, wondering if it would go smoothly or not. At this moment, only one person noticed the concern in Raven's eyes. Argos approached him and raised his fist. "You can handle everything with this, lad." Raven looked back at Argos's fist, skeptical. He couldn't understand why he would say such a thing. Was he suggesting to resort to physical violence against such a cunning old fox? Argos cleared his throat to explain to Raven, "When he converses with you, no matter how intimidating we appear, he won't react at all, not even a flicker in his eyes. It indicates he's been through countless dreadful experiences and battles. Using violence is the only way to effectively intimidate someone who is so confident in their fighting abilities." Argos tightened his fist again to emphasize that only through violence could one truly subdue such a confident combatant. Leon, noticing Argos's ominous demeanor, quickly intervened. "Master, please refrain from causing any more disturbance, especially while we're within the palace walls." Argos chuckled, his tone patronizing. "This fool here, wherever there's a warrior, there's a battlefield." After listening to Argos's advice, Raven carefully reconsidered Duke Oranges and his chances of winning if he were to confront him. In terms of combat strength, Duke Oranges was the father of the monstrous Tolio Oranges, meaning his power could potentially surpass even that of his half-orc son. Furthermore, Duke Oranges was the mastermind behind the plot to assassinate the prince, a scheme intricate and treacherous, showcasing his cunning and devious nature. Upon careful consideration, Duke Oranges might indeed have the upper hand over Raven in terms of both strength and cunning. However, Raven remained steadfast and resolute when he thought about how Duke Oranges was the mastermind behind the downfall of the Vault family, pushing him into the abyss. Just recalling that painful past filled Raven with utmost hatred, but it also fueled his determination to overthrow Duke Oranges. In an instant, a blaze of green fire erupted in Raven's eyes, the dragon's wrath mingling with the fiery rage in his heart. "Today," he declared, "I will expose all your sins." After the commotion subsided, the nobles quickly returned to the atmosphere of graceful feasting and networking. At this moment, Duke Oranges stood outside the banquet hall, looking at the ordinary nobles with a half-smirk. He muttered to his associates, "Just as I thought. You are truly smarter than all these nobles here." Duke Oranges lightly swirled the wine glass in his hand, with an air of satisfaction as he praised his comrade's plan. Right after that, Duke Oranges's accomplice appeared, and it wasn't surprising that it was none other than the elderly Lord of Luz, Count Segunda. When Count Segunda was praised, he immediately smirked arrogantly. "Of course, Your Grace." Count Segunda narrowed his eyes with a sly smile. "Because you stood up to speak on my behalf and then left with such amiability, it will be difficult for anyone to detect your opposition to that white worm." Duke Oranges glanced at Count Segunda with a mischievous gleam in his eye and agreed with the cunning plan of his ally. As long as no one sensed his hostility towards Raven and the Pendragon family, all accusations would be shaken. With a sinister smile, Duke Oranges reminded Count Segunda, "To achieve our ambitions, we have a task to accomplish today." Then, Duke Oranges raised his wine glass high towards the royal palace and gave it a gentle shake. As the wine in the glass shimmered strongly under the sunlight, he suddenly poured it onto the ground. Duke Oranges's action startled Count Segunda, who couldn't understand why he would perform such a ritualistic gesture right in front of the royal palace. At that moment, Duke Oranges emphasized the task to Count Segunda, indicating that he would have to disappear, along with Ruv Tylan. Before he could have an audience with the Emperor, Duke Oranges crushed the wine glass in his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared towards the royal palace. The last glass fell to the ground, shattered, almost like an assertion of Duke Oranges's determination to shatter Raven's plan at any cost. Count Segunda couldn't help but feel alarmed by such a blatant challenge to the royal family in such a public setting. However, Duke Oranges seemed unconcerned about the possibility of someone witnessing it, displaying a level of confidence bordering on arrogance. After a brief moment of surprise, Count Segunda quickly expressed his wholehearted support for Duke Oranges's intentions. "I will take care of it." Count Segunda grinned with satisfaction as he reported on the progress of their plan. "We have assassins deployed all along the routes leading from the Duke's territory to the imperial capital." The more Count Segunda spoke, the more excited he became, especially regarding the actions of that white worm in Dissect. And even in Alice, the aristocracy was growing increasingly dissatisfied with him. Count Segunda chuckled gleefully at the thought of Raven's righteous actions against the previously venomous high-ranking nobles turning into a sword against him. The rumors spreading from Dissect and Alice had helped Raven garner the support of the common people. However, on the flip side, not only the nobility in those two regions but also many influential families across the empire had developed animosity towards Raven. Naturally, they had become allies of Count Segunda. Count Segunda grinned triumphantly as he recounted the high-ranking nobles he had managed to sway, including the heir of one of the largest territories in the empire, Jaime Roxon, who was no less influential than the ruler of Alice. "And even the Bear Duke of the Lindegor family seems to be inclined to cooperate with us now." Count Segunda chuckled gleefully, his excitement palpable as he felt victory within his grasp. Duke Oranges, upon hearing Count Segunda's revelation that he had managed to garner the support of a major noble family like Lindegor, couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh, even the Lindegor family," he exclaimed. Count Segunda eagerly voiced his speculation. "Yes, they seem rather indifferent towards the heir of the Pendragon family, though it's only speculation, their tone is quite decisive." The slight uncertainty in Count Segunda's words left Duke Oranges somewhat uneasy, prompting him to carefully reconsider the potential of this relationship. However, it didn't take long for Duke Oranges to dismiss his concerns about it, as it wouldn't significantly affect the ultimate outcome of the plan. Thus, he smiled and praised Count Segunda. "Indeed, you always impress me with your networking skills." Duke Oranges nodded and said to Count Segunda, "You always manage to impress me with your connections." Count Segunda chuckled boastfully. That white worm is surrounded by enemies throughout this palace." Duke Oranges smiled courteously as he presented a ring adorned with an amethyst to Count Segunda. "We are very grateful, my ally." Count Segunda, even more excited, immediately presented a ring on his hand, identical in color and shape. "Yes, your grace." Then, the two rings touched, glowing brightly as if it were a ritual unique to these two individuals to affirm the tight alliance between them. Not long after, in the Golden Lion Hall, a vast space adorned with dozens of elegant golden chandeliers, illuminated the Grand Hall as if it were daytime. Along with the White Hall, the Golden Lion Hall was considered one of the most magnificent venues in the royal castle, displaying its resplendent grandeur, packed with noble men and women. Hundreds of nobles stood in groups of 2 or 3, chatting while the court orchestra played graceful melodies. The higher-ranking nobles, including those from the most prestigious lordly families, stood near the red carpet laid out in the middle of the Golden Lion Hall. At that moment, the serene melody gradually subsided, giving way to a magnificent tune. It was a song recounting the founding story of the empire by the first Emperor Aragon. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned towards the center of the hall as the solemn announcement echoed over the music. It was time for the bestowing of titles of the empire, the grand ceremony, to begin. The attendants waited eagerly at the entrance of the assembly hall, their eyes collectively turning towards the tightly closed doors as the introduction resounded. "Please welcome the 5 great dukes." The ruler of the south, Sea Dragon Duke, Duke Oranges, with the solemn announcement, the doors of the assembly hall slowly opened. Leading Duke Oranges's entourage was the warrior Valvas. In his hands, Valvas held a black and green flag, with the bold emblem of the Sea Dragon Duke at its center. The flag waved proudly amidst the majestic music. Duke Oranges stepped into the Golden Lion Hall for the first time in many years, dressed in a black and green outfit that exuded an icy demeanor. He walked with a regal and imposing demeanor, his arrogant smile portraying dominance rather than humility. As Duke Oranges's entourage made their way across the red carpet of the Golden Lion Hall, all eyes remained fixed on him. Most of the nobles viewed his appearance with a mixture of awe and fear. Count Sirod couldn't help but feel apprehensive and intimidated by Duke Oranges's cold and imposing aura. So, he was the head of the 5 great dukes, the Sea Dragon Duke. However, in the eyes of noblewomen like Countess Sandra, Duke Oranges appeared dashing and captivating, impossible to look away from. Countess Sandra exclaimed in admiration, echoing the sentiments of other noblewomen. Amidst those mysterious and aloof knights, he exudes the aura of an emperor. Then, the solemn announcement reverberated throughout the hall, heralding the arrival of the bloodline of the empire, those blessed by the angels. Immediately, a green flag was raised, honoring the symbol of a dual-wielding angel. The Grand Duke Lindegor, with a dignified introduction, appeared with a stern countenance. His rugged features betrayed no emotion whatsoever. With his impassive face, Duke Lindegor strode into the Golden Lion Hall, towering proudly like a mountain capable of movement. Each step he took conveyed a sense of gravity, even though he gently placed his heel on the floor. Count Sirod was taken aback by Duke Lindegor's imposing figure, muttering, he's so tall, like a bear." Countess Sandra, curious, asked him, "So, what about being blessed by the angels?" Count Sirod pondered for a moment before replying, "It is said that they have the ability to grant wishes." Countess Sandra was immediately intrigued. "Really, how does that work?" Count Sirod couldn't provide a clear explanation as it was a secret of the Lindegor family. He could only describe it through examples. For centuries, they have never failed on the battlefield, and the heads of their family surely live long lives. As Duke Lindegor reached his designated position, a voice from outside the door resounded, "And now, the one who has risen to lead the trend in high society in the past year." The young duke had forged a pact with the White Dragon, Duke Pendragon. Leon proudly waved a bright red flag adorned with the shimmering symbol of the White Dragon. In contrast to the grandeur of Duke Lindegor, low murmurs of admiration echoed throughout as the young duke, the central figure of various rumors, finally revealed himself before the countless nobles gathered at the heart of the empire. Raven walked upon the red carpet with a determined gaze, his unique spirit and noble demeanor evident through his deep blue eyes and composed, confident strides. His mere presence was enough to captivate the admiration of all the nobles. In an instant, hundreds of pairs of eyes, regardless of age, lit up. While there were many powerful knights in the empire, most of them were large and imposing. Raven, on the other hand, had triumphed in every battle he had fought in. Despite his elegant and refined appearance, he was the perfect knight in every woman's dreams, akin to a prince on a white steed. However, not everyone looked upon the Pendragon delegation with friendly eyes. A significant number of nobles appeared uncomfortable and displeased as they glanced at Raven. Some even sneered or openly mocked. "So that's the hero of Luz, Aaron Pendragon, as the rumors say. He still looks quite young, doesn't he? I heard he's only 17. Meanwhile, Count Segunda gazed at Raven with evident hostility, his imposing demeanor causing a sense of unease and apprehension, prompting him to nervously bite his nails, an uncouth action for a noble standing in the royal palace. On the other hand, Jaime Roxon, leading the group of nobles allied with Count Segunda, arrogantly looked down upon Raven, displaying disdain in his gaze. He seemed oblivious to the fact that the person he was about to confront was entirely different from the youthful and elegant appearance he presented. A voice echoed from outside the door, accompanied by the increasing volume of the music once again, and finally, the rulers of the empire, the Aragon royal family, in all their glory, entered. The first to step in was Prince Ian. With the grand choir and majestic music, dozens of royal members emerged, including princes vying for the throne and unmarried princesses, each group displaying different moods. Ian and Ingrid exuded confidence and pride, their radiant smiles fitting the royal standards as they surveyed the Golden Lion Hall, a distant greeting to express their interest in the nobility. Meanwhile, Leah, Sylvia, and Elaine, the trio of beauties of the royal court, seemed to have lost their usual dignity. Since being bluntly rejected by Raven, they no longer displayed their arrogant demeanor. As for the other princes, who were the sons of the king's concubines, they all showed similar expressions. They had identical stature and attire, and their expressions were nothing more than faint smiles, the most significant difference being their hairstyles. Even though Raven was acquainted with half of the princes and princesses, he couldn't help but marvel at how difficult it was to distinguish them if not for their differing personalities. Ian, those three little fools, Ingrid, and the rest, all their facial features seemed identical. Raven's indifferent gaze quickly turned into astonishment as he looked at the last person walking among the group of princes. The introductions of Ian, Ingrid, and the three arrogant princesses seemed like mere background noise to Raven, something he paid no attention to. It was only when the introduction of the last prince resonated that he snapped out of his reverie, the son of the Lady Earl Ellen of Sisek. Raven's gaze fixated on the young man introduced as Pendragon, a slender prince who walked with composure and left a calm impression. Pendragon seemed even quieter compared to Ian, and indeed all the other princes. His unusual calmness at such a young age stood out starkly. He didn't even make an effort to smile casually like the other princes. Raven couldn't take his eyes off Pendragon because of the remarkable initial impression he left. Moreover, there was something even more important that kept him staring. It was because Raven recalled the prince who had become the emperor in his previous life. The one who could win the war for the throne, surpassing even the most formidable contenders like Ian and ascending to the golden throne, was indeed Pendragon. The seats reserved for the royal family were not too far from the position designated for the Duke Pendragon. Therefore, Pendragon approached closer to where Raven was, giving him the opportunity to observe him more closely. Due to recalling information from her past life, Raven's first impression of Pendragon was immediately juxtaposed with Ian. If Ian could be seen as eccentric and passionate, then this person resembled water more, a tranquil stream like a serene lake. As Raven contemplated the information from his previous life, his initial impression of Pendragon was immediately framed in comparison to Ian. If Ian could be considered eccentric and fiery, then this individual was more like water, a tranquil stream akin to a serene lake. Even as Pendragon drew closer, Raven continued to scrutinize him, pondering his age. Was he 15 or maybe 14? As if sensing Raven's gaze, Pendragon suddenly slowed his steps. In that brief pause, he cast a quick glance at Raven. The serene atmosphere that surrounded Pendragon just moments ago vanished completely. He seemed to undergo a significant change in the blink of an eye, his eyes slightly trembling, and a subtle yet unmistakable hostility emanated from him. As their eyes met, Raven felt a hint of surprise. Despite the outward calmness of Pendragon's dark brown eyes, Raven's intuition whispered otherwise. It seemed like he was somewhat eager to meet Raven but also afraid to confront him, hence the swift avoidance of eye contact. Feeling the puzzling sense of undefined enmity in Pendragon's eyes, Raven found himself unable to look away from him. However, Pendragon quickly returned to his calm demeanor and continued walking. At that moment, the announcer outside the door broke into a radiant smile, welcoming the most important figure of all, the supreme ruler of the Aragon Empire, the one who stood above all noble families, the Emperor of Emperors, Emperor Aragon. The Golden Lion Hall fell silent instantly, with only the solemn melodies of the royal choir resounding louder. All the nobles turned their gaze towards the door in a solemn posture. With everyone poised in solemnity and ready with friendly smiles to welcome the king, their demeanor towards the ruler of the kingdom naturally had to be one of absolute reverence. The grand sound of drums reverberated smoothly throughout the palace as the emperor was escorted by Count Granite and the Golden Knights, the most loyal and formidable guards in the royal army. Count Granite even exuded more confidence and authority than when he was in the training yard, his gleaming golden armor further accentuating his status. Raven had now shifted his gaze away from Pendragon, but he looked at Count Granite, the leader of the royal knights, with a detached demeanor, feeling somewhat surprised by the grandeur of the escorting procession. More importantly, Raven was only anxious to meet the emperor himself to see what kind of person he was, allowing the nobles from Sisek and Alice to behave so arrogantly. When the emperor appeared, Raven's expression was even more astonished than when he saw Pendragon. When the sound of drums replaced the continuous echoing music, shaking the heavens and the earth, the emperor walked in with hands full of calluses gripping a scepter adorned with jade and gold. The emperor had a weathered face, with his cheeks drawn in, accentuating his long, graying beard. His demeanor as he walked was slow and deliberate, yet without any tremor. It seemed as though he needed the staff for support, yet he did not truly rely on it. Even though his stooped posture might appear frail, he still exuded the aura of a king. The most striking feature was the deep-set, dark-circled eyes of the emperor. Despite the toll they had taken on his face, his regal presence seemed to still emanate and envelop the entire palace. Standing amidst the granite counts and royal knights, the emperor appeared even smaller. His presence, while not as robust as the dukes or princes, shattered the rumors that had spread through the royal castle since the prince fell ill, that the emperor's health was in dire straits, or that he was isolating himself due to shock. Raven knew nothing of these rumors or the circumstances within the royal castle. He simply deduced, as a warrior observing the emperor with awe, that this was indeed the king of the kingdom of Aragon. An old man with a hollowed-out body like this, thought Raven, yet, to him, the emperor still exuded the demeanor of a king, the head of the royal family. However, it seemed he should be a former king rather than a reigning emperor. This frailty also cast doubt on his current ability to rule. After the emperor ascended the golden throne, the audience began. Jaime Roxon stepped forward and solemnly introduced himself as the heir of the Roxon territory, Jaime Roxon. "May I have the audience of your majesty," he said with great respect, his greeting echoing throughout the hall. It felt as though Jaime Roxon feared the emperor's weakness to the extent that he needed to shout to ensure he was heard. Afterwards, everyone waited for the emperor's response, but he remained silent, his facial expression unchanged. More than a minute passed. For Jaime Roxon, it was his first audience with the emperor, a moment of great significance and tension. With each passing moment, the anticipation of the emperor's words grew heavier on Jaime Roxon. He began to suspect whether he had spoken too softly or unintentionally offended him. After 3 minutes, Jaime Roxon hesitantly opened his mouth again, but his anxiety caused him to speak softly and even stutter. However, Count Granite stepped forward, cutting Jaime Roxon off mid-sentence. Count Granite calmly spoke on behalf of the emperor, acknowledging Jaime Roxon as the heir of the Roxon family and granting him the title of count. Jaime Roxon stood stunned, involuntarily stepping back. He looked at Count Granite with a perplexed gaze. Count Granite continued speaking with unwavering determination. "That is what His Majesty has decreed." Jaime Roxon, though shocked and bewildered for a moment, eventually managed to utter words of gratitude in accordance with proper etiquette. "Your Majesty, I humbly thank you." The people in the Golden Lion Hall were all bewildered. Although they were not in Jaime Roxon's situation, they shared the same sense of confusion. Only Raven's face contorted with discomfort, feeling the king's weakness too apparent. Subsequently, other nobles on the peerage list stepped forward, and Count Granite repeated the same proclamation on behalf of the emperor. Count Granite continued to read out the titles and appointments bestowed upon the nobles as if reciting from a list etched into his mind. "Charles Viscount, you are appointed as Marquis," he declared, his voice resounding through the hall. The nobles stepped forward one by one, each meeting the emperor in turn, yet he remained silent, unmoving, and unchanged in expression throughout. Only Count Granite's voice echoed. The emperor's actions began to unsettle the nobles, and the atmosphere in the Golden Lion Hall quickly soured. The joy of the emperor's long-awaited appearance vanished entirely, replaced by dissatisfaction and confusion. Those who found pleasure in the emperor's demeanor were primarily among Count Segunda's faction. Even Jaime Roxon dared to mock, muttering, "He's merely a figurehead." The saddest at this moment were Ian's two siblings. The perpetual smile on their lips disappeared. They understood their father's condition better than anyone else but were powerless to help him. On the other side, Duke Orangus quietly observed the emperor with cold eyes. He showed neither surprise nor joy. In his eyes, the emperor's health or weakness had no bearing on his plans. Erin couldn't contain her curiosity and asked Leon softly, Does he always act like this?" Leon, feeling a bit flustered, nodded. "Yes," he replied, "for the past few years, the king has been declining. Since then, I haven't heard a word from him." Leon paused for a moment, pondering, then remembered, "I've heard it's due to illness and old age, but the truth remains a mystery." Raven listened silently, absorbing the information and continuing to speculate about the emperor's mental state. As Raven pondered further, he became increasingly doubtful of the emperor's discernment. The reason for the Vault family's destruction was a false accusation of treason, but that was deception. Ultimately, Raven's suspicions turned into a feeling of indignation and blame towards the emperor. If only he could see through those lies, if only he could control the noble's arrogance. If only he had the will to do so, then the people of Sisek would not be in this situation. And Alice, too, did not fall into such a tragic situation. This kingdom has decayed to its core, and the man responsible for it all is the one sitting on the throne. Raven stared at the emperor with eyes full of anger and resentment. In this moment, a fire of indignation blazed in Raven's heart. He immediately reminded himself of the declaration he had made not long before setting foot in the capital. It was when Raven confronted the arrogant Lord of Alice and declared that defending a commoner against nobility like Argos was no different from treason. Raven responded to Count Louv's challenge with the statement, "If that's the case, then I have no choice but to stand against the Empire myself. Returning to reality, it was finally Raven's turn to approach the Emperor. The eyes of hundreds of officials and nobles were fixed on him, but he paid them no mind, his gaze was firmly fixed on the Emperor. At this moment, Raven's heart was filled with complex emotions. He, who was originally just a lowly squire's bastard child, now had the opportunity to face the ruler of the vast empire, the one he had longed to meet to clear the name of the Vault family. But now, it seemed that the person Raven had pinned his hopes on was merely a powerless figurehead. Standing before the Emperor, Raven felt a wave of disappointment. If he was nothing more than a puppet, would exposing Duke Orangeus's crimes have any effect? Could the kingdom change under the rule of such a powerless figure? After a while, Raven pushed aside his doubts and followed the protocol. Aaron Pendragon, heir of the Pendragon family, requests an audience with your majesty. Suddenly, at this moment, the Emperor, who had been sitting silently all this time, moved. He placed his hands on the sides of the golden throne and, with a gentle push, silently rose from the throne to the astonishment of everyone present, even catching Duke Granite off guard as if he had not anticipated this. The Emperor even walked without needing his staff, and evidently, his path led straight to Raven. Countless high-ranking nobles of the Empire opened their eyes wide in astonishment at their Emperor, as if his ability to walk without the aid of his staff was something highly unusual. The greatest shock was visible in Raven's eyes. All his prior speculations about a powerless king quickly shattered. The Emperor's previously indifferent, deep-set eyes suddenly flared with sharp, primal intensity, resembling those of a wild beast. Raven suddenly felt suffocated, as if a lion spirit had immediately surged forth from the Emperor and enveloped Raven like a spider's web. The ruler's aura nearly forced Raven to kneel before the overwhelming pressure binding his body. Raven involuntarily stepped back, startled by the Emperor's imposing aura. Not only him, but Count Granite, who closely followed the Emperor, was also taken aback. The two brothers, Ian, were next to feel alarmed by the overwhelming wrath of the Emperor. It had been a long time since they had witnessed such a powerful outburst of the ruler's wrath. The nobles below, who had just scorned the Emperor, were now terrified to the same degree. Groans echoed throughout the Golden Lion Hall as the ruler's wrath oppressed the entire space. In the vast hall filled with hundreds of people, only Duke Orangeus remained unfazed by the Emperor's wrath, smiling faintly as if he had anticipated this. Raven, horrified, received the terrifying surge of wrath pressing down on him. Could this be the ruler's inner wrath within the Emperor? The oppressive force was so intense that Raven's knee almost touched the floor. The ruler's wrath was even stronger than Ian's, no, at least twice as powerful. Looking at the Emperor still emanating the raging wrath of a ruler with no signs of stopping, Raven couldn't help but feel incredulous. He never expected such fury to come from an old man with a frail body. Sweat began to trickle down Raven's forehead as he pondered whether he should respond by unleashing the dragon's wrath himself. Just as Raven resolutely lifted his head to meet the Emperor's gaze and prepared to confront him, his instinct told him that it might not be the right course of action. By this time, Raven finally had the opportunity to gaze deeply into the Emperor's downcast eyes, only to discover a sincere sense of expectation and anticipation hidden within them. Raven briefly startled at the gentle gaze of the Emperor, completely contrasting with the oppressive, aggressive spirit that seemed intent on crushing him. In a fleeting moment, Raven recalled Isla's words during their martial arts training, urging him not only to confront opponents head-on but also to know how to reconcile, yet still stand firm. Raven tilted his head in surprise, contemplating Isla's advice. Reconciliation, huh? Isla nodded firmly. Yes, reconcile with them, and go with the flow. Following Isla's guidance, Raven no longer attempted to resist the pressure from the ruler's anger. Instead, he stood his ground, extending his arms and relaxing his body, accepting the constraints of the Emperor's fury. Afterward, the dragon's fury from Raven gently flowed out and streamed toward the Emperor like a soft water current. The two streams of anger didn't annihilate each other but began to intermingle. At the same time, Count Granite noticed that the ruler's anger was diminishing, the pressure significantly easing. What's happening, Your Majesty, your anger? As for Ian, who had previously unleashed the ruler's anger before Raven and had it directly extinguished by the dragon's fury, he too was amazed, rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. The fury of the dragon and the anger of the ruler intertwined peacefully, without even the slightest sense of rivalry between them. Finally, the green flames from the dragon's fury melded with the golden hue from the ruler's anger, blending together as one and rising up together. Raven stood confidently facing the emperor, no longer oppressed by his anger. The fury of both seemed to support each other, making each other larger and more powerful. Raven gazed at the emperor with steadfast eyes and a solid demeanor, akin to a rock. Meanwhile, the emperor's beard subtly trembled, a faint smile hidden beneath the neatly groomed facial hair, and the light in his eyes softened. Then, the two powerful streams of anger simultaneously receded as if nothing had ever happened. By this point, Duke Oranges could no longer maintain his arrogant smile. His intuition warned him that the harmony between the emperor and Raven's fury would pose a serious threat to his ultimate purpose later on. The entire hall was stunned and sweat-drenched, as the anticipated explosion of fury didn't occur. Only Gufly Aragon's face remained serene, like a calm lake, leaving others unable to guess his thoughts. The emperor smiled and said to Raven, "I have been waiting for you, someone like you." The Duke of Pendragon. Finally, the emperor's smile became evident, and a ray of hope shone in his eyes as he officially recognized Raven's title. His gentle demeanor now starkly contrasted with his usual indifferent appearance, to the point where people wondered if he was a wax figure. The emperor calling Raven the Duke of Pendragon made him feel overwhelmed. On paper, he was merely the heir, not officially recognized as holding the title himself. Thus, he realized the emperor's words held significant implications. Count Granite was also astonished by the emperor's statement. He turned to look at the emperor, momentarily bewildered, as if unable to believe his ears. But at this moment, the emperor's earlier imposing demeanor had vanished. He slumped tiredly onto his golden throne and fell into silence. Count Granite immediately stepped in on behalf of the emperor, making a declaration. Aaron, Pendragon, I acknowledge you as the heir of the Pendragon family, and I grant you the title of Duke. Meanwhile, the emperor's words still resonated deeply in Raven's mind, reigniting his hope in fighting for the emperor rather than against him. Raven's eyes trembled uncontrollably for the first time, unable to contain his emotions. The emperor's voice seemed to echo in everyone's ears, stirring them up, and their stunned gazes were fixed on Raven. Raven stood in astonishment for a while longer, the surprise still not subsiding. He realized he had misjudged the emperor, and the sudden change in him made Raven feel like it was all a dream. The nobles below were still in disbelief, and Count Sirod even muttered under his breath, unable to believe that the king they had seen just moments ago still possessed such powerful fury. The Duke of Oranges regained his composure and smirked mischievously. Seems like an old lion is still a lion, isn't it? It took Raven some time to regain his mental stability. He inclined his body to express his sincere gratitude to the emperor. However, Count Granite remained perplexed and still amazed by Raven. As someone who had been closely associated with the emperor for a long time, Count Granite knew well the overpowering fury of the emperor, capable of dominating anyone, even seasoned warriors. But now, that same fury seemed unable to threaten or intimidate a young man like Raven. Raven's actions weren't merely going with the flow of the emperor's fury. He also harmonized the dragon's fury with the ruler's anger to stand firm with dignity. In strength, there was flexibility, and in flexibility, there was strength, creating a balance. This was something not everyone could achieve. That's why Count Granite felt a lump in his throat when he looked at Raven. Despite having directly confronted him before, he never expected Raven to be capable of such mastery. Seeing things seemingly going well for Raven, Ian finally let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but admire Raven's courage and keenness. As Raven gracefully departed from the central area, the Duke of Oranges's eyes, for the first time, regarded him with heightened vigilance. He truly saw him as a worthy adversary, Aaron Pendragon, someone we must be more wary of when dealing with. Meanwhile, Count Segunda seethed with rage, his teeth gnashing furiously. It felt like he had already lost a few teeth, and more were about to be knocked out. Count Segunda erupted in anger, his voice laced with venom. Enjoy it while you can, you white maggot, because after tonight's banquet, your life will come to an end. As Raven returned to the Pendragon domain, everyone in the entourage congratulated him with radiant smiles and tears of joy. With the ceremony for the bestowal of the title concluded, the celebratory feast immediately commenced. More than 100 couples danced hand in hand, gracefully swaying to the music as if colorful petals were swirling around them. Ingrid approached Raven, a blush tinting her cheeks, and invited him, "Lord Aaron, would you please be my dance partner?" Raven looked at Ingrid with a hesitant gaze, unsure whether he should straightforwardly refuse to extinguish the budding flame of love still flickering in her heart. At that moment, he noticed the haughty glances of the three princesses fixed on Ingrid, seemingly eager to witness her rejection. Raven didn't want Ingrid to become the target of their mockery, so reluctantly, he extended his hand towards her. "I would be honored." The three haughty princesses were completely crestfallen by Raven's action. They were filled with jealousy and bitterness, even to the point of tears, but they couldn't do anything about it. Ingrid didn't notice Raven's forced smile. Instead, she felt proud of her cunning plan to win him over. Indeed, silence is golden. Meanwhile, Ian chuckled gleefully at the opportunity to dance with Aaron. The innocent girl beamed with joy, simply thrilled to be attending such a lively ball in the palace. On another note, Leon, now a member of the Pendragon family, was no longer looked down upon. Coupled with his charming demeanor and adept communication skills, he attracted young ladies who actively sought him out as a dance partner. Argos chuckled with delight upon seeing his disciple attracting women's attention. "That boy is more famous than I thought." Just then, Lindsay hesitantly spoke up, catching Argos off guard. "Sir, could you dance with me?" Argos was stunned, his mouth hanging open in surprise. Lindsay shyly concealed her voluptuous figure under the gaze of the aristocrats, saying, "Thanks to this dress, everyone is staring at me." Argos froze at Lindsay's request, his expression visibly speechless in the face of her awkwardness. Then, he grabbed Lindsay's wrist and pulled her along, his demeanor showing clear disdain for her uncertainty. However, his grip and posture didn't resemble that of someone preparing for a dance. He dragged Lindsay into the center of the ballroom, where couples were gracefully dancing together. However, it was evident that he didn't intend to dance with her. As Argos approached where Raven was dancing with Ingrid, he bellowed loudly and rudely, "Hey, brat." Argos's angry call immediately disrupted Raven's awkward dance steps. He glanced at Argos as if his appearance was that of a savior. Argos roughly dragged Lindsay forward and commanded Raven harshly, "You will dance with your wife next." Raven suddenly realized how thoughtless and oblivious he had been. If he had remembered to invite Lindsay to dance from the beginning, he might have avoided being bothered by other women in the hall. Lindsay blushed and hastily waved her hands. No, I'm fine, sir, you don't need to leave Lady Ingrid to dance with me." Seeing Lindsay's embarrassed and pitiful demeanor, Argos couldn't help but push her towards Raven. The tight-fitting dress made her stumble almost to Raven's side. Argos, irritated, pointed at Lindsay as she was being supported by Raven, instructing her firmly, "She is your wife, so behave accordingly." In that moment, not only did Lindsay's face turn red with surprise and embarrassment, but Raven also received a profound lesson about his responsibility in this relationship. After casting another glance at Lindsay's adorable bashful expression, Raven smiled affectionately and awaited her decision. Lindsay took a deep breath, finally gathering the courage she needed. She lifted her gaze to Raven with determination, determined to assert her position as his wife. Confidently, she extended her hand towards Raven, though her cheeks still bore a faint blush of shyness. "Lord Aaron, would you dance with me?" Raven smiled sweetly, taking her hand. "It would be my honor." In their gentle clasped hands, there was no sense of coercion or awkwardness like when Raven reluctantly accepted Ingrid's invitation. As the melodious music filled the hall, Raven led Lindsay in a graceful glide across the floor, her flowing gown swaying with each step, accentuating her allure. Argos couldn't help but feel pleased as he watched the young couple wrapped up in each other's arms. Someone who had experienced the feeling of having a happy family and sweet love like himself couldn't help but smile joyfully for them. Ian and Aaron had stopped dancing at this point, deciding to give Raven and Lindsay more space to immerse themselves in the melody of love. Many couples around Raven also ceased their dancing, gazing towards the affectionate couple with a mix of admiration and envy. Even Ingrid had stepped back, though her eyes still held a hint of reluctance. The sweet bond between Raven and Lindsay touched her deeply, stirring emotions she couldn't ignore. Count Sirod had always hoped to mend the broken engagement between Raven and Luna, but now he no longer held too much expectation, seeing how tenderly Raven doted on Lindsay, even though she was just a maid. Meanwhile, Raven felt a powerful stirring of emotions towards Lindsay for the first time. his eyes now not only showed responsibility towards his wife but also contained feelings of affection and gentle nurturing. Raven and Lindsay swayed gracefully together in their dance, their attire simple yet their radiant demeanor outshining all the other couples around them, dressed in more elaborate attire. At that moment, the boisterous voice of Jamie Roxanne shattered the cheerful and light atmosphere of the party, addressing the Emperor, "Your Majesty." The melodious music quickly faded away, and Raven, along with the other nobles, turned their gaze towards Jamie Roxanne, who was shouting out. People gathered around the throne of the Emperor, casting doubtful glances at Jamie Roxanne. He had only shouted once like that before stopping, as if waiting for everyone's attention to be focused, not just the Emperor's. When everyone had refocused their attention, Jamie Roxanne continued to address the Emperor with a solemn tone, as someone recently recognized as the lord of a vast territory and granted the title of Count by Your Majesty. I, Lord Jamie Roxanne, have something to report to Your Majesty. The Emperor remained silent, allowing Count Granite to speak on his behalf, as a loyal vassal of the Empire. "I permit you to speak," Count Granite said with suspicion, casting a wary glance towards Jamie Roxanne, his intuition hinting that the man was about to announce something that would shake public opinion. Jamie Roxanne bowed respectfully as he reported to the Emperor, "Several lords serving as the sword and shield of the Empire have fallen into difficulty because of one person." As murmurs filled the room with speculation about the person being referred to, Jamie Roxanne's eyes darted mischievously towards Raven, and he lightly uttered, "Duke Pendragon." Those present in the hall turned their gaze towards Raven with suspicion and judgment. Many among them were supporters of Count Segunda, who seized the opportunity to stoke the flames of intrigue. Jamie Roxanne continued his accusations against Raven, stating that due to the interference of Duke Pendragon, Count Brescia of the Sisek region had suffered. Additionally, the eldest son of Count Louv, from the Alice territory, an ally of their lordship, Lord Morgan, had unjustly met his demise. He went on, fervently asserting that although it resulted from a duel, and even though he had committed a heinous act, Duke Pendragon should be held accountable. Jamie Roxanne's passionate delivery had a remarkable effect, drawing the other nobles into his speech. A whisper of dissent spread through the aristocratic circles, fueled by Jamie Roxanne's rhetoric, which highlighted the potential threat to their interests. This incident could indeed shake the very foundations of the aristocracy within the Empire, portraying an abuse of power. Confirming the anticipated reaction of the nobles, Jamie Roxanne suddenly turned towards Raven, stirring the crowd with a sharp tone. "Is it not true, esteemed gentlemen and ladies?" he demanded, seeking validation from the assembled nobility. Of course, everyone was aware of the incident involving the heir of the Alice territory, but it escalated to another level when brought up in such a public setting, especially in front of the Emperor himself. Many nobles immediately stepped forward, echoing their voices in agreement. "Yes, indeed," they exclaimed. It was evident that they had all conspired with Count Segunda beforehand. With the backing of the nobles, Jamie Roxanne smiled arrogantly as he made demands to pressure the Emperor. Now, along with the deity, Jamie Roxanne, and Count Louv, 6 other lords shared the same intent with the deity, requesting the Emperor's compliance. The deity's request was not only supported by Count Segunda, but also by the collective will of the other lords. "But still, there is Dragon King of the Sea," Duke Orangus remarked. "All the gods condemn strongly the excessive and wrongful actions of Duke Pendragon, and they plead for Your Majesty to restore the broken justice, and the punishment must be enforced," Jamie Roxanne exclaimed passionately, while Duke Orangus wore a deep smile of satisfaction. As soon as Jamie Roxanne finished his speech with a bow, Raven supporters like Count Sirod fell completely silent. They could only swallow nervously as their worried eyes remained fixed on the Emperor. Ian is the only one among Raven supporters who dares to show a fierce attitude. He was stunned and shouted towards Jamie Roxanne, "What's this all about?" Meanwhile, Raven remained calm, waiting for the Emperor's words. He could also feel Lindsay trembling beside him with fear. Seeing that the Emperor had not yet delivered a verdict, Jamie Roxanne hurriedly knelt down to create more pressure with his stirring words. "Please, Your Majesty, give the gods a verdict." The calls for a verdict on Raven began to erupt from all corners of the Golden Lion Hall. "Give a verdict, a verdict, a verdict." Ian, despite being deeply anxious for Raven, couldn't refute Jamie Roxanne's reasoning. That wretched Segunda. Not only did the Louv family manage to garner the support of half of the great lords, but they also managed to pull in the Orangus ducal family. More importantly, Ian was concerned because the emperor had no real power. He couldn't speak out against such demands to adhere to national law. Worse still, if they could manipulate the situation right here, they could overturn the balance of power in the empire, officially imposing the dominance of the nobility over the royal authority. The more Ian thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Suddenly, he realized the deeper purpose of this wasn't just to accuse Raven. No, it couldn't be. Perhaps they brought up this issue right now because they wanted to elevate Gufli to the throne. Ian shuddered at the thought of Gufli Aragon's cold, serene gaze. In essence, politics was a struggle for righteousness. Prince Ian would have to share responsibility for creating conditions conducive to the development of the Pendragon family, which had shaken the foundation of noble society, and ultimately, Ian would be ousted. He would have no justifiable reason to ascend to the throne when he indirectly bore responsibility for causing such chaos and division within the empire. In this moment, Ian felt both worried and helpless. Even though he was the most esteemed prince, he couldn't resist the power of half of the great lords. He could only look towards Raven and await a solution from him. Meanwhile, Raven's gaze had shifted to stare intensely at Duke Orangus. Fury burned fiercely in his eyes, but as the timing wasn't ripe yet, Raven could only grit his teeth and endure. Duke Orangus smirked arrogantly, meeting Raven's challenging gaze. He muttered under his breath with a tone of haughty self-assurance, "Now what will you do, Duke Pendragon?" At this moment, Duke Lindegor, who was also purportedly an ally of Count Segunda, stood silently, staring intently at Raven. There was no clear hostility nor definite support in his eyes. All Duke Lindegor did was observe the confrontation between the two dragons as an outsider. He resembled a wise and composed brown bear. Despite the passage of time, the emperor had yet to make a decision. Count Segunda hurriedly added fuel to the fire, likening this situation to an insult to the empire. No, he even dared to call it treason. "Your Majesty." Count Segunda barked like a rabid dog, frothing at the mouth. "Your Majesty, I implore you to convict the Pendragon family." Facing the accusations of such a ferocious mob, Raven suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter echoing throughout the Golden Lion Hall, leaving the nobles dumbfounded. Count Segunda couldn't fathom why Raven was laughing. Moreover, Raven's mocking laughter filled him with a sense of dread. "What's so amusing, Duke Pendragon?" Count Segunda asked hesitantly, feeling unsettled by Raven's derisive tone. "Do you find something amusing?" Raven showed no hint of fear or concern. He glanced at Count Segunda with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "Isn't it clear enough? You're the real traitor, Segunda." Astonishment was evident on the faces of the nobles, with Count Segunda being the most bewildered at this moment. However, the shocking situation had only just begun. Raven continued with a relaxed demeanor, "I have evidence." Count Segunda immediately thought of Ruv Tylan, and he regained his confidence with a triumphant smile. "Foolish, Ruv Tylan won't get far. I've arranged assassins on all the roads leading to the capital." Just as Count Segunda was laughing triumphantly, thinking Raven was digging his own grave, a panicked soldier rushed in, screaming hoarsely, "Commander, Commander." Despite the urgency of the situation, Count Granite remained remarkably calm as he inquired calmly, "What's the matter, soldier?" The soldier, panting heavily, managed to stammer out, there are rebels." Count Granite's eyes widened in shock at this revelation. What, rebels? But even upon hearing that rebels were advancing towards the palace, the emperor remained seated on his throne, unperturbed. The entire assembly in the Golden Lion Hall was startled and alarmed upon hearing the urgent news. However, judging by the expressions of both Raven and Count Segunda, it could be inferred that this turn of events was not part of either side's plan. The frantic soldier reported the situation, explaining that even their squadron of aerial scouts couldn't halt the rebels, who had breached the aerial barrier. Outside the aerial barrier, which had never been breached before, two groups of aerial scouts were engaged in a fierce pursuit in the sky, heading straight towards the imperial palace. A group of 5 white aerial scouts was being relentlessly pursued by a dozen royal aerial scouts. In the midst of the white scouts, there was a bulky object flying in the sky, defying all norms. Upon closer inspection, those white aerial scouts were none other than the aerial scout army of the Pendragon Principality. Isla led the group of aerial scouts straight through the windows of the Golden Lion Hall. The Wild Eagle was significantly larger than the Royal Aerial Scouts, with its wingspans seeming to stretch around 10 meters. Anyone would be proud to have tamed such a majestic wild beast, and undoubtedly, they would be an exceptional aerial scout rider. The scene that followed truly made everyone doubt their eyes. The remaining 4 aerial scouts were pulling a gigantic carriage with thick leather straps. As the eagles descended, the large carriage also gently touched the ground. Count Segunda's mouth gaped open as if he had just seen a flying saucer land. Even Raven was shocked by the bold and unexpected appearance of the aerial scout squadron. Finally, the carriage landed on the ground with minimal disturbance, which seemed impossible in the eyes of the Royal Aerial Scout Knights. For them, it was inconceivable for a group of aerial scouts to synchronize perfectly in flight, let alone form a formation, which required extensive training and dedication. Even a slight deviation in flight synchronization could result in a significant shock for those inside the carriage, as it wasn't connected to the ground and could transmit vertical oscillations far beyond the norm. Under Isla's command, the aerial scouts dispersed and gently landed on the ground with their wings slightly folded. Only the lead aerial scout remained on the carriage, spreading its wings wide to display the grandeur of the Pendragon Principality's aerial scout. Although the Pendragon Principality's aerial scout squadron approached the palace with good intentions, their abrupt arrival inevitably led the royal knights to perceive them as enemies, prompting an immediate attack. You wretched lot. As a royal soldier swung his sword, a warrior orc stepped down from the carriage. The soldier showed no hesitation as he viciously attacked the orc warrior. With the clash of metal, blood immediately splattered. The soldier's strike landed on Karda's wrist, piercing through the armor but fortunately not causing a deep wound due to the orc warrior's sturdy muscles, which prevented the sword from going any deeper. Everyone gasped in astonishment at the sight of the orc warrior. Even Ian, who had encountered Karda before, couldn't hide his surprise at his appearance in the capital. Karda, thrilled by the combat, felt excited at the soldier's blow. He chuckled gleefully. Humans greet me warmly indeed. Well then, I must return the favor, Karda declared. Without hesitation, he grabbed the soldier's head, his large hand encompassing the skull of a man. With a radiant smile and an unmistakable sense of elation, Karda tossed the soldier away. The soldier was flung towards Duke Lindegor, while the surrounding nobles instinctively recoiled. However, Duke Lindegor remained calm, arms folded, awaiting the soldier's trajectory towards him. As the soldier neared Duke Lindegor's reach, he swiftly raised his hand to halt the momentum. Despite the soldier's powerful thrust, Duke Lindegor stood firm as a rock, allowing the soldier to escape danger in the nick of time. Duke Orangus, who had an Orcish offspring, was also taken aback by Karda's appearance. The orc was significantly larger and stronger than usual. Following this, 3 other soldiers surged forward, preparing to attack Karda. Just then, Isla leaped down from the top of the carriage. Isla looked up at the 3 royal soldiers with an icy gaze, devoid of malice but filled with determination. He snorted disdainfully before dealing with them. Without hesitation, Isla unsheathed his sword, and in a flash, the blade was in motion. The crescent-shaped sword strokes cleaved through the air, and Isla delivered 3 precise strikes aimed at the 3 soldiers. Isla concluded the simple greeting with a swift action. Before the 3 soldiers could realize what had happened, their swords had vanished from their grasp. It took a few seconds for them to register the sound of their swords clattering to the floor not far from where they stood. Count Granite's eyes widened in astonishment. The elite royal knights, known for their prowess in combat, had been easily defeated. Count Orangus, while surprised, was mostly intrigued. He looked towards Isla standing at the carriage door, wondering about the identity of such a formidable warrior. Quietly observing Isla's calm demeanor and the serene expression in his violet eyes, Count Orangus pondered, trying to discern the warrior's origins. He noted Isla's dark skin tone and the twin swords, leading him to speculate that Isla hailed from the southern regions. Moreover, considering Isla's demeanor from the outset, a glimmer of recognition sparked in Count Orangus's eyes. Accompanied by a pleased smile, he realized that Isla was also a Valvas warrior, akin to his own followers. The Valvas warriors standing behind Count Orangus silently observed Isla, immediately recognizing his background. However, as typical of Valvas warriors, they remained silent, their cold eyes scrutinizing him. The atmosphere in the hall became tense and chaotic. Count Segunda, witnessing the formidable forces of Raven, was overcome with horror, shivering with a sense of dread. Just as everyone felt extreme unease about the appearance of the aerial scouts and warriors, a man with a zinc-gray beard stumbled out of a carriage. his mouth gaping open. "Oh, that's why," he exclaimed, "let me explain myself first." Following the zinc-gray-bearded man still in a state of nausea was a dashing young man carrying a frothy beer mug. He chuckled teasingly, poking fun at the zinc-gray-bearded man, suggesting they fill the gap caused by the ill state of their commanding officer with the actions of exemplary knights. Ron Vincent finally revealed himself, maintaining a poised demeanor beside the skilled commander of the Pendragon's White Dragon Battalion, Captain Killian. Although he seemed slightly intoxicated, he didn't quite match the image of a commanding officer. Count Segunda, upon seeing Vincent Ron's appearance, dropped his jaw in astonishment. Vincent Ron's discreet disappearance had caused significant disruption in the economy of Luz, akin to losing the head of a snake. Count Segunda grew increasingly puzzled. Why had Ron Vincent suddenly reappeared, and why was he accompanying the entourage of that white maggot? Killian, after swallowing back his nausea, began to introduce them, apologizing for their rudeness. They were the knights of the Pendragon Kingdom, the White Dragon Battalion. Today, they had an important mission related to the kingdom's destiny. It was only now that one could see the commanding presence emanating from Killian. However, Killian's imposing demeanor didn't last long. He was soon hindered by another bout of nausea. Killian collapsed to the ground in a sense of helplessness, a sigh escaping his mouth difficultly as he struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. I am seasick," he managed to utter. The nobles looked towards Raven, hoping for his confirmation. The White Dragon Battalion. Raven nodded silently, immediately providing the affirmation they sought. Raven smirked and glanced towards Ron Vincent, muttering, "Taking the aerial route to avoid being intercepted, it all makes sense now." Raven chuckled awkwardly as he held up a piece of broken window glass. "Well, this is quite unexpected, Ron. I didn't expect you to make such a dramatic entrance." Ron Vincent grinned innocently. "We were delayed by the Royal Falcon Battalion, and couldn't explain anything." Then, his mischievous laugh echoed once again. "Missing tonight would be too risky, wouldn't it? We're doing all this just to protect you, my lord." Raven snorted coldly, wearing a reproachful expression as if he didn't want to hear those justifications, but in reality, he silently thanked them for appearing at the right moment. Argos, seeing the bustling reunion scene, stepped forward to jest with Raven. "Haha, these kids are quite amusing, they talk as if they were old men." Argos chuckled gleefully, nudging Leon. "I think we'll get along just fine, won't we, Leon?" Leon grinned broadly and nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Isla looks quite impressive." Killian was taken aback by the appearance of another formidable figure. Who is he?" he asked in astonishment. Raven promptly introduced. "He's Leon's master, Argos. He's a seasoned warrior who has recently joined our cause. In the fight against those who seek to make this kingdom their own playground." Raven spoke while casting a challenging glance at Duke Orangus. Duke Orangus furrowed his brow slightly, annoyed by Raven's defiant and provocative attitude. However, he maintained his smug smile and confidence in his own plans. Duke Orangus and his group of Valva's warriors followed his gaze, glaring coldly at Raven with unwavering intensity. In response, Raven met their gaze with a confident glint in his eyes and a victorious smile, flanked by key figures in his White Dragon Battalion. The only one visibly unsettled at this moment was Duke Segunda, who blurted out impatiently, "What nonsense are you all talking about?" The old man pointed towards the group of Daoist practitioners who were obediently curling up and shouting out loud to criticize the White Dragon Battalion. "Do you all see? They not only commit barbaric acts in other territories but also cause chaos right in front of the king." The second duke became increasingly fervent and incendiary in his statement, declaring, "Certainly, they have treasonous intentions." The pirate Raven cut across the second duke's words with a relaxed smile. "What are you rushing for, Segunda?" With full confidence, Raven asserted, "I'll say it again, the only traitor here is you." Meanwhile, Carta searched for something in the auxiliary seat of the carriage. Carta chuckled with satisfaction as he pulled a man from inside the carriage and hurled him towards the group, presenting the evidence right there. The man landed at Raven's feet, looking as dejected as an old man. The second duke, upon seeing him, felt as if he had been struck hard on the head. Fear filled the eyes of the second duke as he looked at the man, seeming disheartened as if his soul had left his body. The old man recalled Raven's earlier words and felt even more horrified. This was an important task, related to the destiny of the kingdom. The man lying helpless at Raven's feet, with his silver hair disheveled and his hands bound by a crude metal shackle, was none other than Rav Tylan. Finally, he had managed to safely extract the ace up his sleeve, deepening Raven's smile even further. The face of the second Duke turned as pale as a drifting corpse. He attempted to say something, but no words came out. Jamie Roxon had joined hands with the second Duke but was unaware of the existence of a major threat like Rav Tylan. He looked puzzled and asked, "Who is that old man with the white hair?" Duke Oranges remained calm and composed even as the accuser laid out the charges against him, seemingly harboring another sinister plot behind those serene cold eyes. As the nobles speculated about the relevance of the appearance of this silver-haired prisoner to the debate over Raven's guilt, Duke Oranges directly addressed their curiosity. "His name is Rav Tylan," he declared. Rav Tylan was the lord of the Brescia territory in the past, a figure of great authority and influence in Sisek. Under the pressure from Raven, Rav Tylan knelt beside him, trembling incessantly with his head bowed low. As all curious gazes converged intensely on Rav Tylan, Raven accused him directly, stating that this man was one of the masterminds behind the assassination of Prince Shaun 3 years ago. Though on the same side, Ian was equally surprised as Raven had never explicitly mentioned this matter before. The other nobles also found Raven's declaration hard to believe, as information about the assassination 3 years ago was entirely confidential. The sound of questioning murmurs filled the air. What are you saying?" Count Granite also jolted in astonishment at Raven's assertion, realizing that the matter would be much more serious if it were related to a member of the royal family. Finally, even the Emperor's countenance underwent a change. Lines creased his forehead as the mention of the prince was brought up, and his complexion visibly paled. Raven's fervent voice, full of accusation, continued to echo throughout the Golden Lion Hall. He mentioned how they had once cooperated with Prince Ian to investigate the truth behind this case, which led them to infiltrate Sisek. And finally, the gods discovered that Rav Tylan was indeed the one who poisoned the prince. Despite Raven's damning accusations, Rav Tylan continued to tremble incessantly, bowing his head even lower. However, the crucial point of the matter wouldn't stop there. Raven spoke again, his voice emphasizing the gravity of the situation. "In essence, he is nothing more than a pawn in someone else's hands," Raven declared. The entire hall fell silent at his words. The mounting tension created a heavy, oppressive silence in the hall, and the nobles all fixed their eyes on Raven, feeling their throats dry with the overwhelming shock. Then, Raven's gaze, full of hidden implications, briefly swept towards Duke Oranges as he affirmed that the one directing the game was someone else. Though his eyes weren't aimed at Duke Segunda anymore, the old man trembled even more violently than before. Ian also became increasingly tense, waiting for the truth to be revealed. Each word from Raven at this moment felt like adding more weight to the already heavy and anxious mood of everyone present. "Therefore, this man, right here, will tell us everything." As Raven prepared to unveil the identities of the traitors scheming against the Empire and expose their crimes, he glanced once more at Duke Oranges to gauge his reaction. However, the Duke's face remained unchanged. Finally, Raven's sharp and resolute gaze returned to the figure seated on the golden throne. He spoke with a tone of deference but with an underlying urgency. "Your Majesty." Raven silently exchanged a glance with the Emperor, hoping that he would be alert and discerning enough to seize this opportunity to decisively deal with the nefarious individuals behind the scenes. In the end, the Emperor showed that he was indeed still astute, still having a clear understanding of the situation. Though he didn't speak directly, the fervent declaration from Count Granite spoke on behalf of the Emperor's thoughts. I allow you to speak," he said. After a powerful shudder, Rav Tylan slowly rose to his feet, his body trembling even more violently as Raven led him across the red carpet laid out in the middle of the hall. He felt as if the guillotine was getting closer and closer, causing him to pale with fear. The nobles who supported Raven remained on edge, eagerly awaiting how the situation would unfold and how remarkable the turning point might be. Meanwhile, the group led by Jamie Roxon, who had allied with Duke Segunda, trembled inwardly. Their alliance was founded purely on self-interest, making it fragile and prone to dissolution. Many among them began to contemplate how to safely withdraw from their involvement. On the other hand, the White Dragon Battalion remained extremely confident in their imminent victory. They couldn't conceive of any further mishaps now that everything had been laid bare before the Emperor. The hall was now silent to the extent that every step Raven took toward the Emperor reverberated clearly. each footfall sounded like a drumbeat, intensifying the pounding in Duke Segunda's chest. He panicked, gnawing at his nails as his body trembled uncontrollably. The sound of Raven's footsteps also affected the composure of Duke Orangus, albeit only creating a very slight ripple in his icy gaze. When Raven led Ruv Thailand closer to the location of Duke Segunda, the old man felt as though he might collapse, the sensation of fear and tension so intense that his frail body involuntarily recoiled. At this moment, a sinister smile suddenly crept onto the previously calm face of Duke Orangus, accompanied by a glimmer of sparkling light on the surface of the amethyst ring. The purple light emanating from the stone on the ring shone with a mysterious and dangerous feeling. Strangely enough, the amethyst stone on Duke Segunda's ring also began to emit a similar light. It seemed to be flickering in response to the signals emitted from the ring on Duke Orangus's hand. In the blink of an eye, a sinister stream of dark magic energy surged out from the ring of Duke Orangus, flowing rapidly into the ring on Duke Segunda's hand, and an immediate change in his demeanor occurred. Duke Segunda's eyes turned stark white, even the pupils seemed to vanish, the veins on his face surfaced like a spider's web, and he clenched his jaws in fury. Moments later, Duke Segunda let out a roar resembling that of a wild beast, devoid of any semblance of humanity in that fierce cry, his hands clenched tightly, trembling as if seized by a fit. Duke Segunda lunged at Raven just as he was nearby, attacking him with the ferocity of an unleashed beast, unleashing hidden strength. The nobles who supported Duke Segunda were taken aback by his sudden and frenzied outburst. Raven, caught off guard and unarmed, couldn't help but startle in surprise, wondering what on earth was happening. Duke Segunda dashed forward at the speed of an arrow freshly released from a bowstring, pulling a dagger from his coat pocket with a menacing aura as he charged toward Raven. Seeing this, Lindsay panicked and tried to rush forward to intercept the dagger for Raven, but her tightly fitting dress became the greatest hindrance to her efforts. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, the sharp blade of the dagger gleamed before Raven's eyes, the distance between them narrowed to a hair's breadth. However, Duke Segunda, despite unleashing his strength with a weapon, was not a match for Raven. Just as the dagger was about to touch his chest, Raven immediately arched his back and thrust his elbow into Duke Segunda's forearm. Duke Segunda's right arm bent unnaturally, and the dagger fell to the ground instantly. Raven reacted purely out of natural reflex, only afterwards realizing with astonishment what Duke Segunda was intending. Duke Segunda was not the kind of foolish person to draw a weapon for an attack at this moment. When Raven turned his head to look at Duke Segunda, the scene became even more astonishing. Duke Segunda didn't show any sign of pain after his arm was broken. Instead, he opened his mouth wide as if preparing to bite into something. Duke Segunda swiftly moved past Raven and lunged straight for Ruv Thailand's carotid artery, everything happening in the blink of an eye, leaving Raven unable to intervene in time. In that moment, he realized that he wasn't Duke Segunda's target from the beginning. Duke Segunda decisively bit off a large chunk of flesh from Ruv Thailand's neck, a helpless prisoner with a dull mind showing no capacity to evade or resist the sudden attack. As Duke Segunda bit into the flesh of Ruv Thailand and collapsed to the ground, blood gushed out from Ruv Thailand's carotid artery like a waterfall. The horrifying scene sent shockwaves through the Golden Lion's Hall, screams echoing from various corners of the chamber as many of the nobles witnessed such a gruesome display of bloodshed for the first time. The most shocked of all was Raven himself, frozen in place as he watched Ruv Thailand's blood splatter onto his face, rendering him utterly speechless. The White Dragon army, previously confident of victory, couldn't conceal their astonishment and disappointment. No one could have anticipated Duke Segunda's madness at this crucial moment. The nobles who supported Duke Segunda had lost all hope of salvaging the situation. Attacking a duke in front of the emperor was an indefensible act. Even if Ruv Thailand, a witness to the previous incident, had been killed, Duke Segunda couldn't escape the severity of his crime. After the moment of shock passed, Raven rushed forward and grabbed Duke Segunda by the collar, cursing, You wretch." However, when Raven pulled Duke Segunda up by the collar, his face had turned a pale gray, his tongue protruding from his mouth, and his whole body limp like a puppet with cut strings. Raven received another shock as he realized that Duke Segunda had now ceased breathing. Everything had veered completely off course from both Raven's and Duke Segunda's initial calculations. Seeing Duke Segunda's unexpected demise, Raven began to feel skeptical. how could someone like him suddenly become both swift and strong enough to launch such a vicious attack? Meanwhile, the surrounding nobles, after regaining some composure, began to discuss among themselves, what was happening, why did Segunda act this way? Duke Sirad muttered with a hesitant tone, as if he had vaguely guessed something. With this situation, there was only one answer. At that moment, Duke Oranges stepped closer to Raven, his lips slightly curved in astonishment. Unbelievable, truly unexpected, he exclaimed. While Raven was still trying to regain his composure after the shock of Duke Segunda's death, Duke Oranges made a statement with a satisfied expression. It was truly surprising that the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the prince turned out to be Duke Segunda. Finally, Raven understood that this whole ordeal was orchestrated by Duke Oranges as a final escape plan for himself. By having Duke Segunda attack Ravtailan, he would naturally be accused as the mastermind, acting recklessly out of desperation. Moreover, Duke Segunda's death would end the possibility of the sword of justice pointing towards Duke Oranges afterward. Duke Oranges sincerely bowed his head in apology to Raven, representing the 6 Supreme Lords. I sincerely apologize to you, Duke Pendragon, he said. The entire hall once again fell into a silent state, listening attentively to Duke Oranges's fair and supportive remarks. He put on a pitiful expression as he looked down at Duke Segunda's body. Indeed, as he said, Duke Segunda turned out to be a true traitor to the kingdom. With just a few words, Duke Oranges completely severed his deep alliance with Duke Segunda and emphasized that he himself had also been deceived by Duke Segunda, just like the other 6 Supreme Lords. Seeing Raven boiling with anger, Duke Oranges immediately praised his significant contribution in helping them see the truth. However, beneath his words lay mockery. He had exposed Raven's terrible crime, truly the loyal sword of the kingdom. In fact, every word Duke Oranges uttered was a provocation to Raven, implying disdain for his intelligence in orchestrating such a complex plot only to face failure in the end. Duke Oranges smirked cunningly, raising one corner of his mouth while speaking with a tone full of sarcasm towards Raven, truly a treasure that the Empire couldn't deny. After some deliberation on the right and wrong within the hall, the nobles began to cheer and support Duke Oranges's viewpoint, praising Raven. In their eyes, he was a wise and discerning individual who didn't blindly support Duke Segunda. As the cheers praising Raven grew louder, he clenched his teeth in frustration, glaring at Duke Oranges. Despite knowing full well that Duke Oranges was the mastermind behind everything, he couldn't speak out anymore. The reaction of Duke Sirad exemplified the typical mindset of the nobles who didn't ally themselves with Duke Segunda, and were not wrong. Aaron truly embodies such a stance. Meanwhile, another line of thought is spreading. Duke Oranges quickly admitting his fault is commendable. The nobles who supported Duke Segunda obviously could only silently acknowledge Duke Oranges's statements. Now, clear responsibility will be investigated among all the relatives and close associates of Duke Segunda. Anyone with significant ties to him will unavoidably face the impending storm. Hence, silently following Duke Oranges's words is their only way out. Meanwhile, Gufli Aragon remained as calm as a still pond, seemingly unaffected by whether the plan to sink the Pendragon family succeeds or not, as it doesn't really affect his chances of vying for the throne. On the other hand, Duke Lindagor remained silently observing everything without uttering a word, showing his ambiguity from the start of his relationship with Duke Segunda. It indicates that he doesn't fully trust any faction, be it Raven or Duke Oranges. After the major shock passed, Raven let go of Duke Segunda's body with extreme agitation. He muttered bitterly, mixing his words with gritted teeth, "No, this can't be." Immediately, Raven stood up and wanted to rush forward to attack Duke Oranges with a sharp curse. "You wretch!" However, Duke Oranges calmly awaited his attack with a composed demeanor. The moment Duke Oranges turned to look at Raven, a sly smile full of provocation appeared on his face. He pretended to be innocent in front of everyone, as if he couldn't understand why Raven was angry with him. At that instant, Raven had to restrain the rising anger within him, reminding himself that he couldn't fall into his schemes. Acting out now would only make him appear petty. Ron Vincent also recognized Duke Oranges's intentions and could only suppress the resentment in his heart. Even if they tried to accuse him now, it would be futile. With the evidence destroyed and the only witness dead under suspicious circumstances, there was no one left to prove Raven's claims if he wanted to accuse Duke Oranges. Glancing around at the nobles who were laughing and applauding enthusiastically, Raven quickly realized they all shared the belief that Duke Orangus had no involvement in this matter. In the end, he could only swallow his pride and suppress the urge to explode with anger, tightly clenching his fists to restrain the raging fury within him. Even if he spoke the truth now, no one would believe him. After the tense situation had passed and Raven had reluctantly decided to let go of delving further into the matter, Duke Granite, on behalf of the Emperor, declared, "The evening banquet concludes here, you may all depart now." Upon the announcement, the nobles hurriedly left the Golden Lion Hall in groups. Everyone turned their backs on Duke Segunda's body, making every effort to avoid glancing at it. Once the Golden Lion Hall was empty of nobles, Duke Orangus casually bid farewell to Raven with a provocative tone. "Well then, I shall take my leave as well." Duke Orangus chuckled insincerely, tilting his body to express friendliness towards Raven, as if an actor continuing to perform even after the curtains had fallen. "Hope to see you again someday," he said. Raven clenched his teeth for a moment to restrain his urge to react impulsively, then, he spoke in a cold tone, "Of course, we will meet again." On the battlefield of words, as soon as the words were uttered, Raven glanced at Duke Orangus with a cold, gleaming gaze full of hostility. Duke Orangus subtly narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of retaliatory intent towards Raven, but he didn't delve deeper into the staring contest. Quickly, Duke Orangus led his Valva's warriors away with the demeanor of a victorious conqueror. As the Valva's warriors strode past Isla, Raven glanced at them and silently assessed his adversaries. The intuition of a Valva's warrior whispered to Isla that they would soon clash on the battlefield, and undoubtedly, he would have to carefully consider those Valva's warriors. The group of Duke Orangus departed from the royal court with leisurely steps, as if walking on clouds. Despite losing a pawn like Duke Segunda, there was no hint of regret on his face. After contemplating for a while about the White Dragon army, Duke Orangus chuckled with satisfaction as he addressed his Valva's warriors. "It seems like your time has come, my three Valva's knights." Upon hearing the declaration, the faces of the three Valva's warriors immediately showed determination. The Valva's warriors' creed was to follow the strongest, and Isla's choice clearly indicated Raven's formidable strength. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Golden Lion Hall was filled with mourning, not for the death of Duke Segunda, but for the missed opportunity slipping through their fingers. After Raven had solemnly gazed at Duke Segunda's body for a long time, Ian and Lindsay both couldn't bear to see him in such despair and tried to pull him out of shock. "Hey, Aaron, Sir Aaron." Raven still hadn't taken his eyes off the corpse, and Ron Vincent and Isla understood his emotions, deciding to patiently wait for him to regain composure. At that moment, a faint voice emanated from the mouth of the Emperor. "Orangus, huh?" Startled by the sudden voice of the Emperor, both Raven and Ian turned their heads in astonishment towards the throne simultaneously. As even Duke Granite, the closest to the Emperor, was startled, everyone stared at the Emperor, waiting for his next words with curiosity. However, instead of fulfilling their expectations with an eloquent response, there were only a few strained words that came from the frail Emperor, Duke Pendragon. After escorting everyone from the Pendragon family back to the Rose Palace, Raven and Ian were invited to the Emperor's office for a private meeting with Duke Granite. Ian began recounting the experiences they had when they arrived at Dissect, the monster defeated by the gods in Luz, that wretched pirate named Tolio Orangus. As a member of the Orangus family, Ian barely finished speaking before feeling a shiver down their spine at the thought of the ruthless and bloodthirsty demeanor of Tolio Orangus. Count Granite immediately grasped the crucial point of the matter and delivered his judgment. "So, the one who orchestrated the plot to poison the prince is none other than Tolio Orangus." A heavy silence fell over the Emperor's office, which served as the answer to Count Granite's suspicion. The Emperor himself clearly recognized the truth of it. After a moment of contemplation, the Emperor unexpectedly spoke, his voice soft but serious. "Raven, Duke Pendragon. I appoint you as the governor of Luz, and I entrust you with the secret order to eradicate the Orangus family." The Emperor concluded the decree with a tone of anger, not bothering to conceal the boiling fury in his eyes. Ian and Count Granite were both taken aback by the Emperor's decision. Although it wasn't a wrong decision per se, it was the first time they had seen the Emperor so furious in many years. Raven was also very surprised that the Emperor didn't need much explanation or persuasion from them. It showed that he still had enough wisdom to see through the situation. But then, why did the Emperor easily annihilate the Vault clan in the previous life? The Emperor took out the currency of the Pendragon Empire to grant permission and continued issuing orders. You will need money to confront such a wealthy territory, so I also authorized the circulation of Pendragon gold coins. Count Granite was puzzled, wanting to intervene to stop the Emperor, but hesitated. The Emperor understood Count Granite's concerns as there weren't many trustworthy people around them. However, he calmly responded, "It's all right." Raven, feeling perplexed by the Emperor's decision, bluntly asked him, "Do you believe in the words of the gods?" The Emperor directed his gaze towards Ian, his voice filled with trust. "Ian has told me that you are trustworthy." Seeing Raven still hesitant and unable to trust himself, the Emperor changed the subject and asked him, "What do you think of this kingdom now?" After Raven showed confusion about the Emperor's question, he added, "After seeing Sisek and Alice, what do you think?" Raven frowned suspiciously at the Emperor, knowing that the Emperor had guessed his thoughts of dissatisfaction with his weak rule causing much harm to the people. However, he couldn't guess why the Emperor was asking this. The Emperor didn't hesitate to admit to Raven immediately afterward, "I no longer have the necessary power to govern this kingdom." With a sincere tone, the Emperor expressed his regret, "I have lacked power to the extent that I couldn't stop the noble families from plundering. And I couldn't resist the Dark King Orangus either." After revealing his sense of helplessness, the Emperor tightly clasped his weak, trembling hands, as if he had been suppressing emotions for a long time without any means of release. Raven's gaze softened as he looked at the Emperor's trembling hands. He had guessed the reason why the Emperor had ordered the punishment of the Vault family without delving deeper. Seeing the Emperor so emotionally overwhelmed, Ian became worried and tried to console him by addressing him with the affectionate term used between father and son. With the reassurance from his son, the Emperor was able to regain his composure and continued speaking to Raven. "During the coronation ceremony, I released all the pent-up anger of the ruler within me, yet you still." Raven bowed his head, admitting his fault. "I remained reluctant or conflicted." The Emperor nodded, acknowledging Raven's response. "Yet you managed to reconcile with my anger," the Emperor said slowly, with a tone of contemplation and satisfaction. His deep-set eyes now carried a sense of ease as if he had just been relieved of a psychological burden. He didn't hesitate to admit, "Even both of you here, or my eldest son, Shaun, couldn't do so." After taking a deep breath to regain his composure, the Emperor solemnly addressed Raven and Ian, "Aaron Pendragon, Ian, I entrust the future of the kingdom to both of you." In this moment, Raven still felt conflicted. He speculated that in the past, the Vault family was swiftly convicted simply because the Emperor lacked both trust and capability to investigate the matter further, thus choosing to end the issue quickly. While Raven could somewhat understand the Emperor's thoughts, he still couldn't immediately make the decision to trust him fully, as he had only interacted with the Emperor once. After some contemplation, intuition urged Raven that the Emperor was someone trustworthy and worthy of him standing up to fight for, rather than against. Finally, Raven rose from his seat and knelt before the Emperor with a respectful demeanor, saying, "I humbly obey, Your Majesty." At the same time, in another part of the palace, in the area reserved for Duke Lindegor to rest, the Duke was deep in thought, contemplating the fierce competition between the two powers, Duke Orangus and Duke Pendragon, as he gazed at the sunset. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the air, but Duke Lindegor didn't startle. "Are you really considering joining hands with that person?" the voice asked. Deep in contemplation, Duke Lindegor continued to ponder for a moment. Then, he decisively affirmed his speculation, "The Sea Dragon King expects nothing from me or Segunda, I've known that since I met him." Duke Lindegor's eyes held a hint of weariness as he gazed into the empty space behind him, but he stated that he wouldn't go. At that moment, a wild gust of wind arose behind Duke Lindegor, carrying along clouds and light, forming a beautiful vortex instead of a frightening one. As the dense clouds dispersed, leaving only light, a pair of ethereal white wings appeared in a graceful spread. A man appeared under the sparkling light as if it contained golden dust particles, and above his head hovered a radiant golden ring. The man, dressed in pure white, descended gracefully with his wings folded. Duke Lindegor addressed him as the ambassador of the goddess Ileana. The Archangel's Seal. The balcony, which was only tinged with sunset, suddenly lit up brightly. Seal dressed in a graceful white robe gently appeared out of nowhere. Although the figure appeared to be human, the presence of white wings fluttering behind him clearly showed that he was an angel, just as Duke Lindegor had said. Seal's face is cold without wrinkles, making it difficult to guess his age, although he is smiling, but his expression is still expressionless, his clear jade blue eyes glowing only to highlight the indifferent shade of that delicate face. Seal raised his voice in almost the sound of a bell ringing in the twilight. That was my plan, but something interesting happened on the Lobstein step. Duke Lindegor's gaze turned to look at Seal, filled with curiosity, but Seal kept that ice-cold face and his voice was low, as if emphasizing that this was an important matter. Soldrake and the Black Dragon Amuhalt had met. Duke Lindegor's eyes lit up with surprise. He was one of the few people who knew about Amuhalt. On one side was the Queen of Dragons, and on the other side was the second most powerful dragon. The meeting of such powerful creatures could not be considered a coincidence. Seal thought the same and said in a disturbed tone, "Strange and interesting. It made me wonder why they met there, when it wasn't even under their rule." Duke Lindegor's expression began to show concern. "Do you think they are trying to combine their strengths?" Seal let out a mocking tone, as if Duke Lindegor's thoughts were crazy. It could never happen. Each dragon himself was a proud monarch. Hearing this, Duke Lindegor was less anxious but more curious. Then he meant, "There must be something in that wilderness, right?" Seal looked up into the distance wistfully. "I am not sure. I wish I knew the exact location of their encounter, but I can't determine." Seal looked at the sun thoughtfully. His eyes seemed to contain a flickering fire of wonder and curiosity. After all, dragons are known for being extremely territorial creatures. The fact that they gathered in one place like this could have happened, something this big. Duke Lindegor also thought that it was impossible to regard the meeting of the two dragons as a purely serendipitous and interesting event, and after a moment of reflection, his eyes glared in shock, as if he had just speculated something, perhaps, whether it had something to do with the Emperor's temperament. As Seal silently continued to look up at the sky, his gaze pierced through the clouds as if he were seeing something invisible to the naked eye. He was the only angel allowed to descend into the human world, and also the only messenger sent by the goddess Ileana to look after the head of the Duke clan Lindegor in line over the past 100 years. It has become evident that there will be a certain similarity between him and Duke Lindegor in thought. Just like Duke Lindegor, Seal is thinking about facts that only gods, royalty and direct descendants of the Lindegor clan know, the aura of the Aragon clan, the chi of the Emperor. It is also related to why the Aragon clan can rule at the top of the empire even if they do not possess a contracted dragon or a blessing from an angel. The Emperor's aura appears only in the sons of the Aragon clan, and it is even stronger in the immediate descendants. When a member of the lineage of the Aragon clan ascends the throne and formally makes an oath to the goddess, their aura will naturally become stronger. However, it will gradually weaken after having children and weaken even faster after the children reach adulthood. So, the current emperor's reign that has lasted more than 30 years is about to come to an end. But he overexerted and radiated a lot of the emperor's aura in front of the nobles gathered in the palace just to fool everyone that he was healthy. The emperor's aura is a blessing bestowed by the goddess Ileana personally, which is also a kind of power to rule people, because before the first emperor of Aragon built the empire, chaos spread in the world. All races were facing serious decline, including humans. The establishment of the empire, with the Aragon clan holding the emperor's aura, calmed the chaos and stabilized the human-centered world. Stability also allowed people to build temples to the gods, and the increased faith and prayer that sustained the longevity of the gods. However, the stability and prosperity of the empire is on the verge of collapse. The imperial throne is always inherited by the prince who possesses the strongest chi, although there are occasional exceptions, but firstborns usually have the strongest chi, so the selection of the crown prince and successor is usually not difficult. Prince Shaun is unconscious, now 28 years old. He is at an age where it would not be strange to ascend to the throne, and actually he could have ascended the throne as the successor emperor 2 or 3 years ago, but after being poisoned unconscious, the current emperor has lost his successor, forced to sit on the throne for a few more years. While Duke Lindegor and Seal are both immersed in concerns regarding the fate of the empire, it just so happens that Raven and Ian are also discussing the secrets of the Aragon clan. Simply because the Emperor has shown that he trusts Raven, Ian has also increased his trust to tell him about the Emperor's internal affairs increase. Ian candidly shared with Raven that the Emperor's aura possessed by the Aragon family would wane very quickly when the successor reached adulthood. He clenched his teeth and said with a sour face, "Your father had long since abdicated, and passed the throne to my brother, Shaun, but because of the incident with him, he could not follow the plan. That is also the reason that from the moment he appeared in front of the nobles, the emperor showed an emaciated appearance. Of course, he would be able to rule for another 2 or 3 years if he continued to remain silent as before, but because of the Raven trial, he made excessive efforts that made his body condition even more depleted. The goal was achieved, but the emperor's body received a severe blow." Raven listened in silence for a moment, finally opening his mouth to say what he had wondered from the moment he first saw the emperor, how old this year's emperor was. Ian replied with a sullen sigh, as of this year, he was only 55 years old. Raven immediately showed a shocked expression, because looking at the old emperor looked like an old man of 7 or 80, feeling like he could suddenly collapse at any moment. After that, the topic of conversation between Raven and Ian began to shift to the question of who would be the successor, just as Duke Lindegor was saying to Seal, of the rest of the princes, the one who possessed the strongest aura was the second prince Ian. In fact, Ian even possessed a stronger aura than Shaun, but he deliberately suppressed his anger chi because of his devotion to his brother. His rather erratic personality was also partly due to being forced to control it. However, Seal shook his head in denial that Ian would be his successor at the present time, because he was still immature and shallow. Moreover, Ian had deep feelings for his brother. As long as his brother was there, he would never stand up to take the position he thought belonged to his brother. Although he disagreed with the idea of making Ian his successor immediately, Seal also knew that if Ian was not installed as emperor now, a major disturbance would be possible for the empire, which not only did Seal know, Duke Lindegor knew, that even the emperor knew. Complicating matters is that, apart from Ian, there is one other exception in the royal family. Prince Gufli's temperament has grown amazingly strong over the past few years even though he was not born of direct lineage. Although Gufli is still inferior to Shaun at his peak and Ian, he will certainly be stronger than Ian in the not-too-distant future. In addition, Gufli has close ties with influential nobles of the empire through the Count of Segunda. If they had taken Ian to the throne early, they wouldn't have stood still. At this time, Ian was also talking about Gufli, but unfortunately the information he gathered was far behind the information on Seal's side. "I listened to you and investigated Gufli, but he was just a normal kid. There was nothing worth mentioning, except that the atmosphere around it was always gloomy." Raven heard that and felt very suspicious. Ian himself was a royal family member who could not investigate anything, so questions and theories kept circling in his mind. In Raven's past life memories, the heir to the throne was Gufli. It was impossible for him to be the next emperor if he did not have the power to surpass Ian while Ian was alive. Moreover, Gufli's mother was a relative of the Count of Segunda. The Count of Segunda was in constant contact with Duke Oranges and was involved in the assassination of Prince Shaun. If he finds out all this in his previous life, then Ian wants to avenge his brother. There will be no way for those who are likely to be associated with criminals to take the throne, which means that in his previous life, Ian could not find the mastermind of Shaun's assassination. In addition, there is a high probability that Gufli's powers are silently growing and are so carefully hidden that Ian cannot detect it. While Raven had dimly guessed things that Ian couldn't investigate, Seal was saying strange and profound things to Duke Lindegor. Gufli, Ian, Oranges, and Pendragon. They will be the ones responsible for the future of the empire, and most likely also the ones who will challenge the rationality of this world. Duke Lindegor quietly listened to the very inexplicable words of Seal, an angel who had existed as long as a dragon, and after pondering for a while, he hesitantly probed what he meant, that is, a prophecy. Seal once again smiled expressionlessly at Duke Lindegor's quiet words. "It was just my hunch." Turning his eyes towards the fiery red sunset, Seal indulges in his premonitions, as if the cause and effect of this world is being disturbed by a powerful force that has created countless interesting accidents that no one can explain. In the days that followed at the Imperial Palace at the invitation of Ian, Raven's group of warriors had many opportunities to consult the training of the mighty Golden Master Army, and Leon in particular had significantly improved his combat skills through training with warriors. One day before Raven departed for the Principality of Pendragon, Leon and the deputy captain of the Golden Division had a heated contest with each other, which was to satisfy the desire for rivalry that the vice-captain had been cooking since the first day Raven's group entered the Golden Division's training ground. However, Leon, after a period of harsh training with Argos, has improved significantly. He is much more confident when facing the vice-captain and can flexibly dodge all his sword paths. With a light weight, Leon can operate flexibly and easily. Even a high jump can be performed on the spot without gaining momentum, rendering the vice-captain's powerful stabs useless. He was even able to land on the vice-captain's wooden blade and balance on the edge of the blade as if a circus performer walked on a rope, a sight that shocked the vice-captain for a moment. When he calmed down a bit, the vice-captain tried to collect the sword but was completely unable to pull it from Leon's paw. Obviously his body was very light but the force was strangely heavy, which made the vice-captain panic again. At the moment when his opponent was flinching, Leon leaned back and swung his leg decisively at the vice-captain's face, so passive and his obstinate grip on the sword made it impossible for him to dodge. Along with the echoing crashing sound, the vice-captain's head was squeezed to the side by the force of the kick. His cheeks were puffy while his molars and blood gushed out of his mouth. When the vice-captain fell to one side in a position with his head on the ground, Leon jumped off the blade and at the same time, loud cheers rang out throughout the training ground. Count Granite hurriedly stepped forward to declare, "Enough, victory and defeat are clear." He then held Leon's arm up high with a satisfied smile confirming that his prowess had surpassed that of the vice-captain. He grinned as he earned the respect and praise of warriors who were royal clowns. He had admired them so much. Ron Vincent couldn't help but widen his eyes in amazement when he saw Leon's great improvement from the first day he met him in the Principality of Pendragon. What a feat for him to grow so much. Raven nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Yes, he has surpassed my expectations." Argos giggled proudly giving him a thumbs up but instead of pointing at Leon, he pointed to himself. His master was so brilliant, it was all thanks to him. Killian was stunned by Leon's fighting prowess that might reach his level in the not-too-distant future, but he also enthusiastically responded to the general joy with an arrogant laugh and did not forget to emphasize his status. Yes, as captain, the fact that our army is getting stronger is not a bad thing at all. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Isla and Carta standing behind them only glanced at Killian with disdainful eyes. Everyone has strengthened a lot, except for the captain. The next day, Raven and his White Dragon Legion were getting ready to set off for the return to the Principality of Pendragon. After sending greetings to the Emperor, he went to say goodbye to Count Granite and the Golden Division. Raven said with a gentle smile in a friendly tone, "Thank you so much for your kindness, Captain Granite." Earl Granite politely replied with a face full of interest and excitement, "And we were also very appreciative. The process was a great boost to the Golden Division." Looking over at Argos and Leon standing behind Raven with smug smiles, Count Granite laughed in acknowledging their abilities, but it seemed like the process had been pretty easy for the two of them. Suddenly Raven's expression became serious. "Captain, I want to ask you something, but please don't ask me why," said, and Raven fell silent for a moment. The question he was about to ask was not as Duke Pendragon but Raven Vault. He had no choice but to be cautious. After receiving a liberal nod of agreement from Count Granite, Raven finally slowly opened her mouth. "Do you know anything about the Demon Legion?" Count Granite was quite surprised by Raven's attitude. This was the first time he had acted like this since their first meeting, but he still comfortably replied, "Star Demon Legion, of course I know, it's an army of mostly criminal members. And rubbish. Sometimes I wonder why they are part of the Imperial Army. Honestly, I feel embarrassed to call them part of the Imperial Army." Despite knowing that Count Granite's words weren't wrong, as division captain, Raven still felt a little bitter because he himself had been part of the rubbish. Then he went on to ask, "So now, where are they?" Even though Raven already knows where the Demon Legion is and what he's doing, but he still wants to make sure that his actions don't alter the course of events. Count Granite pondered for a moment and then replied, "They were now in the south, specifically in the Great Shuhai. They were on a mission to destroy a monster called the Beast King." Upon hearing about the Beast King, Raven guessed that Count Granite was referring to the King of Trolls. There was a fleeting relief that history had not been significantly altered, but soon Raven's gaze became serious again. If history hasn't changed, then other issues arise. The first is who will destroy the Troll King this time, and whether that person will receive a nearly immortal body like Raven, whether that will change his current healing abilities. Raven was immersed in the train of reflection for a long moment. The issue not only lay in whether or not King Troll would die and at whose hands, but he also wondered about whether to reveal the question of whether Baltai would shake hands with Duke Orangus. Currently, Raven alone knows that Baltai is the one behind the incident in Sisek, but stringing together the events, there is a high chance that he will also be involved with Orangus, but if he said this, Count Granite would probably try to destroy him. The next question that arose was whether the Imperial Army was capable of killing that cunning old fox, because even Raven with the dragon's chi power could not destroy his body. Worse, if the Empire decided to expel Baltai from the Demon Legion, then it would be like breaking the strings of the forest. It would be even harder to track his movements later. Thinking of this, Raven had to swallow down the words she wanted to say and take a deep breath to regain her composure. Seeing Raven standing for a long time with his face full of emotions constantly changing, Count Granite a little nervously called out to him, "Duke, Pendragon." Raven let out a breath with a wry smile, "Nothing." Before Raven left, every city and village in the Aragon Empire was informed of Governor Lu's treason. Count Segunda was stripped of his title, all his property was confiscated, his immediate relatives were exiled regardless of age and gender. As for the distant relatives, they were demoted one rank. No one could utter a single cry because the order was transmitted directly from the emperor. It was a rare show of power from the ruler of the empire. All the noble families connected with the Count of Segunda retreated to their lair, and even unrelated nobles felt like walking on thin ice. Eventually, the power structure of the royal castle underwent a major transformation. The vacancies left by the demoted nobles were quickly filled by ambitious young nobles who supported Ian, and so he went on to be a good candidate for the crown prince. The funny story is not only for Ian, but also the Pendragon family is glad that Duke Pendragon has become the Governor-General of Luz. It is unprecedented for the owner of a completely independent principality to become an official of the empire. Becoming Governor-General of Luz was a tremendous opportunity to acquire a huge fortune, as the city was considered one of the most flourishing places in the empire, since Duke Pendragon was instrumental in discovering the plot of Count Segunda, so no one dared to object. However, while one and the other were smiling brightly, Raven sat in the carriage leaving the capital with a wistful scowl on his face. He could not rejoice at the encountering the arch-enemy. Baltai, Tolio, and Orangus. I am sure I will kill you all with my own hands, and with deep hatred welling up, Raven gazed silently towards the bright red sun like a fire sinking deep into the sea, the sight as if to speak of his heart that was having to suppress his boiling rage. The flying chariot transported by 5 griffins returned to the Principality of Pendragon in just a few short days, but when Raven returned he did not find Soldrake as greeted as he expected. Raven actually felt Soldrake's energy when he was in the royal castle, however for some reason she didn't come to see him, not knowing what might have kept her away from her soul mate for a month. Even though they were so close together, Raven had hoped that Soldrake had returned to the Principality to wait for him. But he was disappointed, only to ask Kazal and Tada. Sol hadn't come back yet. Kazal and Tada nodded briefly as they explained, yes, because dragons have a huge amount of energy, every monster can feel it up close. Although he knew that dragons were on top of the world so they could act however they wanted, Raven still felt sad when Soldrake didn't appear. He muttered thoughtfully, why, Lindsay standing next to him saw all that expression of her husband. However, she wasn't jealous of Soldrake at all and instead tried to comfort Raven. She pulled him down in his chair with a sweet smile. We'll be fine. I'm sure Soldrake wants to see Sir Aaron as soon as possible. She'll fly to see him right now. Lindsay then gently brushed Raven's hair as she does every day to take care of him, now that Raven is more accepting and closer to his wife than before instead of just seeing her as the right person for taking care of the family. The warmth emanating from Lindsay's gentle gaze made Raven's heart flutter slightly. Thank you, Lindsay. Lindsay did not respond but just quietly continued to tie Raven's hair with a gentle smile. Kazal and Tada watched as the two of them were intimately together when goosebumps ruffled with teasing voices that spoke softly, husband and wife. At that moment, Aaron took her mother and little sister and opened the door to the room, breaking the rare romantic moment of the young couple. Aaron's voice excitedly rang, brother. The congratulatory party had already begun, and Aaron beamed and urged Raven and Lindsay to hurry down and celebrate with everyone without noticing that her sister-in-law's face was flushed with embarrassment. As soon as Raven and Lindsay stepped out into the middle of the banquet hall, the butler began to shed tears and shouted with great joy, "Our master, Duke Pendragon, has been appointed governor of Luz. We were all very happy for him," the butler finished. the cheers of the aristocratic crowd rang up the fence like rain in the banquet hall. In that joyous atmosphere, Raven lovingly glanced at Lindsay and clasped her hand to share the joy of a true loving couple. Carta and Killian's table this time featured two new members, Leon and Argos, a warlike orc and a bloody old man sharing the table, creating an interesting scene of rivalry, while Isla was tenderly taking care of Mia and she was not afraid of his cold expression at all. Now that Raven is no longer surrounded by women who lust for his power and status, he is no longer alone at the warriors' table as before, but can comfortably converse with Lindsay. Helene saw the warm sweet smiles of her son and daughter-in-law and couldn't help but be amazed. She hurriedly held her hand and called out to her daughter, "Hey, hey, Aaron." Both curious and amused but afraid to embarrass the cuckoos, Helene could only gently drop into Aaron's ear and whisper. The two of them had become so much closer, wasn't it, that the mother-in-law was clearly curious why her cold, nonchalant son had changed to be so tender after a trip to the capital. However, Aaron felt that such a long story should only be told to her mother at the end of this party, so she just winked at Helene with a mischievous smile. Yes, they went through a lot together. The sight of the Raven couple getting close made many at the party feel admiration and joy for them, but Luna couldn't share the joy. She just stood silently in a corner as if she didn't belong to this party, but her eyes seemed to reflect a strong sense of buried longing. Ron Vincent could read the indelible loneliness in Luna's eyes and he could sympathize with her. He of course knew who she was thinking of whenever she had such a sullen face, and he had decided to step forward to comfort the secretary who had worked so hard with him during Raven's absence. "Are you enjoying this fun alone, Miss Sirod?" Luna smiled softly and nodded. "Sir Ron." Ron Vincent smiled and handed Luna the beer he had just poured. "Here, make one." He knew well what she was craving, but he could not show any regret for her and had to pretend ignorance of such matters. To protect the pride of a beautiful woman, Brave worked behalf of the family, contributing to building the future of the Principality of Pendragon. However, Luna didn't dare take the beer. She bowed her head broodingly in denial. "No, me," but she couldn't articulate the reason in her heart, because the yeast vapor would probably kill the last bit of her restraint. It seemed that Ron Vincent also knew that Luna avoided this beer because she was afraid that she would lose control and went to say useless words to the apathetic young Duke, but he still didn't want to let her miss this opportunity, so he tactfully reminded. The Duke had set out to go to Luz tomorrow. After Luna showed a shocked expression, Ron Vincent smiled and raised a glass of beer, boosting her courage. If she had anything to say, make sure she said it today. Luna turned to look at the beer in Ron Vincent's hand for a long moment with a confused expression. She missed Raven day and night. She had been waiting patiently for Raven the whole time but didn't expect to see her half a day again and was about to be separated. Luna thought for a moment, but it didn't last long. Finally, she summoned up her courage, took her beer glass and took a sip. The yeast rising made her desire boil and her spirits were as strong as when she was sitting in her office. Luna had waited so long and her heart broke when she realized she wouldn't be able to see the person of her dreams again for a long time to come. For a moment, she thought about going to Luz, but there was no reason to do so, and she still had work to do here, so today is the only time. After setting the empty beer glass down on the table, Luna walked up to Raven and softly called out to him, "Duke Pendragon." As soon as she saw Luna appear with loving eyes looking at Raven, Lindsay took the initiative to withdraw a few steps away from her husband. Even though Raven had treated her more kindly than before and Lindsay was happy even if it wasn't love, she was still self-conscious about her background in front of Luna. Raven politely greeted Luna, "Miss Sirod." It had been a long time since he'd seen that loving look of hers again, so he felt a little nervous about what she was going to do and didn't want them both to be in an awkward situation. Luna turned her determined gaze towards Raven, and it seemed she had gathered enough courage to confess again after months of rejection. But the moment Ron Vincent had been waiting for didn't come, and Luna gradually retracted her longing gaze and gave a standard gentle smile. She politely shrugged her legs down in the graceful greeting pose of a noble lady. "I was delighted to hear that he would be appointed governor of Luz." Hearing those words, both Raven and Lindsay breathed a sigh of relief with their own reflections. For a moment, Raven saw a glimpse of indescribable pity on Luna's smiling face, but someone as little understanding of women as he obviously had no intention of questioning her. Just like that, Raven and Lindsay watched Luna quietly leave without anyone saying another word. Ron Vincent, watching the scene from a distance, couldn't help but feel sympathy for this strong-looking girl with a weak soul. Ron Vincent clicked his tongue and raised his beer glass with a regretful shake of his head. She still hesitated. Meanwhile, the banquet table of the Carta and Argos groups is still the busiest place. These two strong-blooded rivals have already whipped a dozen beers and are still shouting for the waiter, "We are just getting started, bring more beer out here." So the beer continued to be poured and the cheers continued to be heard, the rivalry becoming more and more lively as Carta and Argos got drunk. And of course, the beer that keeps everyone intoxicated is the beer of the Principality of Pendragon, the favorite drink that kept Ron Vincent here. It was late at night, the party was not over, but Raven and Ron Vincent went to a quiet room to talk about future plans, because tomorrow Raven had to leave for a distant place again. Ron Vincent poured beer for Raven with a deep smile. The beer of this domain became better and better with each sip. Of course he meant that the city of York was undergoing massive urbanization that made it grow larger than many famous cities in the empire. It's always busy and growing every day. Raven smiled and nodded in amusement. Well, the soldiers liked it immensely, which was an indirect compliment to Ron Vincent's management efforts that had helped the city of York become a thriving place for many types of people and not just merchants. After that, Raven smiled trustingly at Ron Vincent and said, "I will entrust you with this territory, Ron." Raven knows whose management the city of York has developed now. Moreover, Ron Vincent is a unique character. Despite his unprecedented talent in the commercial field, he has absolutely no interest in personal wealth. The greater the greed for wealth, the more one can succeed, but Ron Vincent reversed common sense. He had ambitions to bring the Principality of Pendragon to prosperity but did not develop greed for personal wealth. Merchants who wanted to penetrate the Principality of Pendragon did not know how to deal with such a person when bribery did not work, and of course, Raven felt very comfortable going around as long as Ron Vincent was here. On the contrary, Ron Vincent also clearly understands that Raven is an intelligent person and can read situations correctly, but if it is said that Raven is missing something, it is caring about the people around him. So Ron Vincent decides to remind Raven tactfully, "Even so, it would have been impossible if it weren't for their help to reduce my burden." Indeed, Raven's face turned with incomprehension. Ron Vincent couldn't help but lament in his heart, all great kings in history are often considered cold-blooded, but that is half right and half wrong. The cold blood of a king should only be directed at the enemy. He must have warm care for his family and people, but Raven is a cold person to everyone. Although sometimes he also shows a humane and understanding side, but for women his actions are completely clumsy. Ron Vincent had no choice but to start suggesting Raven from the little things, first mentioning the merits of the housekeeper Melbourne. Thanks to him most of the affairs were smooth, so Ron Vincent just needed to focus on the affairs of the city of York. Later, Ron Vincent gracefully redirected the story mentioning Luna's important help. The affairs entrusted to Miss Sirod were carefully and properly taken care of. To emphasize Luna's merits, Ron Vincent also specifically mentioned how the plan to develop the immigrant city of York has so far proceeded smoothly, proving that she has been very supportive of Ron Vincent when dealing with a huge amount of work. Raven finally understood what Ron Vincent meant and became pensive at the thought of Luna. He had thought she was selfish, illusory, and predictable, even a materialistic snob who tried to crawl into the bed of his fiancée he had abandoned. However, his thoughts had diluted slightly over time. He also knew how much effort Luna had made to escape the fate of an instrument that maintained ties between the two clans. Reading Raven's hesitation and knowing that he was thinking about his relationship with the girl, Ron Vincent gave him a mischievous smile and asked, "What do you think, Pendragon? Isn't it time for you to reconsider your engagement to Miss Sirod?" Of course Ron Vincent came up with the idea not merely out of pity for the lovely girl. However, Raven rolled her eyes and stared at Ron Vincent as if she didn't understand why this guy had such a crazy thought. Ron Vincent sees the bewilderment in Raven's eyes and calmly convinces him as a monk to only care about the benefits of this relationship instead of emotional issues. Luna is an aristocrat, the daughter of a noble lord, but she is very different from the princesses in the capital and also other nobles, people who only know how to dress beautifully and do not pursue anything other than vanity. Luna is a talented young lady who is smart, patient and meticulous enough to handle the tasks of a secretary who manages an entire city, which is what Ron Vincent personally witnesses during his work with her. All in all, Ron Vincent was intellectually certain that Luna would be able to be a great assistant to Raven and the Principality of Pendragon, in a completely different way than Lindsay. Even when Ron Vincent had used this method to persuade, Raven remained silent with a wistful face. In fact, he knew that Luna had previously been in a precarious position of not being able to marry on her own terms nor open up her own future. Aaron is initially a coward and weakling. He has no status as a great nobleman and a knight. It would be too harsh to tell her to voluntarily remain engaged to Aaron when it seems that only a dark, grim future awaits her. He could sympathize, but he couldn't feel love for her yet. Remembering Luna's sad gentle smile at the party, Raven only felt a slight flutter. It was the face of a different patience when she came to call off the engagement after Aaron awakened, but the person she met then until now was Raven Vault, not the useless Aaron Pendragon. Raven narrowed her eyes, wondering if Luna loved Raven Vault or loved Aaron Pendragon after all, even though he only had feelings that didn't go beyond friendship with her, but he still wondered about it because he had never understood women's minds, and there always seems to be an invisible barrier between them because of this kink. Seeing Raven bow his head in silence for a long moment as if he was being forced to do something his heart didn't want, Ron Vincent couldn't say another word to convince him. After about 10 minutes, Ron Vincent opened his mouth to break the heavy atmosphere. If he didn't like her, there was nothing else I could do. Raven thoughtfully twirled the beer in her hand in a moody voice. It wasn't. It's just, Raven want to talk about the kinks in my heart but choke up. The only person who knows his true identity is Soul Drake, the soulmate he trusts completely. It's not something that can be easily shared with others. Raven was even more moody when he suddenly thought about not having Soul Drake by his side right now. Even though she wasn't too much human affection, having her around would help him feel lighter. Raven could only vent her heavy thoughts through her gaze staring at herself in her beer. Not too long ago, there had been a time of questioning what kind of person she was supposed to live with, had caused Raven's breakdown, this time not to such a serious extent, but also made him quite confused. Meanwhile, Luna was standing alone on the balcony of the castle. She turned her distant gaze towards the twinkling starry night sky. But no matter how beautiful the sight was, it couldn't catch Luna's eyes. Her mind was now completely filled with sadness and regret that she hadn't had the courage to do so earlier. At this moment, a familiar voice that Luna had been waiting for came from behind her. Luna. A startled Luna turned her head to look in the direction of the sound. Raven was actively walking up to her with a bottle of beer in his hand. This time he had called her name directly rather than the polite way of addressing her, Miss Sirod anymore. Luna couldn't help but be confused as Raven walked up to her, her heart beating and her words becoming brooding. Aaron. Raven first took the initiative to create a conversation to draw closer to Luna, so he was inevitably embarrassed for a moment. He had absolutely no experience dealing with women in his previous life. So Raven brought a bottle of beer with him to make the conversation easier. He merely thought it would be like two men talking in a wine yeast. Raven lifted the beer bottle and shook it slightly with a wry smile that couldn't be concealed. Can we drink a little together? Not knowing if it's out of motivating interest or out of curiosity about Luna's thoughts that he's doing this. However, in Luna's eyes and in the fact that any other woman would think like her, this act of offering beer alone was nothing more than flirtatious, so she immediately blushed. Later, a date under the thousand-star night sky took place. Raven graciously poured Luna a beer like a gentleman. It was a perfect setting to close the distance between two people of the opposite sex. Just the lack of candlelight and a few dishes was a sight that would be no different from a romantic dinner. However, the atmosphere between them was a little shy. Raven gave a gentle smile using Ron Vincent as an intermediary to start the story. Ron kept complimenting her on her dedication to the principality. I was really grateful for her help. Luna's cheeks turned red again at the compliment from the person she wholeheartedly pursued. She wanted to say something humbly in response, but the flying thoughts of love left her unsure of what to say on the subject of this dry work. Raven raised a glass to congratulate her on the development of York City and thanked Luna, who complied and toasted to him. Two people take a sip of beer and the previous nervousness or shyness is slowly being washed away by the leaven. This is the right time to change the topic of conversation to the main purpose. Raven smiled, looking at Luna's gentle and modest smile. Her previously haughty and rash appearance had completely disappeared, leaving him in exclamation. She had changed a lot, compared to the first time we met. Luna pondered for a moment and was a little amused that the person who said this was Raven and not herself. A smile containing contemplation appeared on her lips. Though I wasn't as different from you than before. Raven's eyes widened in surprise, but very quickly he understood that the difference Luna was talking about was the difference before and after Raven entered Aaron's body. Luna could see Raven's astonished expression, but she didn't hesitate to share her thoughts because the foundation of love must start with honesty. To be honest, I didn't like you at all, especially you before you were in a deep coma. But after he regained consciousness, he seemed to transform into a completely different person, Luna said as she remembered every single thing that had happened since Aaron woke up, and ironically, the moment she saw his temperament definitively abandon his engagement with her was the first time she was shaken. Luna grinned at the thought of her feelings changing so quickly and being in such a strange situation, but she continued to tell Raven honestly. Only then did she begin to pay more attention to his actions. Suddenly Luna burst into giggles, raising her glass with a mischievous raise of an eyebrow, asking Raven, "That made me sound like an arrogant girl, didn't you see that?" Because Luna was outspoken, Raven also wanted to respond with frankness. In fact, he thought she was overly arrogant at the time, so he didn't hesitate to respond to Luna with a teasing smile, "That's for sure." Luna wasn't angry at Raven's teasing, she just smiled calmly as she stood up and continued to tell the story through her perspective. Then, after returning from Dissect, we saw a different change in him. He seemed to have found a purpose in life. Once again, the moment Luna was remembering was when Raven had brought the vault-carrying soul into Pendragon's body, turning it into a harmonious being, and he was very proud of it. Although Luna didn't know exactly what had changed in Raven's mind, she felt a stronger vibration at that moment. Luna reminisced and said in a steady voice, "I wanted to change myself. Instead of pursuing a political marriage for the sake of the clan, I decided to ignore the rules imposed on me, and I was." While Luna hesitantly stopped, Raven tilted her head to stare at her intently. Seeing that Luna didn't say anything for a moment, Raven opened her mouth to express her concern. She said, "The rules were preordained." Luna didn't articulate what bound her life as well as that of the other noble ladies, but just replied with a relieved smile, "I am determined not to live for the sake of others anymore, but only for myself." At that moment, Raven suddenly felt more sympathy for Luna. He used to not be able to live for himself when he was in the Demon Legion, but even now, he is living in the name of someone else. Even if he has found his goal, it is not clear whether such is considered to be living for himself. While Raven was deep in concern, Luna continued to speak in a voice full of admiration and amusement. "Do you remember what you said when you were in Sirad territory? He said he wanted to live to ensure that the people of the principality lived a prosperous and warm life." His words very quickly took shape. Luna smiled contentedly at the city of York that was lit up even after midnight, which was a testament to its wealth and bustle. Then Luna turned her sweet smile towards Raven, "So I respect you not only because you are a real man, but also because you are a ruler who is leading your subjects forward." Raven's wistful face finally lit up as he stared intently at Luna's delicate face, saw her beautiful gentle smile and eyes sparkling with deep sincerity. His heart suddenly felt warmer. The words Luna had just said also meant that she loved Raven's spirit in her person, Aaron. At this point, Luna finally had the courage to say what she had cherished in her heart all this time, which is why, regardless of whether you like me or not, I will all commit myself to volunteering, to be your strength. It was obviously a sweet confession that could melt any man's heart, but Raven hadn't been able to erase the kink in her heart just because Luna had mentioned him as the ruler. He hesitantly opened his mouth with his face down. She had, indeed. Luna saw Raven's tone change. There seemed to be something melancholy and tormenting him a lot, so she immediately turned to look at him. This moment, in Raven's mind, is going on a strong struggle. He does not know how to love. He has never really loved Lindsay, Soldrake. He has never considered them objects of love despite having special vibes with each one. Moreover, Raven's feelings for Luna really don't exist in such a way as love, more precisely because he doesn't have the courage to do so, because he is still agonizing about being just someone who lives off other people's bodies and status. He dares not aspire to a genuine love for him as Raven and not Aaron. Raven involuntarily remembers his life in the Demon Legion, whether Luna could love him as he is now if he was just a soldier at the bottom of society, whether he had the qualities of a real man inside him or not. In the meantime, Raven desperately wants to tell Luna everything and asks her if she really loves her, not only as Aaron, but as herself. In fact, Raven also wishes to receive Luna's sincere love as Raven. It is rare for a noble woman to change herself for a man and sacrifice many things to be with that man. they are often arrogant, materialistic, and may even abandon her husband when in trouble. However, there is no guarantee Luna's current feelings will not change after learning the truth. Raven finally calms down and reminds herself that he is Aaron Pendragon and no longer Ravenvault in the flesh, and the words he wants to say are swallowed up again. Worried to see Raven bow for a long time without saying anything, Luna hesitantly opened her mouth to call out to him, "Aaron." Raven let out a breath that drained the tangled thoughts in her head and replied thoughtfully, "Nothing." He then emptied the beer in his hand, hoping that the yeast might help him forget those confused thoughts. Then Raven smiled brightly and handed the empty glass to Luna. "Thank you, Luna." It was the first time he had smiled so broadly when talking to Luna alone that she couldn't help but stand in amazement for a moment. In an instant, a feeling of happiness welled up out of the corner of her eye. Perhaps this was a good sign for their relationship. Even if Raven hadn't accepted her as a lover, at least looked at her with a softer and more relaxed gaze than before. Luna smiled contentedly at this small progress and turned to tell Raven in a delighted voice, "It's my honor." Raven was finally able to smile with a satisfied face, accepting her situation. For now, this was good enough. The two of them then looked up at the sky, enjoying a brief romance of nature before each returned to their jobs and responsibilities the next day. The next morning, somewhere on a calm southern sea, a jet-black sailboat was closing in on a merchant ship belonging to wealthy merchants. At the top of the mast of the black boat was a flag also black, on which embroidered the image of an eye-catching skull and two crossed swords, the symbol of pirates. As soon as they saw that the pirate ship was near, loud shouts were heard throughout the deck of the merchants. Everyone was stunned with terrified eyes on the pirate ship. A horde of Ratuan orcs burst onto the deck of the merchant's ship by swinging. Everyone started shouting loudly and chaotically, followed by their shouts, running away. Were the pirates, however, where they were standing was in the middle of the vast sea. There was nowhere to run. The Ratuan orcs leapt on the deck like toads. They swung their knives here and there. Screams echoed as sharp knife lines flashed across the air. Blood splashed, sharp blades splattered across everyone, regardless of men and women or their status. The bloody massacre took place in the blink of an eye, causing everyone to be afraid to trample on each other and run. Those who had no place to run anymore could only kneel down and face up to the sky to pray that the Imperial Navy would come to save them from danger. However, no matter how fast people tried to flee, or in vain their begging, they could hardly escape the meter-long arms of the Ratuan orcs and their sharp blades. When quite a few heads flew high and fell in a pool of blood, the new pirate leader appeared. He smiled with pleasure, squeezed his knife on his shoulder and quipped, "No one will come to save you." The pirate leader stuck out his tongue to reveal sharp teeth like shark teeth and mocked the man he had just beheaded for daring to open his mouth to mention the navy, the pig. The leader of this pirate horde was none other than Tolio. Although he had one eye tickled after the war with Raven, but in his territory, he could still show arrogance with a savage laugh. "I am the predator who dominates this sea, ah ha ha ha, collect the loot." The Ratuan orc did not wait for Tolio to give the order to plunder long ago. They ravaged everywhere they walked, bathing the merchant ship in a sea of blood. While enjoying the pleasures of a pirate, Tolio suddenly noticed something lying on the deck. It was a news sheet about Duke Pendragon, and it even included a painting to assert the prominence and importance of the news. Tolio glanced at the information in the newspaper. The account of Raven's merits was long, but he only noticed one line: Duke Pendragon had been given the governorship of Luz. Tolio picked up the news sheet with a mocking chuckle. "What, this guy seems to be prosperous lately." Just then, Tolio let go of the paper nonchalantly, but before it could fall to the ground, sharp flashes of blades sliced it into shattered pieces. Under the bright sunlight reflecting off the tip of the knife, Tolio grinned sinisterly. "I'll settle my debt with you soon, damn white worm." The view of Luz stretching beneath the hill is impressive. Although inferior to the capital, this massive city is covered with a high L-shaped outer wall, with the pier and coast on the other side, large and small buildings filling the street, and many sailboats moored in the port. Right next to the port is a fortress-like tower where Count Segunda once lived, which was also the residence for the governor of Luz. It is surrounded by high and long walls with dozens of catapults designed to sink any enemy ship. Raven's group had come here and rested for half a day. They were preparing to welcome important guests to meet the new governor, but Raven had just come out of the bedroom when she was stunned by the sight in front of her. In front of Raven's eyes, his close assistants were dressed in gorgeous and could even be said to be matches, except Leon, and Killian and Isla both showed annoyed reluctant expressions. Of course, there was only one person who could create masterpieces like this. When a shiver hit Raven's back, Aaron pulled Lindsay out of the dressing room with a big smile. "What do you think, brother, about the White Dragon team's new sailor uniform?" Seeing Raven's deeply suspicious eyes, Aaron immediately explained the misunderstanding, because today we would meet the commander of Luza's naval forces, the Admiral of the National Navy, Regent Moraine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the harbor, on the shore of a small island not far from the mainland, while the sailboats and ships moored in the harbor adjoining the city are of various shapes, the sailboats of this island are of the same shape, and up there, a group of Marines were swinging on ropes, moving from boat to boat like monkeys passing branches. In the middle of a boat there was an old man in the captain's hat waiting for the attack of the Marines who were massively landing on the boat. That old man was Viscount Moraine, a veteran warrior who had spent many years at sea and on the battlefield. Therefore, the aura that Viscount Moraine possessed was very strong. It was equivalent to the strength of Count Granite, the captain of the Golden Division, but because of the peculiarities of the work, Viscount Moraine's aura was blue and white like the sky and sea. As his blade carried an oppressive aura that slashed through the air, the Marines who had just jumped down to approach were thrown away by him. Of course he controlled the force carefully so that no one would get hurt during this routine practice. But even if Viscount Moraine had only used wooden swords and had restrained his energies, the Marines who had just been hit fell on the deck and it took them a while to get up. Viscount Moraine was the commander of the 7th Regiment of the Imperial Army stationed in Luz. He was a royal knight commanding 3,000 troops and 12 battleships, but since the Count of Segunda took power, Viscount Moraine's authority in the 7th Regiment had been severely affected, causing him to begin to annoy the governors. In most cases, governors concurrently held the position of commanding the royal army. However, due to Luz being a port city, the command of the royal army was divided between the governor and the admiral of the 7th Coastal Defense Regiment. The governor's soldiers were responsible for city security, but the Segunda nobles had given key positions in the navy to knights of their age, which made the Regent Moraine furious. Nevertheless, defying the governor was akin to rebelling against the king, leaving him with no choice but to endure it. Now, the situation has become more complicated with the news of a new governor's arrival. Near noon that day, on the main road along the city's harbor, to the deafening sound of metal, dozens of soldiers on horseback, the Imperial Army's 7th Regiment began its proud march to meet their new governor. Passers-by on one of Luz's 6 main routes holding their breath at the sight of groups of horses and soldiers coming from crossing. Those who saw the seahorse symbol and the 2 crossed swords, quickly took off their hats and bowed their heads before retreating to either side of the road because they recognized the identity of the army through that flag. The inhabitants of Luz, merchants and even nobles were busy glancing at the elder knight who was at the forefront of the group with stunned cries, the White Shark of Mulad, the Admiral of the Imperial Navy, Viscount Moraine. Moraine's reputation as a royal knight and a very high sea warrior, to the point where everyone associated with the inner sea knew his name. In particular, pirates operating in inland waters were terrified of the 7th Regiment and its commander. Viscount Moraine had no mercy for the pirates. Local warlords tried to coexist with the pirates by offering bribes or tolls for fear of reprisals, but Viscount Moraine would immediately attack at the sight of a pirate ship and all the pirates captured by him were beheaded and thrown into the sea. However, Viscount Moraine had stopped attacking the pirates 3 years before. It was due to the actions of Count Segunda that he had betrayed the navy. He turned a blind eye to any pirates provided that they did not plunder in any of the waters inside Girolta, a location about 10 nautical miles from Luz Harbor. Moreover, even pirate ships were allowed to dock in Luz Harbor if they did not cause a fight. Of course, most pirates do not act in such a way, except for some who have blood on their faces and are brave enough, because even if they peacefully dock, the white sharks of the Mulad will chase and destroy them after they leave the safe zone. So Viscount Moraine's immediate move after the death of Count Segunda was to sweep any pirates operating in the Mulad Sea. Looking at Viscount Moraine's current expression, everyone on the side of the road couldn't help but feel terrified. All kinds of speculations were made from the crowd. His face looked more terrifying than before, probably because he was about to meet Duke Pendragon, and the previous governor had colluded with pirates and betrayed the navy. He must be wondering what kind of person the new governor is. If the new governor's weakness is exposed, the white shark will bite tightly. The first tense encounter in Luz finally arrives. Raven squints at Viscount Moraine. He is a trustworthy figure based on what he hears from Ian. He is not greedy for power and is a man who always does his duty. However, Viscount Moraine's loyalty belongs only to the Emperor. No matter how much the Emperor trusts Raven to make him Governor-General of Luz, there is no reason for the 7th Regiment and Viscount Moraine to be loyal to him easily. Even so, Raven intends to by all means make Viscount Moraine submit to her. Looking at Viscount Moraine's expression, Raven knew this would definitely be difficult, but it was necessary. He couldn't get excited too soon just because he had become the governor of Luz. There was still a long way to go to achieve his goal, and he was willing to say hello first. I, Aaron Pendragon, will assume the governorship of Luz. Although he greeted Raven with proper words and courtesy, Viscount Moraine did not bow or salute in military fashion. He just watched the young governor silently while standing proudly and did not even bother to give a fake smile. Raven had anticipated this too, as it would be strange for an old man like him to act instantly friendly to a young governor the age of his own child, but things started to cross the line when Viscount Moraine's subordinates greeted him on his behalf. This is the sword of the Emperor, Admiral of the Imperial Navy, Viscount Moraine. Isaac, the battalion commander accompanying Viscount Moraine, even dared to raise his eyes with an openly provocative stare directed at Raven. It would be wise for him to have this in mind. Isla and Killian's eyebrows immediately furrowed as he watched the scene from behind Raven's back, feeling like he was about to jump forward and press the other Isaac's head to the ground. However, Raven calmly continued her conversation towards Viscount Moraine. I heard that after Segunda's death, Luz was taken over by you, so I wanted to hear about the current situation here. Viscount Moraine remained silent with an indifferent expression, and as Isaac continued to speak in an arrogant tone, we had dealt with most of Segunda's allies, proceeded to demote or imprison all the knights whom Segunda had put into the 7th Regiment, and arrested his inner circle throughout the city. Just when Isaac wanted to continue ranting about how the 7th Regiment had swept pirates near the city, Isla was impatient and interrupted in a harsh voice. The governor, speaking to thee, spoke, as he clenched the lance in his hand with a menacing smirk mixed with contempt. Isaac also refused to back down easily. He lifted his face in response to Isla with a defiant look and stepped forward violently. Almost at the same time, Isla also took a step forward. The eyes of the two warriors met in the air. Isaac's fierce eyes contained arrogance, and Isla's dark blue eyes contained bitter cold aura. At the same time, the anger of the two exploded violently. Killian couldn't help but worry about a great war and hurriedly wanted to move forward to stop Isla, but Raven's calm nonchalant expression prevented him from doing that much. He just casually assessed how strong the enemy was. Viscount Moraine also showed interest in the confrontation between Isla and Isaac. Being a master knight, he obviously had an insight and also understood Isaac's abilities better than anyone else. Isaac was one of the best swordsmen of the 7th Regiment. However, Isla is able to stand in an air battle that seems to be on par with Isaac. Moreover, his cold eyes and relaxed posture are signs that Isla's true skills surpass what he is showing. After a brief smile of amusement, Viscount Moraine did not directly order Isaac to stop but took the initiative to step forward with the polite act of placing his hand on his chest, excusing himself for this disrespect. Mr. Pendragon. But as a military man, it is natural to want to judge a man with our own eyes, and Viscount Moraine's demeanor and words are now so suddenly polished that it is hard to believe that he is known as the Great White Shark. The smile deepened on Viscount Moraine's face as Raven spoke in a cold voice, so he wanted to verify that. Without erasing his smile, Viscount Moraine narrowed his eyes slightly. I simply wanted a match with you. Under Raven's cold gaze, Viscount Moraine placed his palm on the hilt of his sword with a determined expression as if it had been his will from the beginning. In this situation, an ordinary noble would react in one of two ways. Firstly, they would be threatened by the leader of the 7th Regiment and become a flatterer. Secondly, they would be angry and react violently. However, Raven did not respond in any way that Viscount Moraine expected. His eyes only narrowed and swept over him for a moment as if a hawk assessed its prey. Of course, Viscount Moraine also had a reason for his bold defiance to the man sent by the Emperor. I was a friend of your father, Duke Gordon, so I heard a lot about you. He meant that he knew how much different Aaron was then and now. In fact, it would be quite strange if Viscount Moraine and Duke Gordon didn't know each other. one of the Pendragon family mansions was located near Luz, and Viscount Moraine had spent more than half of his life serving in the 7th Regiment, so he also knew that Aaron was a weak man who liked flowers and indulged in painting. But now, rumor has it that Aaron Pendragon has dueled with the captain of the Imperial Knights, Granite, Viscount Moraine's rival and his counterpart, which is obviously hard to believe for Viscount Moraine. It was clear that this situation was simply Viscount Moraine deliberately orchestrating Raven's test, his gaze indicating that he would not give up this test easily no matter how reasoned Raven reasoned. Although he didn't say exactly what his suspicions were, Viscount Moraine believed that someone trusted by the Emperor would be at least smart enough to figure it out for himself, so he simply declared to Raven, "I want to check on you myself." Raven without hesitation closed her eyes and nodded in agreement, "I see. So, let's get started." Raven calmly waved to Isla and then he himself stepped to the empty side of the room. The entire room fell silent, only Raven's very gentle and leisurely footsteps could be heard. Viscount Moraine involuntarily smiled, pleased at his decisive action, but he hadn't given up his defiant gaze yet. The silence continued for a moment, then Viscount Moraine slowly stepped out of position and headed towards Raven. However, when Viscount Moraine took the third step, coming right in front of Isla, he suddenly held out the hilt of his spear to block the ground before his foot stepped down. Viscount Moraine was momentarily surprised. At the same time, his body staggered from loss of balance. Isla's actions were nothing more than a foul game that made everyone's eyes widen in amazement. In a brief moment, when no one in the Navy had time to react, a rough but white hand suddenly grabbed Viscount Moraine's chin and knocked him backwards. Raven rushed forward lightning fast, with one foot crossing the heels of Viscount Moraine trying to keep his balance back and one leg striding wide against his hip. The lightning attack coupled with the loss of balance causing Viscount Moraine to fall easily. In the blink of an eye, Viscount Moraine's head was slammed back to the floor, his neck was squeezed by Raven, his pupils shrunk to the size of a pea and striped dragon in his white irises. Isaac reacted now and hurriedly wanted to draw his sword to attack Raven. He even forgot his position and let go of the governor's slaughter. "You, what are you doing, bastard?" As soon as Isaac's aura exploded, a flash of light flashed before his eyes and the sound of tearing the wind of metal sounded deafening. Isaac had barely pulled out his sword, his leg hadn't even taken a few steps forward and was caught in the neck by Isla's spear. He hadn't even moved from his position and his gaze was still so calm. Killian stood on one side panicking as to what to do in this situation. Viscount Moraine's other marines were similarly confused. This was the first time they had faced a governor behaving so unusually. When the spear next to Isaac's neck flashed a flash of menace, he began to tremble and clench his teeth, cursing at Isla and of course his master. You, a bunch of vile." Isla's gaze remained unwavering. He simply let out a sarcastic question, "Did that exist for the pirates?" Isaac's eyes widened in shock. With more than 10 years of experience in sea warfare, obviously the answer is yes. It is impossible to expect pirates to behave properly, especially in a war. Although Raven had not yet aroused the dragon's aura, Viscount Moraine felt the unparalleled pressure weighing on him, as if he were facing a mountain. Raven's question was then on the same topic as Isla. He thought, "What will we fight against?" Not intending to wait for an answer from Viscount Moraine or anyone else, Raven directly told those in her sights that they were the most cruel pirates in the ocean. Led by a semi-orc leader, the Black King, Tolio Aranjus. And it was clear that he was stronger than either of them. The corners of Raven's mouth lifted with a fleeting gesture of disdain. The tiger did not roar back thinking the Green Forest was derelict. In fact, he could have won against Count Granite but had deliberately yielded to keep the peace, and he had never shown any defiance. But with Viscount Moraine it is different. When a person has made a public provocation, Raven must clearly show his authority and strength. Of course he can also duel fairly, but he wants to make it clear to Viscount Moraine that his primary purpose is to fight pirates. After releasing her hand from Viscount Moraine's neck, Raven stood up and motioned for Isla to lower her spear and said in an indifferent voice, "I warn you for the first and last time, I don't have time for such a senseless power struggle." Viscount Moraine and his men could not hide their surprise and confusion at Raven's words. The awkward silence lasted for a moment, partly because all previous governors had shown limited in dealing with the pirate problem. They simply stated that it was necessary to focus on the protection of the sea, that is, to protect merchant ships entering Luz from pirates at sea. Under Raven's cold but determined gaze, Viscount Moraine was subdued. A pirate hater like him would of course not oppose Raven. He slowly knelt on one leg and bowed his head and replied, "Just as you said, you have convinced me. Thank you for putting up with our disrespect, Governor." Reet Moraine, commander of the Imperial Army's 7th Regiment, sincerely apologizes to you, Viscount Moraine said with a satisfied and gracious smile on his face. Isaac's eyes widened with amazement. Most of them had served more than 10 years in the 7th Regiment, but this was the first time they had seen their commander show such great respect for anyone but the Emperor. Neither Isla nor Killian expected Viscount Moraine to apologize so freely and be subdued so easily. It wouldn't be easy for a seasoned veteran of the war to have such an attitude toward a young man less than half his age, regardless of Raven's status, so he said with a gentle smile, "To subdue the pirates, the strength of the Navy is essential, so I want your support." Then Raven extended her hand to Viscount Moraine offering to help him up, and in the bright sunlight shining through the window, a brilliant alliance was about to be formed. Viscount Moraine immediately accepted Raven's sincerity. He took his hand amicably and stood up. "It is my honor." In the days that followed, in the far seas of Luz, pirate ships continued to rage, relentlessly pursuing merchant ships to scavenge loot and massacre countless people. In these waters there were several groups of pirates, this time a boat belonging to another group of pirates, not those led by Tolio. However, the Ratuan orcs on this pirate ship were just as aggressive as Tolio's men. They landed on the merchant ship with a laugh like tearing cloth. "Ha ha ha ha, let's kill them, all the stupid pigs from the Empire." At that moment, a scene in the distance caught the attention of the Ratuan orcs and caused them to pause their action. There was a boat quietly approaching where the pirate ship and the merchant ship were fighting, and the leader of the bandits stared curiously to see who would take the initiative to seek such death. In the bright sunshine, is a yellow flag with an exquisite embroidery of lions, wings and crowns flying, which is the symbol of the Imperial Army. The merchant shipruins looked towards the yellow-flagged ship with bright faces because they had seen their savior, the Imperial Navy had arrived. But strangely enough, the Ratuan orcs also laughed after seeing that flag. Around the time when Count Segunda was in power, they had so few encounters with the Navy that they forgot their position and raised their voices arrogantly. "Those filthy humans, they thought they could fight us." However, those visiting the pirates today include not only naval personnel, but also entities flying around the Navy ship. The arrogant smiles of the Ratuan orcs immediately disappeared. They became restless as huge wingspans appeared in the sky. It was a sight they had never dared to imagine in their lives. When dozens of ostriches several times the size of bulls took off from the deck of a naval ship, they were not used to the strong sea breeze, so they faltered momentarily. However, they grew up in the Ancona Mountains, which are famous for their strong winds, so they quickly regained their balance and spread their wings to overcome the speed of naval boats. Isla and the horsemen nudged the griffins with their feet while gently patting their heads to cheer them up. The griffins gradually became excited and rushed away like arrows to the pirates. The merchant ship sailors could not hide their shock at the magnificent sight. Although they had spent decades on the ocean, this was the first time they had seen ostriches launched from a ship. Their hearts were pounding as well as the hearts of pirates. Of course, their hearts were pounding for another reason. The pirates became dismayed by this ridiculous situation. They were stunned for a moment, then a great panic came. Why is there a griffin here, and why is there a horseman on his back? The pirates were completely terrified at the sight of the griffins, so much so that they forgot to flee. After choosing a point to hover to keep the altitude above the bandits' heads, a series of arrows began to shoot down like showers from the white dragon horsemen. The pirates hit arrows in many places, but the physical strength of the Ratuan orc allowed them to still stand firm. Even so, the pirates were trembling with fear, and they narrowed their eyes at the ostriches with blank expressions. But something even more surprising continued to happen, when the horseman leading the ostriches suddenly glided down close to the sea and approached the pirates. Soon, the bandits' stunned eyes were knocked out of their sockets, and Isla swung her mace from side to side, gently smashing the muzzles of the arrogant Ratuan orcs. Blood stained the deck red and splashed Isla's face, but his gaze was the same as before, not wavering in the slightest, like a storm that wiped out the pirates in a flash. After sea sweeps are shore sweeps, most smugglers have ties to inland pirates, so tackling pirates is one thing. There is also a need to tackle smugglers, and of course, the killer whale restaurant that regularly hosts pirates is the first target. Viscount Moraine has lived for decades in the waters of Mulad and Luz. No one else could be better suited for the job of sweeping these smugglers, but even when the Admiral himself has come out, the owner of the killer whale shop stubbornly appears innocent. What do you mean? My place was just an ordinary shop, and the old shopkeeper's expression wasn't even a little worried because he assumed that the young governor who had just come to power would turn a blind eye to smuggling just like Count Segunda had done. Even though he had seen the bad countenances of Viscount Moraine and Isaac, the old innkeeper was still cavalier in his words, which was normal when there were several pirates among the customers, right? But there are things that I really don't know much about. This is the usual way this old shopkeeper used to deal with smuggling when questioned about smuggling, and in the shadow of Count Segunda it would just pass. But the situation this time was completely different. Viscount Moraine swung his sword next to the neck of the old shopkeeper. He had been waiting for this day to catch these smugglers for a long time but was always prevented by pressure from Count Segunda. The old shopkeeper had his blade close to his face when he was given a heart-wrenching panic, and he gasped as if he was having a heart attack. After finishing his life, the new grumpy shopkeeper shouted loudly in a warm voice as if he had been wronged, "What the hell are you doing?" Viscount Moraine gave Isaac a calm glance and nodded, motioning for him to retrieve the evidence they had found. Isaac pulled out a piece of paper with red fingerprints, the contents of which were an agreement between Count Segunda and the old shopkeeper, like with other smugglers, that it was an agreement for the smuggling ship to be allowed to pass through, in exchange for a certain amount of bribe. Isaac rocked the paper in front of the old shopkeeper and said in a sarcastic tone, "This document has his handprints, are you going to deny it?" It was obvious that he had bribed Count Segunda to get permission to smuggle goods here, and the old shopkeeper trembled when he saw that the exchange papers had been found from Count Segunda, and he could not open his mouth to justify anything. At the same time, Viscount Moraine glared up and let out a terrifying aura of intimidation. "Should I cut off your fingers, to cross-verify with the fingerprints on here first?" At this moment, the sharp blade in his hand cut a long trail of blood on the shopkeeper's face, causing him to panic so much that he almost urinated on his pants. Very soon the owner of the killer whale shop confessed to his crime and was escorted back to trial, and the killer whale shop was also sealed and closed until a new owner was found. After tackling one of Lu's biggest smugglers, Viscount Moraine smiled and turned his head to look at Raven with satisfaction. Before that, he had only hoped to convince the new governor to catch the smugglers, but did not expect Raven to sweep so aggressively on all fronts. Raven returned Viscount Moraine's smile with a nonchalant nod. He didn't feel this was an important accomplishment, as this was just the beginning of preparations for an even bigger war behind him. Before returning to Luz, Raven was provided with a list of smugglers and definitive evidence by Ron Vincent, because he had previously been Count Segunda's most powerful arm. Now, Raven and Viscount Moraine have captured most of the pirate-linked businesses, and with extensive sweeps off the coast, will come as a blow to the pirate force as a whole. But of course Raven's goal in eliminating all these smugglers from Luz was not to target the mediocre pirates. Raven's real intention was to take advantage of this to cut off the Black King's money, Tolio Aranjus. Then he would definitely have to reveal himself again. Viscount Moraine was completely oblivious to the hatred ingrained in Raven's mind. He merely felt glad that his desire to fight pirates was satisfied. In the Empire there was no room for mercy on those who had cooperated with the pirates. Because of the new governor's policy, all piracy-related land-to-island activity was prevented, so the remaining pirates were forced to shift their targets to small islands in the Mulad Sea, where naval guards were weak. However, they encountered another equally terrifying force in the navy. These boats were built on the budget collected from the smugglers, making good use of resources. The flag of the majestic Principality of Pendragon flew atop the mast, which was a sign that the end of the pirate ship that unfortunately clashed with them had arrived. The pirates, after many days of intensive pursuit, also heard Feng Qing, who pursued them. Not only the navy, just saw the flag of the Principality of Pendragon, they turned pale in panic, that is, the White Dragon Army. As the White Dragon Army's ship approached, Karta opened the attack with a spectacular swing. He exhaled an excited aura as the orc supremacy began to rise from all over his body. The pirates were Ratuan orcs who didn't even fight Karta, let alone these are just little people. Moreover, Karta was 2 or 3 heads taller than the other orcs, which increased his powerful presence many times, and a sweep of belligerent orcs began, blood spilling into the sea, staining an entire region red. News of the victory was constantly reported to the Principality of Pendragon. Based on the countless victories of the White Dragon Army and the Imperial Navy, the disappearance of the pirates around the Mulad region was only a matter of time. The butler looked at the information with great joy, constantly applauding Raven. The young master did not disappoint. However, Ron Vincent did not seem to respond with great enthusiasm. Ron Vincent took a sip of his beer while furrowing his eyebrows slightly. He knew the economic situation in Luz better than anything, and its richness was closely related to the policy towards pirates and smuggling merchants, so he also had a different insight than what people saw on the surface, but Ron Vincent could only hope that his prediction this time was wrong. Meanwhile, Luna, in charge of exchanging letters and news for Raven, is also engrossed in her mission. She responded to each news Luz sent with a fluffy mood, as if a wife was glad to see her husband score. Luna innocently thought in her heart, like the butler, that the act of taking out all the pirates and smugglers was a good thing for Luz. You had done it, Aaron. Luna even cites each of Raven's successes as motivating her efforts, so I guess I have no choice but to try harder. Luna then buried her head in the pile of documents with new deals for merchants, the next with traders. When she looked at the name of the applicant to join York City, Luna was stunned for a moment. The words Joseph Breeden stood prominently on top of the trading offer page, an extremely familiar name that Luna couldn't help but remember, even though it had long since been absent. From astonishment, she gradually shifted to a shocked expression as she muttered the name she had heard so many times in her life, Joseph Breeden. It was the chief knight of the Sirad district in the past who escorted Luna to the Principality of Pendragon on the day she decided to renounce her engagement to Aaron. Horrifying memories of that time suddenly come back to Luna's mind, and Breeden has been chopped off by Raven for betraying in collusion with the robbery. After that, he had become a disgraceful person with no face to face Luna, so since returning to Sirad County, she had never heard from him again. Luna still didn't dare to believe her eyes. She read the name on the transaction paper over and over again and confirmed in her heart, it seemed to be that Breeden. The next morning, dawn had just illuminated York City when an unwelcome visitor visited Luna's office. Breeden appeared as friendly as possible in front of the person he had always missed. It had been a while, Miss Luna. Although Luna hadn't approved Breeden's application for the trade, he was still thick-faced, her gaze glaring up at him with a clear dismissive intent. It seemed, you had changed a lot, Breeden. Breeden was dressed in a wandering merchant's outfit with a much milder appearance than before, and neither his face nor his gaze shone with arrogance or anger. Breeden politely took off his hat and introduced himself to the present. I have started a business and created a trading company, with my connections. Because I was no longer capable of being a knight, with an arm like this, Breeden smiled and raised his right sleeve loosely as if he had lost that arm. Luna narrowed her eyes at Breeden's joke with deep disbelief. Obviously she didn't believe he could easily ignore the past and come here with pure purposes, so what's wrong with him coming here? Breeden smiled amiably, citing Raven's statement when building York City. I heard that this city does not exist discrimination, a city where everyone is welcome, regardless of their race or nationality. So I came here, to expand my business, and as soon as I finished, Breeden bowed his head and expressed his intentions with a gracious manner. However, Luna had a deep aversion to human nature, and along with the belief that humans do not change their moods so easily, she looked at him with cold eyes full of sarcasm. Are you going to do this in the very city where the man who cut off your arm rules? Breeden fell silent immediately, his gentlemanly face turned sullen. He had also anticipated that Luna would not trust him, as evidenced by the fact that she had rejected his offer letter, but he would not give up once he got here. Seeing that Breeden was still standing hesitantly refusing to leave, Luna flatly flipped the cards to him. I can't believe you. She shuddered briefly at the memory of Breeden's face when she was her escort knight. His betrayal of Duke Pendragon was still a thorn in Luna's heart that she would never forget his frantic appearance. Luna furrowed her eyebrows with sharp eyes that reaffirmed the decision she had made the day before, which was why, I couldn't allow it. Breeden mused for a moment and then put his hat back on. He said in a sour voice, she had changed. She saw nothing else, apart from Aaron Pendragon, Breeden bowed deeply to Luna as if regretting the image of the previous haughty lady he had fallen in love with, when Luna only cared about the interests of herself and her clan and not the interests of other men. Luna frowned in contemplation at Breeden's implicit words. She didn't want to be the one blinded by love and finally wavered at his words. Then, why would you? Breeden suddenly changed his countenance with a determined gaze staring at Luna. I'm going to win him, that Aaron Pendragon. Luna tilted her head suspiciously and looked at Breeden, unable to comprehend his conflicting actions. He had just shown himself to be someone who had let go of his old enemy, but then said something hostile to Raven. However, when Luna looked deeply into Breeden's eyes, she didn't see the hatred in his eyes. On the contrary, there was only a flash of affection when he opened his mouth to declare, I will be the one who will do you more good than what he will bring. After retracting his affectionate gaze, Breeden lowered his head, but the enthusiasm of his words was still there, which was why I couldn't give up, at least not for now. Because, Breeden hesitantly left his words there, but his affectionate gaze glanced at Luna thoughtfully. It was clear that the latter part of the sentence could be fully conveyed by this gaze. Luna briefly opened her eyes in amazement. For a moment she suddenly felt that Breeden had truly let go of his hatred for Raven. What he was after now was to win Luna's heart with a fair competition, not by force, it seemed. The waves are constantly washing ashore with the sea breeze blowing from the south. Although the wind is very strong, the weather is still pleasant and warm. It is hard to believe that it is the middle of winter. On a small, secluded island, several pirate ships are gathering. Inside a facility hidden between cliffs and woods, a bunch of Ratuan orcs were eating and drinking, or at least they were showing themselves relaxed. The scar-faced Ratuan orc sitting between the two beauties is one of the three great pirates of the Red Skull, Captain Griezmann. Griezmann's gaze glared up at the person sitting across from him with a keen alertness. Why did you come here? Griezmann's vigilance was common sense, because even if he was one of the most powerful of the famous Red Skulls, the person opposite him was formidable, the one known as the Orc Eater, the Black King Tolio. Tolio laughed and joked, I only came to check on you, because I've heard you've been in trouble over and over again. When the new ruler of Luz launches a large-scale pirate hunt, yes, Tolio casually speaks as if he is not a pirate and is not in the hunted range. That made the surrounding Ratuan orcs start to get angry, as if he was boasting that he wasn't in trouble, and lowering the Red Skull gang that was struggling to deal with inferior humans. However, Griezmann was also a man with a sharp tongue. He chuckled and narrowed one eye in a sarcastic manner. I don't want to hear those words from a guy. Lost. One hand and one eye. When you fight that idiot. The Red Skull gang's Ratuan orcs immediately smiled approvingly, but Tolio kept his face on his face as if it wasn't a big deal. Griezmann was given the momentum to continue to mock Tolio for taking care of his affairs while he was also struggling with declining revenues. He was much weakened, all because of the new governor's policies. Including your main income, doesn't it? It seems that the pirates have all felt the serious effects of Raven's appearance in this Luz region. But the Tolio could still sulk at the sarcasm. He calmly picked up a fish from the table and said in a disparaging tone, you don't seem to be any better than me. Because now that you've got to tie up your tiny budget bag, which is the shit you're eating every day, Tolio brings the fish to his mouth to lick but has no intention of eating it. It's just a provocation that shows he can't appreciate the taste of this cheap food. Ratuan orcs are like the orcs of Ancona. They are carnivorous and love to eat fresh meat. They only eat fish and dry food when they reach the end. Griezmann is completely angered by Tolio's attitude. He narcissistically bangs on the table. Then a wild animal-like growl came from Griezmann's throat. What are you here for, orc seller? Tolio picked up another fish. This time he craned his neck and put the fish in his mouth as if he wanted to express his intention to suffer with the other pirates and made an offer. I've got a big investor, so there's no way I'm going to lose my business. However, since this is a common crisis of pirates, why don't we shake hands for a while? Tolio munching on the tiny dried fish with interest. When the faces of the surrounding Ratuan orcs became confused, Tolio excitedly urged Griezmann to make a decision. Let's increase our manpower and strength. What do you think? Griezmann pondered for a moment and then suddenly nodded in approval. Not a bad idea, but still, there was a small problem. Tolio looked at Griezmann with curious eyes. What's the matter? As the Ratuan orcs nervously turned their eyes to Griezmann, he smirked and stared at Tolio provocatively. We have to decide, who will be the new leader? The eyes of the surrounding Ratuan orcs immediately lit up. Their arrogant spirit was no worse than Ankona's orc, and of course, the half-orc Tolio also inherited that competitive nature. One half smiled as Tolio's eyes lit up with a burning aura. So how do you want to deal with it? Obviously the answer was nothing but fighting. Orcs in the woods or orcs at sea had the same rules. They were only submissive to those stronger than themselves, and Griezmann kicked the table towards Tolio in his place. As the table flew up to obscure Tolio's vision, his eyes widened a little, but there was excitement rather than fear in it. Taking the opportunity that the table was obscuring his opponent's view, Griezmann immediately rose to his feet with his clenched fists swinging high. He arrogantly declared, with his fists, right here, and right now. Just then, Griezmann straightened his sledgehammer-like fist against the back of the table, cracks instantly spreading, extending all the way to the edge of the table. The Ratuan orc ladies all became excited at the strength of the man they served, eager eyes staring at Griezmann's punch waiting for the outcome. However, Griezmann's gaze was not very correct now. Instead of a pair of eyes that flashed with arrogance, he rolled his eyes as if shocked. The table shattered, but Tolio was unharmed, grabbing Griezmann's wrist just before his fist could reach his face. Tolio giggled mockingly at Griezmann. How shallow the thought was. At the same time, his blindfold snapped off to reveal his eyes that glowed like headlights and the pupils inside were swirling in a spiral. Tolio squeezed Griezmann's wrist so tightly that Griezmann's flesh piled up and the blood vessels stretched like they were about to burst. Griezmann groaned helplessly when he couldn't pull his hand back. You fucking orc seller. As Tolio's eyes turned as yellow as the twilight, the power put into his fist became even more terrifying, and Griezmann finally couldn't help but let out a choked pig sound. Griezmann screamed begging Tolio as cold sweat dripped down his body. Stop, stop, stop the blood. Breaking his arm, hearing Griezmann's pleadings, Tolio laughed happily but still wanted to play with his opponent a little more. The surrounding Ratuan orcs, sensing that their captain was seriously threatened, drew their swords and charged at Tolio the bastard. Before the blades could reach Tolio, he bent and jumped around in the air. While releasing his free-falling body in an upside-down position, Tolio quickly drew his side sword with an excited smile. At that moment, his tickling eyes lit up brighter again, feeling like there was a burning fire at the center of those golden swirls. As Tolio's blade slipped out of its sheath, every inch of it emitted a blazing glow. As Tolio was about to land, he swung his sword and drew a beautiful arc overhead. Although the blade did not sweep past any of the Ratuan orcs below, the flames from the blade quickly took up space. The flames spread like a storm to attack the Ratuan orcs, causing them to step back and cover their faces. Even if they did not stick to the blade, the heat from the flames was enough to make them feel terrible burning pain. The Ratuan orcs who were in the background a long way away were also scorched by fire, and the screams immediately rang out in terror. When Tolio landed on the ground, he held his sword high behind him in a cool pose that terrified and admired the Ratuan orcs at the same time. Most importantly, with some magical magic, Tolio's tickled eye was enchanted to give him superior promotion power, and even the sword exuded magical fire. Under the fierce firelight, Tolio grinned arrogantly and turned his defiant gaze towards Griezmann. The more he looked into it, the more the Ratuan orcs felt creepy. Tolio shows off his sword to Griezmann, which is a gift, which he received from his investor. Because I am the strongest, it makes sense for me to have the strongest weapon. Tolio then glanced at the shield still sitting on the chair he had been sitting on. It was the strongest shield made by the dwarves, which had saved his life fighting Raven. Tolio let out an arrogant laugh that caused the flames from his sword and soul-killing chi to explode like waves. Now there is no one who can be my opponent anymore, ha ha ha. Griezmann and the Ratuan orcs both chilled when they felt the frenzied aura in front of them. Tolio was not ashamed of the orc eater. Meanwhile, Raven was still waiting for Tolio to be cornered without knowing how tremendously his financial potential and strength had grown, but Raven couldn't help it. Soldrake's greatest spiritual resources and strength had not yet returned to his side. After submerging half of the room in a sea of fire, Tolio was refreshed and posed coolly, showing off his power in front of the Ratuan orcs. When Tolio stood up and swung his sword to end the performance with an arrogant smile and eyes that flashed with fire, the Ratuan orc girls couldn't help but shout in horror, the sword, is on fire. Even Griezmann became wary of the blade that could shoot fire, and Tolio held out his sword with a boastful look. this is a gift I received from my patron. Since I am the strongest, I deserve the most powerful weapon. It's only fair that, when Tolio tightened the sword, the flames surrounding the blade became more vibrant, although it looked more fragile than the sword of an ordinary pirate, but the magic turned it into a weapon that was many times more powerful. Not only the sword, but Tolio was also equipped with a new shield, and the shiny shield seemed to be hiding another mysterious great power. In a state of great excitement, Tolio let out a crisp laugh. Now there was no one who could be my opponent anymore. Ha ha ha. The fire in the room flared up again and then slowly disappeared. It seemed to be swallowed up by the blood-red killing chi that was spilling out from Tolio's savage laughter. Now that the Ratuan orcs no longer had the courage to resist, they could only swallow dryly while Tolio's murderous aura surrounded the room, creating an invisible pressure worthy of his nickname as an orc eater. A few more days passed. Raven's sweeping campaign was still progressing as planned. He and his men were often on duty on boats moored on the scattered islands off the coast of Luz, and in their spare time the decks sounded the sound of swords colliding. It was because Raven was practicing swordsmanship, since their enemy was not only the strong Tolio, but there were also Valva's warriors under him, and the Ratuan orcs were equally powerful, so he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to improve his abilities whenever possible. Raven's opponent has always been Isla, to be more precise. Among the people present here, apart from the two of them who can be worthy of each other, there is no one else who can do it. Both of them moved smoothly and quickly, attacking harmoniously, and after slashing a line that Raven dodged, Isla immediately bent back, dodging the powerful stab from him with ease. The light of the swords flashed, reflecting the ingenuity and speed of their every move, making even a veteran general like Viscount Moraine watch in admiration without blinking. Viscount Moraine muttered in a voice of astonishment, even though he had seen many battles between Raven and Isla, that Valva's warrior had terrible fighting power. Isaac was even afraid of Isla's strength to the point of swallowing it. Yes. The admiring praise continued, but this time towards Raven. What was more surprising was that Governor Pendragon was able to match that warrior. In the past few days, what has developed well is not only Raven's sword-fighting techniques, but also the relationship between people, especially Argos, and the group of orcs is getting closer and closer because Argos can teach them higher fighting techniques, helping them to show their full strength. Leon had also honed his combat skills during this time by training with Viscount Moraine's soldiers, even though he was quite young and had only been training martial arts for a short time, but he was on par with soldiers who had been trained for at least 10 years. Viscount Moraine saw the strength of the Pendragon army and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Having more of their forces in the navy to deal with the pirates will definitely strengthen our combat power. After training to the point of exhaustion, Raven and Isla leaned back against an ornithologist. Its thick and soft fur and its unusually gentle attitude on the battlefield turned it into a warm and soft mattress that anyone would want to have. Although things are still going quite well in many ways, Raven feels impatient and worried in his heart, because it has been 3 months since he arrived in Luz and has done many things that challenge Tolio's limits. First of all, to subdue the pirates, partly to protect and create a sense of safety for the traders who come to these waters, and on the other hand, to exert strong pressure on the alliance of pirate groups. Raven then got rid of their illegal businesses in Luz, making them lose most of their main source of income and become financially destitute. However, until now, the pirates and especially the hot-tempered Tolio have not made any moves, which makes Raven extremely worried. Why Tolio himself has not been revealed. After thinking for a while, Raven turned his eyes to Killian, who was being fertilized by Leon. Killian, he replied with a gasping breath, yes, yes. Raven asked eagerly, but it was enough for Killian to understand the matter. There was still no news from the three of them. At the same time, on a remote island, where Tolio and the Ratuan orcs had met only a few days ago, something unimaginable had happened. Hundreds of Ratuan orcs can be seen in all directions on the island. Ratuan orc is known to be the most brutal, cruel and ferocious pirate in the inland waters. 20 Ratuan orcs are strong enough to handle hundreds of human infantry, and there are 3,000 such creatures on the islands scattered off the southern coast of the empire. However, it is very difficult to bring them together, since they dispersed into about 10 different tribes, but it is not impossible, and today is a big day that attracts them to gather together, in addition to groups of human pirates. Jody suddenly appeared on an island full of pirates and whispered softly, this was a very remarkable meeting. Among the Ratuan orcs that appear on the island are all three of the most powerful pirate gangs in the region, the Red Skull Gang led by Griezmann. The Zugielka Ice is led by the name Ratuan orc nicknamed Yusuf's Pufferfish, although the Ratuan orcs all have a unique appearance due to the many scars left in battle, but one common feature is their aggressive appearance. Compared to his appearance, the leader of the Blizzard, John Myers, seemed a little less aggressive, but the ever-present fake smile on his mouth made the other person feel wary. Looking at the monumental scene created by hundreds of pirates, Jody couldn't hide her surprise. All the pirates in the South Sea had gathered. It was unbelievable. Scylla didn't like this tense atmosphere, so she whispered and teased Gus, "Hey, did you pay attention to this? You look no different from these guys. It must be said that you fit in perfectly." Scylla giggled and joked, forgetting that she was a spy for the White Dragon Army. Even Gus ignored the risk of revealing his identity as a spy and grumbled in response to Scylla, "I don't want to hear that from your mouth, bitch." Jody saw this and panicked and stopped in a whisper, "Hey, you two stop, we're infiltrating here as spies, reveal it now, focus on the mission." At this moment, the murmurs around them fell silent as a man stepped out of the cave in front of them. A man up to 3 meters tall, with red hair, stood on the edge of the cliff with a large sack behind him, all gathered in large numbers. It was Tolio and his subordinate Ratuan orcs, each carrying a heavy sack and making a screeching sound every time they moved. Tolio's pupils lit up with excitement when he declared, "From today on, I will be your new captain, not as the Black King anymore, but as the Pirate King, Tolio." Honored to meet, Tolio ended his brief greeting with words that sounded friendly but had a sinister and arrogant smile. Sure enough, he didn't intend to be gentle at all, but immediately showed off his strength, making everyone below, from Ratuan or to humans, startled and terrified. When Tolio revealed his killing chi, everyone could clearly feel the invisible pressure coming from his power, even though he was only a human, but the Ratuan orcs stared at him with bright eyes that sparkled with admiration. Jody felt this person's creepy aura for the first time and swallowed dryly. He was the son of the Sea Dragon King Orangus. After showing off his power to deter the newly merged subordinates from other gangs, Tolio generously handed out the sack he was carrying, and to celebrate this union, "Your captain has prepared a gift for you. It's all yours." Finishing his words, Tolio threw the sack into the crowd, and the mouth of the bag opened, creating an opportunity for hundreds of thousands of gold coins to fall. A literal rain of money fell on the heads of the pirates who were still bewildered. When the amazement passed, the crowd began to rush towards the coins that had fallen on the ground. Gold, gold. Jody was almost stunned when he saw this scene. No, it was impossible, he owned so much gold. If they had that much money, then having their business cut wouldn't have any effect on them. The more Jody thought about it, the more confused he became, because this would definitely make Raven's plan difficult. More importantly, Jody couldn't help but assume that this money was injected by Duke Orangus for Tolio, because only the Orangus family had the financial potential to splurge against Duke Pendragon. After thinking for a while, Jody discovered that Gus and Scylla were happily throwing gold at him. I took some, okay." Jody also closed his eyes because collecting this money didn't affect the fact that they were spies. On the contrary, it showed that they were behaving like the other pirates. In excitement, all the pirates chanted in unison, "Long live the year, long live Captain Tolio, long live the roar of thunder in the sky." Tolio smiled happily and waved his hand freely. Nothing, this was just a little. It is my duty as a captain to provide my crew with the best life, and it is clear that Tolio has wisely grasped the value of money and is making good use of it. Moreover, he also took advantage of the crowd's thirst for money to incite their fighting spirit, and you were pushed into this situation. It was because of the actions of the new governor of Luz. As soon as Tolio mentioned the new governor of Luz, everyone's eyes became full of hatred. Tolio grasped the psychology of the crowd and drew his sword. "So, as the leader of the pirates, as your king, I will chop that white maggot into pieces," and as soon as I finish speaking, Tolio points his sword at the sky, and a fierce flame flares up instantly and swirls like a whirlwind of fire. A cruel smile appeared on Tolio's mouth and his pupils were once again blood red. The Jody trio couldn't help but swallow in horror when they saw the strange power radiating from Tolio's sword, but the surrounding crowd cheered excitedly, cheering, "Long live the Pirate King." Griezmann had tasted the power of Tolio and the enchanted blade but still couldn't help but feel overwhelmed when he saw it again. However, Yusuf had only seen the sword on fire for the first time, so he couldn't hide his bewildered and frightened expression. Only one person in the crowd was unfazed by Tolio's temperament and boldly raised his hand to interrupt the cheers around him. "I can say a few words, Captain." Tolio was happy and smiled generously. "What's the matter?" The one who dared to do other things with the pirates here was the captain of the Storm Pirates, John Myers, who still had the same mischievous smile on his lips as before. John Myers asked frankly, "We know you are strong, but the real problem here is the Knights of the Bird Master led by the Knight Valvas. Fighting them on the surface of the sea is indeed a big obstacle for us. How are we going to deal with them?" John Myers hit the center of everyone's concern and made everyone shudder to remember how the Ornithist Legion commanded by Isla swept away the pirate ships. A casual smile appeared on Tolio's excited face as if he had predicted that he would be asked about this matter. John Myers was even more curious about Tolio's solution. After a pleasant smile, Tolio replied implicitly, "For tat, as they often say, right." Then he simply snapped his fingers to signal. Immediately, strange cries echoed from the darkness of the cave behind Tolio, and at the same time, 3 Valvas warriors appeared along with 3 huge sea lions. The sea ornithology took strong steps that made the ground seem to shake with the rhythm of their footsteps. Loud cries rang out with each of their steps, mingled with the clicking sound of metal colliding against each other, because beside them were Valvas warriors armed with gleaming twin swords. While the crowd was amazed and excited by the scene that unfolded in front of them, Jody's group was in a state of panic. The 3 of them had no idea that Aranjus also had an army of ornithologists led by Valvas warriors, so the shock reaction was uncontrollable. The cliffs are blackened by a flock of sea ornithologists, creatures considered to have the greatest fighting power of the Aranjus clan, an army that may be more powerful than the Principality of Pendragon's ornithologist army, because they are led by many Valvas warriors with an earlier training period. The leader of this group of Valvas warriors is a woman of masculine beauty. At first glance you will not even be able to tell that it is a woman. The next day continued to be a day of calm on the sea when the pirates were no longer as rampant as before. A noble merchant boat was not even eager to complete its journey but subjectively anchored by an island to enjoy the scenery while having lunch. The elegant clattering of glasses echoed on the deck as the nobles shared their joy with each other, and the pirates had been making fewer appearances lately. It was all thanks to Governor Pendragon. Ha ha ha, yes, everyone was chatting without any worries. They never expected that this would be their last meal. At this moment, huge black shadows shot out from a black sailing boat, soaring through the clear blue sky and heading straight for the nobles' merchant ships. The blue-black feathers soon fell on the nobles' heads, along with the resounding sound of the roaring birds, ruining the happy lunch. As the nobles and soldiers on the boat looked up at the sky, the sudden appearance of 5 bird masters controlled by the Valvas warriors caused them to immediately panic. The female warrior Valvas, who led the group of ornithologists without saying a word, raised his crossbow and pointed it at the nobles. After a sound that tore through the wind, arrows shot out of crossbows that struck a nobleman's head, opening a relentless slaughter as a rain of arrows fell on the deck. The panicked nobles fled and scattered in muffled shouts, "Do, please, someone, save me," but the warrior Valvas pursued them with a 2-meter-long spear. The monk tilted his wings and lowered the height to close to the deck, and then with a bang, the 2 noble men were pierced by a spear in the middle of their chest like a skewer. The female warrior Valvas left the spear there with the 2 corpses still attached to it, and she continued to urge the monk to run on the deck like a steed chasing another noble man. The ornithologist quickly caught up with the man's footsteps and grabbed his waist, and the panicked man struggled in a voice of pleading, begging for forgiveness. But the master didn't let him finish his sentence and hurriedly clamped his beak tightly. A series of teeth-crackling sounds echoed from the unfortunate man's spine and blood spurted from his head instantly as an arrow struck his forehead. The monk flew high again with excited flapping of his wings and dropping the man's body into the sea, a series of delightful sounds that did not stop echoing from the wide-open beaks of the bloody monks. The female warrior Valvas just casually looked down at the deck where more and more corpses were appearing and smirked coldly. There was no mercy or pity in her glowing yellow eyes. Meanwhile, on another front, a fierce chase is taking place on the narrow strait between large and small islands. The ship in the pursuer position was a ship of the Navy of the 7th Regiment. The Navy has a strong hostility towards the pirates who have been fiercely chasing despite the rugged terrain. You can't escape anymore, dirty pirates. The pursued ship was a ship of the Ice Storm, piloted by John Myers himself, and the Jody spy group was infiltrating the enemy's interior and was also on John Myers' deck. While Jody's group was worried that the chase was going on in a rough terrain, John Myers was whistling as he turned the rudder. My gosh, what was he so angry for? The poor bastards, but also set up a rivalry. Soon after, John Myers suddenly turned the wheel with a dizzying speed of turning the rudder. The unexpectedly accelerating storm ship quickly outpaced the Navy ship in the rear, but right in front of them was an extremely narrow path limited by towering cliffs on either side and reefs below. However, the helmsman of the Navy boat only saw the cliff in front of him without understanding the terrain, so he immediately accelerated the chase in the hope of cornering the pirate ship into a dead end. If they traveled at that speed through such a narrow area, then, at this moment, a soldier exclaimed after looking into the water, "Captain." With reefs, belated reminders could not help turn the tide, while the storm ship easily crossed the narrow strait thanks to its understanding of the terrain. The Navy ship was in an irretrievable situation. The huge Navy ship could not turn in time and could not stop on the rushing momentum, so it collided strongly with the reef. Immediately the Navy ship broke a large plate in front and continued to slide on the reef, causing a deep fracture along the hull. The ship slowly sank amid the cheers of the pirates. John Myers smiled proudly when he heard the cheers of his subordinates. Damn it, you fools, ha ha ha. Even Jody's group couldn't deny John Myers' talent at steering. Amazing, he didn't expect to be able to use such a narrow gap between the reefs. As the Navy ship at the forefront of the chase slowly sinks, the remaining Navy ship and the Principality of Pendragon's ship are forced to stop the pursuit, staring blankly as the pirate ship of the Eastern Storm escapes. The belligerent Kiruta screamed to chase the pirates to the end. Those bastards were escaping, but Killian hurriedly stopped and took off his coat. We need to rescue our people first. Although Killian himself desperately wanted to hunt down and kill the pirates, he swallowed his heart with the sound of swearing, those damn pirates. The pirate ship gradually disappeared on the vast sea, but the crisp laughter full of defiance of the pirates still echoed. John Myers continued to take the helm with a smile of excitement over victory and proud of his talent at the helm. So this will be our island, gather all the pirates. After that, the Imperial Navy suffered a heavy defeat to pirates. Many such events took place in a row for several days, and the situation on land was not much better, because cheap contraband had been wiped out, and the increase in prices adversely affected the distribution of goods and loot. Poverty is becoming more and more serious, causing discontent in the hearts of the people. Raven's plan has stumbled on a big rock and he himself inevitably falls into helplessness because there is no solution yet. After reading the recent circulating articles about the Navy's failures, Viscount Moraine immediately became angry and crushed the newspaper. While Raven tried to stay calm and think of a solution, Viscount Moraine couldn't contain his anger as he slammed the table and cursed, "The filthy pirates deserving of death." Raven didn't complain about Viscount Moraine either, but just stared at the distant sea outside the governor's palace. It seemed. "We've misjudged the situation." Viscount Moraine heard those words and raised his head to look at Raven, waiting to hear his opinion. According to the spy report, Raven learned that what allowed the pirates to rise up was the money that their leader, Tolio, had brought in. The source of that money, without asking, was from the place of the southern conqueror, the Sea Dragon King Orangus. Raven did not hesitate to accept the fact that even if he cut off the pirates' money from Luz, it would not cause them significant damage. Viscount Moraine understood the problem but still felt that this act of resistance by the pirates would not last long, because the Sea Dragon King must also feel the burden of constantly pumping money into the pirates. Raven nodded and added to his speculation, so Orangus had to unleash his secret weapon, using the Valva's Knights to create an overwhelming battle. According to Raven's analysis, it is clear that the Orangus no longer see this war as a small dispute over the territory of operations, so they are forced to use all their forces to end the war as soon as possible. Even the army of sea ornithologists, which has always been hidden in the shadows, has been dispatched. Viscount Moraine had no more words to say when he thought of the sea bird warrior army. He had been defending the sea for decades but had never heard of the secret army of Orangus. Raven knew that now was not the time to back down, much less to make a wrong decision in anger. After a moment of reflection, he clenched his sword tightly with a steely voice, "If you want to do so, then I will play with you," and immediately the dragon's anger erupted violently like a fiery flame that enveloped his body, filled with anger and hatred in the bottom of his eyes. That afternoon, at a popular restaurant in the city, after returning to Luz, it had been a few days since Karuta had eaten meat, and when he saw the plate of seafood in front of him, he couldn't help but grumble loudly, "What is it?" There was no meat at all, it was obviously a scam, and Karuta warmly held up half of the crab that was only the size of his palm and let out a dissatisfied growl incessantly. Killian saw that Karuta was too excited and immediately intervened, "Hey, don't be so loud, the atmosphere of the city has been very heavy in recent days, so he doesn't want to cause more trouble." The innkeeper heard Karuta's complaint, but he just wiped the dishes indifferently and lamented, "Recently, due to the rampaging pirates, we haven't caught many fish." Karuta wasn't too smart, but he was sharp enough to understand that it was an indirect criticism of the incompetence of the navy and the Pendragon warriors, and before he had time to react, he heard others lamenting, of course, it was all because Luz was slowly declining. There was no trace of the city that had once been known as the coastal city of the empire anymore, and the cries of reproach rang out after the miserable man drank his beer. Although he did not point out Governor Pendragon by name to complain, everyone's disgust was obvious, and some people even silently compared that Luz under Segunda was much better than this. Karuta immediately got angry when he saw that he and his teammates had put so much effort into it and were cursed behind the back, "Hey, shut up and listen, bastard," but Kilrian panicked to stop him before it became tense, "Stop, stop, you will only make things worse for us." Seeing that it was not easy to calm down Karuta's anger, Argos, who had experienced a difficult life, spoke up contemplatively, but it was true, as a citizen of the city. "I believe that a good lord is the one who can make his people well fed and warm." Argos's contemplation has caused everyone to bow their heads and look down at their poor plates of food with admiration. In a port city like Luz, seafood is the cheapest, but even with the cheapest ingredients used, a serving is still pitifully small. Leon also became sad and sighed when he looked at the little fish on the plate. It was actually more prosperous before. Even Isla couldn't help but wonder if Raven's way of doing things was right or not. Looking at the meager food, he remembered the time when he went to Sisek with Raven. The people there were also very poor, and even the lives of the people here became so cheap that they could be slaughtered without anyone caring, just because of useless greedy lords. Isla also remembered that Raven had told him in an affirmative tone, "As a duke and ruler, I swear to do what I need to do for the people." Thinking of this, Isla suddenly felt uneasy, as if for a moment, he was not sure that Raven was living up to his old oath, and now he was being clouded by the desire to pursue Tolio. At that moment, outside the restaurant, there was a loud shout from the crowd that attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. What else was it this time? When the Isla group ran out to see, the people were panicking and pointing to the sky. "Yes, there are people flying, but how can people fly, then what could it be?" Isla also opened her eyes wide in surprise when she saw a familiar figure suddenly appear in the clear sky. He hadn't seen her for a long time. The person who was flying was Soldrake, who had been silent for more than 3 months, since the day she and Raven parted ways in the Principality of Pendragon for Lobstein Prairie. Although he had seen Soldrake in human form many times, Isla was stunned by her charming beauty every time, and in his eyes, she was not scary at all. Soldrake also looked directly into Isla's eyes. Of all the humans who had ever come into contact with her, except for the members of the Pendragon clan, only Isla was the one who dared to make eye contact and communicate with her, her grey hair fluttering in the wind and glittering as the rays of the sun shone down. When Soldrake landed on the ground, even the mighty Karuta was afraid to dodge to the side. The people around him admired her beauty, but no one dared to step close. Although Soldrake did not appear in the form of a dragon, but the power of the dragon was an invisible thing that made everyone automatically feel afraid and dodge. It's an instinctive fear. Soldrake's gaze seemed to be looking at the distance, indifferent, but it gave the whole a strange feeling. Regardless of age or gender, everyone looked at her in a daze, unable to take their eyes off the indescribable beauty. But only Isla could stand with her back high in front of Soldrake, but also respected her very much. That's why she doesn't hesitate to communicate with him. Still, Soldrake's attention to Isla was nothing more than the fact that he was the closest loyalist to Raven. she coldly said straight to her point, I want to meet Ray, the Night Knight. That very afternoon, Raven was informed of Soldrake's surprise visit. In fact, before he was even informed, he had dimly sensed her energy nearby, and Soldrake was also led by Isla to the governor's mansion located on the city's arterial road. Luz at night is still beautiful and poetic, but it is no longer as bustling as before. The winter sea breeze is so cold and sharp that it can tear the skin, and the dull atmosphere envelopes the city that used to be the second busiest commercial center in the empire. Soldrake stood on the balcony of the mansion and looked out towards the long coastline. Raven, after personally patrolling the sea, hurried to his soul mate, Sol. Soldrake, who was chatting with a small bird, immediately turned her head when she heard Raven's voice. She actually didn't need to walk to the mansion and could fly straight to his patrol boat, but because this was not Pendragon's land, and unlike last time she only came here for a few days, now she will have to stay longer, so it would be better to save her energy. Raven was full of anxiety and asked Han Soldrake eagerly, showing a genuine concern in his heart, where have you been, all this time? Soldrake curiously leaned closer to Raven in a teasing tone, are you worried? Her expression and gaze were calm as usual, but the warmth and sweetness were naturally conveyed through the joke. Raven embarrassedly dodged Soldrake's gaze. He had no experience with such questions, but honestly Soldrake was the only woman who made him feel not alone. Her absence had made his heart restless for a long time. Raven gently avoided Soldrake's gaze, walked to the balcony and rested his hand on the railing with an embarrassed look, explaining, a little, because it's been a long time, you haven't come back. Soldrake blinked a few times, then a rare smile appeared on her mouth. She also missed Raven very much. As long as she had him by her side she would feel comfortable, but this time it was even more special when he showed a deeper interest in her. Soldrake was even so excited that he couldn't stop flapping his wings. The wind blowing through brought the cold of winter, but the two of them felt warm when they looked at each other. Raven quickly changed the subject to neutralize the shy atmosphere. Then, Lobstein Steppe, how was it? Soldrake's face immediately became serious, and she also rested her hand on the railing with a contemplative expression. I have met Black Dragon Amuhalt was there. Based on Soldrake's tone, Raven could judge this encounter was beyond her expectations, and he himself was astonished. After thinking for a moment, Raven immediately understood that it meant that it was not Amuhalt's territory, more importantly what he was there for. He involuntarily felt more worried about Soldrake. Because he remembered that earlier, Amuhalt was one of the 6 dragons who had gone to the tomb where Soldrake and Raven made a pact, and the Black Dragon had a very harsh attitude towards her at that time. Soldrake nodded to confirm that Amuhalt was the Black Dragon Raven had met at the time, and he said that he had known about the existence of the Dragon Vein there for a long time. Raven had heard Soldrake talk about the Dragon Vein, but there was still not much information about it. At this moment, he immediately wondered, what is the Dragon Vein, what is it, after all? Soldrake looked at the flower bushes that were attracting beautiful butterflies and explained simply, just as butterflies need honey to live, dragon veins are an essential living condition for dragons, a place that houses a source of magic power. Raven asked curiously, so there was such a thing on Mount Ancona? Soldrake played with the butterflies and nodded, each dragon cave having a dragon vein flowing underneath. That was also the reason why when the connection with the dragon vein of his power source was severed, Soldrake was unable to exert his full power. Raven nodded thoughtfully. He finally understood. Soldrake's strength was on par with the gods in the Pendragon territory, including Mount Ancona. However, she could only perform intermediate spells such as transfiguration outside the Pendragon principality. Even the combat ability was not as strong as when she was in her territory. Moreover, Soldrake had previously talked about restoring magic power in his lair. Maintaining his identity outside of Pendragon's territory consumed a lot of magic power. Raven guessed that perhaps in the past time, after returning from the Lobstein Steppe, Soldrake hadn't been able to come to see him right away because he still had to recover his magic power in his dragon cave, and the journey to the distant steppe and even encountering Amuhalt must have consumed a lot of her strength. Of course, even if Soldrake just transforms is enough to overwhelm and instill fear in other species, but it can be a big variable when dealing with other dragons or high-level mages. The deeper Raven thinks about it, the more he understands the complex world of dragons. He said his guess curiously, then, on the day we made the contract, was that why the other dragons had to surrender? Soldrake nodded. Mount Ancona is on a dragon vein that only empowers me, so I have the power to overwhelm all the other dragons in my territory, but that's just one of the reasons. Raven fell into contemplation for a moment and then another question came up. At that time, the black dragon had said something about dragons and evil gods, right? That having the energy of both, Raven's voice began to become harsher and more urgent, as if he was questioning Soldrake instead of conversing with her. Raven's attitude made Soldrake's mood slacken. In fact, she had already thought about this problem herself, but since she didn't have an answer yet, she couldn't explain it to Raven. Raven didn't realize that he was behaving uncalmly, and he asked sharply when he saw that Soldrake was just silently bowing his head, whether the black dragon's arrival in the Lobstein steppe had anything to do with it. The fact that I was reincarnated in this body from my previous life, and went back to the past, the more Raven's questions prompted Soldrake to give an answer, the more confused and uncomfortable she felt in her heart. She wasn't annoyed by the way Raven questioned her, she was annoyed because she felt helpless in the face of those questions, and she was also worried that Raven might be in danger because Amuhalt had warned that the Dragon Clan was closely monitoring that Pendragon's movements. If Raven has shocking behaviors because he wants to find out about this, the consequences are unpredictable. Raven didn't understand Soldrake's awkwardness at all, but kept asking in an even more earnest voice, whether it had anything to do with it. All the enemies I face constantly, Baltai, Tolio. And also the Duke of Oranges. With all their schemes, Raven's heart was boiling like an activated volcano, and the more he thought about the enemies in the dark, the more nervous he became, wanting to get to the root of the problem. However, Soldrake remained silent. Her silence made Raven's heart burn with hatred as if it wanted to explode. Please answer me, Sol. Soldrake tried to think for clues, but she didn't really have any clues to answer Raven's questions, and even if she did, she didn't want to say it without a clear investigation to avoid Raven's anger from losing her mind, so she could only bow her head deeply with heavy eyes. Raven, who was already eager for revenge, added that the recent plan had not gone smoothly, making his mind even more unstable, and his temper flared up with a harsh scream, Sol. Soldrake was not angry when Raven behaved impatiently with her. On the contrary, she felt even more sympathy for his trembling heart. She felt that the temper was because he was too insecure, so Soldrake replied in a calm voice, Ray. At the same time, Soldrake's hands gripped Raven's cold hand. Her gentle action brought his tense heart back to normal, like a stream of cool water creeping into the fiery spirit. Soldrake held Raven's hand tightly for a moment as if she would never let go, and the eyes of the two also collided at that moment. Soldrake said in a warm voice, trying to calm Raven's agitation, I still don't understand everything, so I can't explain it to you yet. Raven's temper finally subsided, but after calming down, he was a little surprised that Soldrake had not yet figured out the truth. Soldrake looked deep into Raven's eyes with determination and sincerity. Although I don't know exactly what happened right now, but I will definitely protect you, Ray, even if you have to fight to the death. Our souls are bound together. You are a precious existence to me, Soldrake said in a soft voice but also with a firm determination. It gave Raven a great sense of security and absolute support. Looking at Soldrake's clenched hands, Raven felt more relieved, and the hands that were cold and stiff from the tension began to soften. After his mind was fully awake again, Raven gently caressed Soldrake's slender hands, a sweet feeling that permeated the cold air of the night. Raven pulled a nearby stool and sat down, letting go of his tired shoulders. I'm sorry, I'm too excited. After a sigh, he let go of Soldrake's hand and adjusted his breathing steadily. I don't want you to feel like you're being blamed by me, let's change the subject. Soldrake smiled gently and nodded in agreement with Raven. He immediately mentioned the current difficulty he was facing to ask her for advice. The problem at hand was now. We must subdue the pirates who are invading this sea. And I also have to destroy my archenemy from my previous life, Oranges. To be honest, I'm in a daze right now. We can't use your power to blow them away. The dragon's power is definitely more than enough. Raven sighed and looked up at Soldrake and expected that she would agree. But once again, Soldrake rejected Raven bluntly, incapably. It was the second time in an evening that Soldrake gave an answer that left Raven frustrated. He raised his head to look at her with a speechless, stunned expression. His shocked gaze gradually turned into skepticism. Raven frowned and asked Soldrake, didn't you just say that you would protect me even if you tried to die? Soldrake looked at the vast sea glittering with moonlight and explained, if we intervened now, the situation would only get worse. Raven continued to frown. Soldrake seemed a little hesitant to mention the one who was reigning offshore, and after a moment of silence, she mentioned the name Raven had heard, sea dragon, Viscula. The problem is not only in the rule of not trespassing on each other's territory. Viscula is a rather crazy dragon. When another dragon enters its waters, it will become extremely angry and will launch an attack. Soldrake doesn't remember exactly which of the 6 dragons that have appeared in the tomb before, but he hears that there is a dragon in the southern sea that the sailors call the sea god. The sea dragon was also known as the guardian god of the Oranges. It provided Oranges with protection for hundreds of years, and although it rarely interfered in human affairs, it was not for that reason that it could be taken lightly in this war. Even Soldrake had to admit that Viscula was the most extravagant dragon of all, a warlike dragon that was not easily subdued or defeated. Viscula is also the only dragon that does not recognize Soldrake as the leader of the dragon clan, perhaps because the terrain it governs is not easily affected by Soldrake, so its extravagance is even more obvious. Soldrake stared at the sea in the darkness and light. If I have to fight him without my dragon veins in this vast ocean, I don't guarantee victory. I can keep him busy, but hundreds of years have passed since we last met. That's why at the moment, I can't help you, but if he tries to harm Ray, I'll kill him as a soul companion. Even though Soldrake tried to reassure and encourage Raven, he still couldn't help but feel frustrated. The feeling of disappointment because the only hope had dissipated like a puff of smoke. Raven began to fall into a negative state, muttering in his mouth again, "Is that so?" His hand once again clenched with the veins that protruded with resentment. Along with a violent punch that poured his anger onto the table, the swearing finally spewed out of Raven's mouth. In an instant, the terrible memories of the past echoed in his mind, and the sight of the whole house engulfed in flames put an end to the Vault family. Then his 10-year life as a slave to the Demon's Legion ended in a painful death at the hands of Baltai. In general, all the grudges that had been pent up throughout Raven's life in his previous life were caused by the Duke of Oranges, but he could not do anything about it because the economic and military potential and even the protection of the Sea Dragon had given him the right to live out of the law. In Raven's eyes, now filled with rage, resentment and a sense of helplessness, were occupying his mind, every bitter sound emanating from his clenched teeth. All this damn thing. Soldrake doesn't understand much about the current situation, but she can sense Raven trembling in resentment and seems to be about to fall into the darkness of hatred with no way out. Soldrake stepped closer and gently woke Raven with her gentle call, "Ray." When Raven reflexively raised his head, Soldrake's beautiful delicate face was right in front of his eyes. The distance between their lips was only 2 centimeters, and their noses even touched each other slightly. Raven was startled and stood up and stepped back away from Soldrake with a blank expression, as if the new boy had been groped. What, suddenly? Soldrake didn't feel that there was anything wrong with that closeness. She just tilted her head to look at Raven with a worried look. "You are behaving differently from yourself. You weren't observing what was happening around you." And when he finished speaking, Soldrake pointed to the people's residence not far from the mansion, where Raven could easily see it every day, as long as he paid a little attention. When Raven looked in the direction of Soldrake's hand in confusion, he saw only the dilapidated and empty houses, the streets of Luz, which had been bustling no matter the night or day, but now there was only a heavy atmosphere of silence. Soldrake pointed to another corner of the city, where there were poor people sleeping on the streets. She clearly felt the difference of the current Luz from the last time she came here, and she did not hesitate to tell Raven, the current Luz was in a dire situation. Raven was startled to realize that the lives of the people around him had changed so much, but he was heartless, not paying attention to them for a long time. Soldrake continued to speak in a deep voice, repeating what Raven had said, "I want my people to be able to live well. You said that, when you were in Sissus." At this moment, Soldrake's eyes were filled with anxiety. She was genuinely worried that Raven was losing her reason and ideals, although she would support whatever path he chose, but it was also a responsibility to remind him to reconsider his decision at least once of her as a soulmate. Raven looked stunned at the city that was becoming emaciated around him, the hustle and bustle of life and affluence gone, but he was so engrossed in revenge that he forgot to care about his people. Raven clenched his fists again, but this time it was because of the feeling of self-reproach that was surging in his heart right now. It was not the time to focus too much on personal revenge, and when his thoughts cleared, Raven quietly walked closer to the flowers on the balcony. Immediately afterwards, he did not hesitate to pick up the watering can that was still full of water. With a bang, the bitterly cold water caused by the outdoor temperature of winter had poured down on Raven's head. He was reminding himself to keep a cold head so as not to be blinded by hatred. However, Soldrake couldn't understand what Raven's actions meant, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes in amazement. When Soldrake was worried that Raven was going to get cold, he suddenly looked up into her eyes calmly and sincerely. "Thanks to you, I have become more sober." A bright smile bloomed on Raven's lips, and at the same time, the first rays of dawn flashed on the surface of the sea, making his image radiant in Soldrake's eyes. She smiled gently with loving eyes for Raven. Seeing that bright smile of his, Soldrake knew that Raven had indeed regained his spirit and life ideals. The warm morning sun was creeping through the city, illuminating every street, house, person, and even scenery, seemingly signaling that revival was about to flare up throughout Luz, which would no longer be a tool for Raven's revenge. Looking at the shining sun, Raven repeated the words he had said to Isla before, but it was a little different. As a duke, also a ruler, there were things that I needed to do. I will save this city. In the glittering golden light of the sea at dawn, a new period of prosperity promises to begin in Luz, with the burning spirit of construction surging in Raven's heart. Starting from that day, the entire Luz shipyard was put into production of warships, and it was expected that about 10 ships would be completed in 5 or 6 days, which was an incredible amount of work that attracted a large number of workers gathered in one place. The construction of the ship was personally supervised by Raven, and the recruitment of additional soldiers was under the management of Viscount Moraine. The whole city had become chaotic since the death of Count Segunda. His relatives were engaged in business throughout the city, and the storm that engulfed those associated with Segunda affected trade and shipping, as well as the economy of the entire city. The construction of warships and the recruitment of soldiers would help to recover the economy quickly. However, the people still wondered why the new governor of Luz decided to build a ship, and a rumor began to spread from here. What were they doing? They were preparing to attack the pirates, so they were building more warships. All the ships of the 7th Regiment could regroup and target one of the large-scale pirate gangs, but that would open up a hole in the Mulad Sea, which had nearly 10 small pirate groups nearby. If they decided to attack the islands and coastal villages of Mulad outside of Luz, the warlords would not be able to defend themselves without support, so it was necessary to build more ships and recruit soldiers. The problem is that the cost of building and maintaining the force will also be quite high. Money, everything is ultimately a war of capital, but Raven has a way. He directly uses the money from the Pendragon Principality as capital to promote Luz's economy to develop again. Not only that, what Raven used to pay the workers was the Pendragon coin and not the imperial currency, the new currency licensed by the emperor himself. The workers were not entirely sure of their understanding, but they were satisfied that the Pendragon coin had the same value as the existing imperial gold. They know that they will not lose money if even the trader uses this currency. The gold content in the Pendragon coin accounted for only 70% of the empire's gold. The exchange rate should have been fixed at 80%. Merchants coming and going from Yorktown had spread rumors as they passed through Luz, but were now spreading an even more unbelievable news when the exchange rate of the Pendragon gold coin to the imperial gold coins in Luz are 1. This means that the conversion of money will bring considerable profits. It is certain that Raven will accumulate a large fortune during his reign in Luz, just like the previous governors, but not the same in that he makes money legally, does not parasitize Luz citizens or take bribes from merchants. Moreover, the Pendragon gold coins minted at the estate of the Principality of Pendragon, in addition to the huge commercial metropolis known as Yorktown, Raven would be able to distribute the new currency into the city of Luz. Then, when city officials and merchants began to use the new currency, it would naturally flow into the hands of the commoners, and Pendragon's gold coins would seep into the entire empire. News of the new Luz governor's recent deeds quickly spread everywhere, and Ron Vincent also received the announcement. Thanks to Raven's new policy, exhaustion and the distribution of Luz's goods is gradually changing in a more positive direction. Ron Vincent had just glanced at Raven's way of working, and he laughed with amusement. immediately understood his purpose. He was using the experience of the town of York to his advantage. Seeing Ron Vincent giggling after reading the news, Luna tilted her head curiously. Why? Ron Vincent immediately handed the newspaper to her so that she could contemplate for herself and gain judgment experience from there. Seeing that Luna read each line attentively and nodded as if she had begun to understand, Ron Vincent was satisfied to explain to her further. In addition to strengthening the Navy's strength, he also took other measures to fight the pirates. Raven's job was to recruit the poor in Luz, to ensure their livelihood was both humanitarian and economical, and the strengthening of the warship fleet was also commercial, and 9 out of 10 merchant ships heading south or abroad would pass through the Mulad Sea. The merchants would have no reason to refuse to pass through Luz if they were guaranteed protection from the 7th Regiment. Moreover, if a larger number of ships passed through the ports and more sailors stayed in Luz, that would in turn help develop the city. Basically, Raven can hit 2 birds with 1 arrow. Luna pondered for a moment and then suddenly let out a loud voice as if she remembered this economic strategy that she was very familiar with, that is. Ron Vincent just smiled and nodded to her to confirm. He believed Luna was smart enough to figure out the matter after having been of great help in managing the town of York. Raven is doing the same thing they did with the town that was just built not long ago, thanks to that economic strategy that has turned the place into one of the emerging metropolises that attracts merchants and people from all over the world. In the early days, to alleviate poverty, Ron Vincent and Raven's strategy was also to use large numbers of unemployed immigrants in town building. The large number of workers plus the enthusiasm to work because it was the only livelihood for them at that time helped the construction of the town to be much faster than usual. Everyone was excited. Ron Vincent smiled with satisfaction and couldn't stop praising Raven. It was a great strategy. Well, in his heart now he felt very excited because he had decided to follow Raven in the past. It was not a wrong decision. Luna also nodded admiringly with the newspaper in her hand. I see. Ever since Raven was gone, any article with news about him had been cherished by her like a treasure. Ron Vincent went on to reveal one more point that the article did not mention, that is, Raven paid workers with Pendragon coins instead of imperial money. At first everyone was a little apprehensive, but when they heard that the exchange rate between Pendragon coins and imperial coins was the same, they were all satisfied. Although Luz was now rotten and weak, and the rate of exchange of goods and transactions was very low, it was still the economic center of the empire, the gateway to many large and small merchant ships. Once Raven began distributing money there, not only would the economy of the Luz interior grow again, but the Pendragon coin would be carried far and wide in all directions, in and out of Luz. Luna couldn't help but smile brightly as she enlightened her understanding of this wise economic strategy, so the Pendragon coin would spread across the entire empire in the blink of an eye. Ron Vincent nodded with a smile full of pride. It was an arrow that hit 3 swallows. That face seemed to consider Raven a talented student who could come up with a way to save Luz on his own without consulting an expert like Ron Vincent. However, Ron Vincent's bright smile quickly disappeared when he thought about the difficulties that still lurked in Luz. What Raven had done was still not enough to make Luz a prosperous place. The problem is that currently, when trading in Luz is still very poor after countless crises, commodities will be in short supply. It will take some time for the pace of trading to return to normal. Therefore, if you only give money to the poor, it will not be enough to change the situation quickly. If there is no goods to sell, the money will become useless, or people will accumulate money excessively, causing transactions to slow down. Thinking of this, Ron Vincent stood up and looked out at the town of York, where hundreds of tons of goods were transshipped and traded every day. He muttered implicitly, from now on, he needed help. The result of this openness was that early the next morning, one of the most beautiful women in the empire was in the harbor of York City. Beside her was a man with an amputated arm and a lot of wagons waiting to be loaded onto the boat. The man who appeared next to Luna was BLEEDS, who had pursued her frantically, and he told her after receiving the list of goods, to transport goods from here to Luz. Using this canal would be the fastest way. Luna just stared at the papers and communicated indifferently. And what about the escort during the transportation? BLEEDS grinned. No need, I've already hired a few mercenaries. If you use Pendragon warriors for this, it will be too serious to be necessary, isn't it? Luna became hesitant when she heard that. She clearly showed a suspicious glance at BLEEDS, in her heart she couldn't help but worry that he would betray again to take revenge on Raven. Breeden immediately bowed her head in disappointment. She didn't believe me. Yes, in fact, Luna didn't want to give Breeden this contract in the first place, but since the other merchants who were currently in Yorktown had irreversible schedules and the transportation needed to be carried out urgently, Breeden was chosen. Luna just silently frowned and looked straight at Breeden, as if she were a judge weighing whether or not to trust the defendant's testimony. Before Luna could say the bitter words, Breeden immediately turned around and walked away with a look that seemed to resign to her suspicion, and he even took the initiative to make a suggestion. Then, just take me hostage. Luna frowned even deeper, her sharp eyes still filled with skepticism. Breeden continued to speak in a resolute tone. During the freight, I will stay here, if there is anything suspicious. She could handle me in any way she saw fit, and Breeden suddenly made a cool hat pose and stopped and turned her head to look at Luna with a sweet smile. Even though Breeden had taken the initiative to turn himself into a hostage, Luna still felt unstable, frowning deeply and questioning him. Why did you have to go this far? Breeden seemed to have foreseen Luna's reaction, and he looked at her with tender eyes and an affectionate smile that didn't hide his love for her. To dispel Luna's indelible suspicion, Breeden explained with a smile, because I owe you. Was that reasonable? Breeden's attitude showed that he no longer thought that Raven was the cause of his amputated arm. The hatred was gone and only the competition for Luna's love remained. He also regretted that he had put her in danger in the past because of his arrogance, or at least he wanted to show Luna that he had changed like that, and who knows what he actually thinks. Luna's facial muscles finally relaxed after hearing those words. She was actually somewhat convinced by Breeden's seemingly repentant attitude, as a result of which he had achieved his goal. Small ships owned by Breeden quickly transported goods to Luz from York City, and workers loading and unloading goods continued to operate at full capacity as dozens of shipments arrived each day, all essential necessities for people's daily lives and purchased with the money of the city's shopkeepers. Isaac witnessed the bustling trading of goods, and the cheerful faces of the shopkeepers made him happy, and the city was now a little revitalized. Viscount Moraine, on the other hand, once again admired Raven's talent. I never thought that the governor also had a knack for doing business. Raven smiled humbly and shook his head. In fact, this was the idea that the sly old fox advisor had suggested to me. We can only carry out this policy because of the prosperity of the town of York. What Raven said is completely true, because the policy in Luz is to learn from York's success. More importantly, if York was not developed enough, Raven would not have been able to invest hundreds of thousands of Pendragon coins in Luz. When Luz's economic situation was showing signs of recovery, Viscount Moraine became much more excited and enthusiastic, and he led Isaac towards the harbor with a bright smile. And now, it was our turn to act. Now that we are certain to deal with the pirates, Viscount Moraine is scheduled to conduct sweeps of the sea and escort cargo ships. The plan is meticulously drawn up so that the pirates, the southern smugglers, and those associated with the Oranges will gradually feel suffocated and grit their teeth in frustration when it is seen that it is useless to put economic pressure on Luz. But Viscount Moraine did not know the true depth of Raven's thoughts and plans. The economic net unleashed by Raven not only covered the city of Luz, in fact, it was a huge net that would cover the entire southern part of the empire, including inland waters. But there is still another pressing problem that he needs to solve. The biggest problem left was that, no matter how much they increased the power of their navy, it would still be difficult to deal with pirates. To be more precise, there is no way to deal with the attacks from above by the Valva's warriors. If the monster masters and their riders attack from a height of 200, 300 meters or more, any force will become helpless. Even the most destructive and farthest ranges of bows fired by humans could not reach such heights. On the opposite side, gravity amplified the power of the crossbow many times. Moreover, the warriors of Valva's riding the master did not only attack with crossbows. Wild ornithologists are much larger and heavier than horses. Witnessing such creatures rushing down from the sky at a dizzying speed would be enough to frighten any human being. If hundreds of well-trained combat ornithologists rushed down to the enemy's head, it would be a disaster. Ordinary soldiers with little combat experience will not be able to hold the battlefield and will lose all courage. In fact, in the past, even the demon's army, consisting of assassins with abundant combat experience, had fallen into a state of mass panic in the face of two diving attacks by the ornithologist. nearly 20% of the force could be destroyed instantly. The ornithologist possessed by Orangus was also trained with the rider from a young age. The warriors of Valvas became more fearsome when riding on the back of the ornithologist, but in the Pendragon Legion, apart from Isla who had the ability to control the ornithist smoothly, the other knights of the ornithologist were completely incomparable. The difference in experience is still huge. If Raven didn't think of a way to deal with Orangus' ornithist army, it would not be possible to restore Luz's trade as before, and the boats and wagons would inevitably be attacked on their way to the city, which Pendragon's navy or ornithist army would not be able to deal with. If such a tug-of-war continues, even Pendragon's financial resources will reach the bottom, even though the Principality of Pendragon has recently developed prosperously again, but compared to the economic potential, it is still far behind the Principality of Orangus. Raven pondered for a long time. If only we had another card to deal with them. He suddenly remembered the days when he and the Legion of Demons were floating in the South Sea. There was a man who was known as the Lord of the Sea, the Count of Pirates, the greatest captain of all pirates. That night, Isla was grooming his bird masters, which was what he liked to do most in his spare time. Just like other pets raised by humans, Isla's ornithologist always enjoyed growling whenever he petted her. However, Isla's mood has not been good, if not extremely bad these days. What worries him now is not the poor life in Luz, because it has already been solved by Raven. The main problem was that Orangus' army of ornithologists, wild mighty ornithologists trained by the Valvas warriors, and those warriors were no strangers to Isla. Thinking of the Valvas warriors slaughtering the innocent like pirates, Isla couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in his heart. Although Valvas would swear allegiance to his master and follow all orders, the slaughter of the innocent in Isla's eyes was still abhorrent. Isla couldn't contain his frustration and threw the brush on the ground with a swearing, "Damn it," he wanted to go into battle against those Valvas warriors right away, but Raven hadn't given the order yet. At this moment, Raven went to Isla again, which startled him a little, and as soon as he reminded Chow Chow came. Isla turned around in surprise, his eyes filled with anticipation that Raven would give him a battle mission, so that he could release the pent-up frustrations in his heart. However, contrary to Isla's expectations, Raven opened his mouth and told him, "Lend me an ornithologist." His request made him naive for a moment. Raven had never borrowed an ornithologist. Of course, borrowing one could only be for him to ride himself, but riding an ornithologist at night like this was definitely not a place that could be traveled by road, and those speculations made Isla both worried and hesitant. After all, this army of ornithologists belonged to the Principality of Pendragon, and Isla had no right to refuse his master's request once Raven had made up his mind. So soon Raven rode on the owl's back to a large island where a group of pirates were resting. On the island, the winter storm ice was drinking a cup of wine. Raven was able to know their exact location, of course, thanks to the secret information of the 3 spies in this bandits. As everyone was enjoying dinner at sea, and the white and yellow feathers suddenly fluttered in the sky, John Myers didn't seem surprised by Raven's appearance. On the contrary, his subordinate pirates kept shouting in astonishment, "Hey, what?" John Myers casually greeted Raven's arrival with a noble smile. "Huh, you really came alone, Governor of Luz." Raven rode on the back of the majestic leader of the herd and landed on a rocky ledge, its appearance exuding a majestic and noble aura that was completely different from that of the ornithology of Orangus, perhaps because it had lived by Soldrake for so long, so her aura was also more or less influenced by her noble temperament. John Myers was polite at first, but soon called out his surname Aaron Pendragon without any respect. Raven was still cold instead of angry at the opponent's provocative attitude. His actions were aristocratic but also somewhat rude like pirates. That's part of the reason people call him the Pirate Earl. As Raven moved closer, on the edge of the coast, the pirates were ready to pull out their weapons with wary eyes. Even if he didn't carry any weapons, the ornithologist was a formidable enemy in their eyes. Wanting to know why Raven was traveling alone and not carrying a weapon, he had to go back to what had happened more than half an hour ago. When Raven came to borrow Isla an ornithologist, Isla hesitated for a long time. After feeling that Raven was in danger alone, Isla strongly refused. "I couldn't do that. If you want to go there, then take me with you." This is one of the rare times Isla resisted Raven's orders, because he was really worried about him as a friend and not just a loyal subordinate. Raven perfectly understood Isla's thoughts, but it was also because of his loyalty that he couldn't lead him to follow. Seeing Raven furrowing silently as if she was rejecting her proposal, Isla clenched her sword at her side in a fierce manner. I said it before. As your sword, I will destroy all your enemies, and Isla thrust her sword in front of Raven's chest vigorously, revealing the frustration he had been holding back for the past few days. Raven sighed and explained frankly to Isla, that's the reason, I can't let you go with me. Isla, who was frustrated that he had to hear such incomprehensible words, became even more impatient, and he even glared at Raven as if he was questioning the reason. Raven gently pushed Isla's sword back to him and slowly explained, if I draw my sword, they will also draw their swords. I'm going alone and unarmed, so I can't take you with me. Raven knows Isla's personality better than anyone else. If anyone draws a sword and points it at him, his rage will flare up and it will be difficult to talk peacefully when both sides show hostility. Isla understood but didn't want to understand it. He gripped his sword even tighter after listening to Raven's explanation. Isla's sword and arm were trembling with the unpleasant emotions that were piling up in his heart, nor was he bloodthirsty or belligerent like Kiruta. The problem was only in his ideals. As a Valva's warrior, Isla had instilled the thought that a sword that was not used on the battlefield was meaningless. Isla's desire to fight became more intense as the Valva's warriors on the Oranges side were relentlessly raging and doing their part as the sword of the Oranges. However, Raven had made up his mind. Isla couldn't do anything else. When he bowed his head in acceptance, he had already led a bird monk away. Today I ordered you, stay still, Isla. Isla looked at Raven's back with a mixture of anxiety and frustration, and the leader of the flock also sensed his unstable mental state, so he tried to rub his head to comfort him. At that moment, Isla suddenly had the thought of protecting Raven in another way, and he called him back. Then, at least, take my companion, go with you. The leader of the herd master who understood Isla's meaning nodded with his eyes shining brightly, and the relationship between him and the leader of the herd seemed to have reached the level of psychic. Raven smiled softly and agreed to Isla's offer, thinking that he could at least do so to make him feel more secure. After Raven left, Isla walked to the side of the corridor by the sea in an extremely anxious mood. Not knowing where to vent his anger, he finally slammed down on the railing, the power from his fist causing the stone railing to shatter instantly. Isla swore again, this time in a harsher tone. Damn it, the veins of blood were constantly rising around his forehead and neck. The sea breeze on the cold winter night could not cool Isla's boiling head, and the rushing winds only made the night around him even more mysterious. Returning to the current situation, Raven calmly responded to John Myers' greeting and immediately addressed the captain of the winter storm, John Myers. I want to speak to you privately. Raven's eyes shining with assertiveness but no hostility, just as his original orientation of a peaceful conversation was. However, John Myers didn't reply. He just smirked slightly, seemingly wanting to test the limits of Raven's patience. Shortly afterwards, one of John Myers' subordinates walked up to Raven and placed his hand on his shoulder in a friendly manner. Before that, the new governor, you have come here too. Why don't you make a glass first? And after finishing his words, the pirate handed Raven a glass of beer that he had finished drinking. Raven knew it was an insult to provoke him, but instead of blaming the other party, he just quietly reached out to take the beer. The pirate saw Raven's unexpectedly obedient reaction, and immediately provoked a more rude fight. He threw a whole beer in his face. If Isla was here, this pirate's arm would have been severed in the blink of an eye. The pirates immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, isn't it delicious? It's a pirate's beer. But Raven still endured their provocation patiently without getting angry. Jody's group of spies on the other side witnessed this scene and could only swallow in worry. If Raven got angry and wanted to fight, only the four of them could not deal with these pirates. This was also the island they had a base to occupy, so the reinforcements could come very quickly. Raven still showed a calm expression. The person on the other side couldn't read any emotion from his expression. He knew from the beginning that he would have to be patient, at least like this. However, Raven's unusually calm attitude makes the pirates even more enthusiastic. When the provocateur fails to achieve his goal, they will assume that the provocative person is despising him. That's why the pirates want to do things that challenge Raven's tolerance even more. In a fit of rage, a pirate threw a beer bottle at Raven's head. What to say, this damn brat. While the pirates cheered loudly at the violence, Jody's heart was about to shoot out of his chest to the point of, die. Raven once again raised his head with a calm expression, his unwavering gaze still directed towards John Myers even though his head was covered in blood. By this time, the pirates had begun to shiver in horror at Raven's cold eyes. The nobles who had been provoked by them would either go mad immediately, or would kneel down and beg for forgiveness. No one had acted like him. Raven didn't care about the crowd around him. He felt that his patience was being tested, and he was willing to do so he kept repeating his request, "Captain John Myers. I want to talk to you privately." Even though the blood was flowing from one eye, Raven's fierce gaze still didn't waver even a little. John Myers finally stopped smiling that characteristic half-hearted smile. He had become a serious listener because he sensed Raven's intentions. He had also guessed what he had come here for. Someone who could endure the great cause was someone who deserved support. However, the pirates around John Myers were not good at reading their captain's expressions, and they immediately drew their swords with curses at Raven, "This damn bastard." At this moment, John Myers stood up, stretched out his hand to stop the subordinates. "There is no need to go that far, everyone." Just one word made the pirates around him immobilized, and they looked up at their captain in surprise and curiosity. The aggressive pirates reluctantly retracted their swords with disbelieving eyes at John Myers, the boat, the captain, this. John Myers directly ignored explaining to his subordinates and jumped off the ledge and walked towards the boat. He waved his hand to Raven to accompany him. He had already dived all the way here. Hard, the new governor. "Now, let's talk about business," and with a mischievous smile, John Myers pointed to the pirate ship he cherished the most, and kindly invited Raven aboard. It was a very long night for Raven and John Myers. The discussion took place while he hadn't even bandaged his head, but the urge of the halfway plan made him forget about it. John Myers just listened silently to Raven's explanations of plans and proposals for cooperation, and throughout the process, he had no expression other than a mischievous smile. However, Raven could read in John Myers' eyes a flash of interest and response to his plan, so he was even more eager to explain the benefits of working with him. John Myers listened intently, getting more and more excited about Raven's thoughts, unaware that the reason he had chosen him as an ally was because of the information the spy had sent him. After hearing all about Raven's proposal, John Myers tilted his head curiously with a sly smile. Did he understand what his position was now, and yet he really dared to say these things? Raven immediately replied without hesitation, "I am only doing the best for my people." Once again, John Myers saw the sincerity in Raven's eyes. John Myers's smile gradually became gentler. He saw in Raven something quite similar to him. The fact that John Myers became a pirate was pushed by the flow of life. He had been a nobleman of the empire before becoming a pirate. The ships that were robbed by the ice and storms often had no deaths, except for the mercenaries. All that the winter storm ice takes away is resources. The captured nobles will be released. The captured civilians don't even want to go, they choose to stay on the islands occupied by the winter storm ice, get married, farm and do fishing. John Myers sensed that Raven was on the same page, different from the governors who had ruled Luz, so he smiled with satisfaction. "Well, you're an interesting person, the new governor." That night, new strategies containing many interesting surprises were outlined on the pirate ship of the ice storm. Raven trusted John Myers' personality through secret information from spies, and he also put his trust in him when he saw the recent economic reforms in Luz. Early the next morning, the gloomy sky covered the coastal waters of the city of Luz. Raven had also returned from a long and secret business trip last night. Raven and John Myers had trusted each other, but people like Viscount Moraine couldn't easily accept it, and as soon as he heard what Raven had done last night, Viscount Moraine was furious and slammed the table. Along with that aggressive attitude, Viscount Moraine flatly criticized instead of questioning Raven, "Are you crazy, Governor? You have teamed up with those filthy pirate-like slashers." Viscount Moraine's rage flares up violently every time he touches the pirate issue, so to speak. He is a conservative and rigid man. Raven had anticipated the reaction of an inflexible person like this, so he calmly explained to Viscount Moraine that in order to overcome the current situation, they are a piece of the puzzle that we need. In order to convince Viscount Moraine, Raven swirled deep into the reality that lay out in front of him. In order to restore the prosperity of Luz, we have tried many ways. But once the Valva's knights are still here, Luz's trade will not be able to recover. They are slowly exhausting us. Viscount Moraine can understand this, but the pride of a naval general still cannot accept shaking hands with pirates. In spite of Viscount Moraine's harsh attitude, Raven insisted that we should engage in a decisive battle as soon as possible, and Viscount Moraine was now beginning to follow his opinion, so he did so for the sake of this plan. Raven nodded and looked at the Pendragon coins on the table. I had agreed to give them double the amount that Tolio Oranges had given them, but they were paid with these coins. In the face of Viscount Moraine's skeptical gaze, Raven revealed that Captain John Myers had seen through our plans to develop the shipbuilding industry here by distributing those gold coins. He also realized that the Pendragon coins would soon possess great value and dominate the entire empire, so he accepted this deal. Raven must admit that John Myers is as sharp and wise as he looks, but the most important factor is that he has the same goal as him, creating a better life for his people. The problem was that Viscount Moraine was inherently very distrustful of pirates. In his eyes there were no good pirates and bad pirates, all of whom were despicable and needed to be eliminated, and Raven's offer to shake hands with pirates was an insult to the Navy. Raven also said that his deal with John Myers had another attractive clause, which was in the event that the Pendragon side won and the betrayal of the ice storm brought benefits. Then the right to trade in the deep seas of this area would be given to John Myers, on the condition that Raven once again show confidence in John Myers, because it is extremely dangerous to allow pirates to take over official trade in a sea. No one knows what bad things they will do. Viscount Moraine obviously couldn't accept that. He roared angrily, "I didn't agree." Viscount Moraine took a deep breath and began to vent his dissatisfaction with the fierce screams that had bared their fangs against the Empire and the Emperor as well. "What about our honor, the Imperial Navy? What about our honor?" Viscount Moraine has indeed exploded his wrath because the compromise with the pirates never appeared in his dictionary. However, Raven simply used a question that easily defeated Viscount Moraine's argument that honor can save our lives. Viscount Moraine was stunned instantly. The anger that had occupied her mind for a moment had become an unconcealable confusion. Raven was full of determination to declare to Viscount Moraine that I would only fight to bring a prosperous life to my citizens. To achieve this, one has to make a trade-off, a choice between personal honor and the common good. At this time, Raven is expressing his true feelings, because he himself experienced the humiliation of the pirates last night, but patience is a necessary quality of a leader. As a talented and experienced general, Viscount Moraine should have had patience and understood that this choice was not easy for Raven himself, and yet he provoked criticism of him instead of calmly considering the far-reaching benefits of this patience. At this time, Viscount Moraine noticed how dirty Raven's clothes were. The dried blood stains were still all over his body, his hair, but he didn't complain a word. As soon as he returned, the first thing he did was to inform Viscount Moraine of the good news of cooperation, instead of paying attention to adjusting their clothes to preserve their honor. Viscount Moraine involuntarily felt ashamed when he confronted and argued with Raven, and the anger in his heart also slowly subsided. After regaining her composure, Viscount Moraine bowed her head and walked towards the door of the room. I understand." Although he chose to accept Raven's plan, Viscount Moraine still felt uncomfortable in his heart because he had to humble himself to the pirates, a feeling that would surely continue to torment him until this strategy succeeded. Raven also knew that Viscount Moraine's acceptance was only because he put the big game first, not because he understood and absolutely wanted to accept the support of the Storm Pirates. He couldn't ask for more at the moment. After Viscount Moraine left, Raven looked out the window in silence, facing the open sea, which was rippling violently in the rain. Just wait. Tolio Oranges, in the sound of torrential rain outside the mansion, Raven could foresee a storm about to hit the heads of those who had enmity against him. A week later, the southern seas were still under pressure from pirate ships under Tolio's command. All of their activities were assisted by Oranges' army of ornithologists. On a sinking ship, nobles, both men and women, were hung from the masts, tormented by the fear of imminent death, and the surrounding pirates enjoyed the sensation of torturing their prisoners. The pleasure of these barbarian pirates was to entertain them by treating them as practice beer. Every time an arrow was fired, the cheers of the pirates completely overwhelmed the terrified screams of the victims. The dagger struck a woman's chest, but unfortunately did not hit her heart, making the feeling of pain and terror torment her mind even more. The woman sobbed with resentment, thinking in her heart that she would rather be hit by a person who died like the person next to her than suffer torture like this. Tolio saw that Griezmann was not deadly, and immediately laughed and sneered, "Ha ha ha ha, indeed incompetent, Griezmann is very bitter, but he can't argue because he is really bad at this." After laughing out of tears, Tolio snatched the crossbow and inserted his bow and arrow to show that you must aim for their fatal point. Griezmann grumbled, "Shut up, nothing fun, isn't it faster to kill his mother?" Tolio still enjoys the fun of the game and raises his crossbow to point at this woman. "Idiot, watch and learn." Tolio only narrowed his eyes and aimed for a few seconds and then pressed the button to release the arrow as fast as lightning. Even though the woman was struggling in panic, the dagger still hit the middle of her chest, death struck, and the girl didn't even have time to cry out. Tolio threw his face into the sky arrogantly and boasted, hitting his heart. See, the Ratuan orcs in the back immediately cheered his marksmanship. At this time, the man who was hanging right next to the girl who would be the next victim couldn't stand the pressure, and the neck tendons screamed threateningly, Do you think it will end easily? I am the noble descendant of the Empire." The Empire would not. The man who had not yet finished his words had already received an arrow that pierced through his eyes, and blood spurted out, making the scream become a muffled scream. Tolio laughed and carried the crossbow on his shoulder as if he had just made a great feat. The next fatal point was his eyes. In response to the prisoner's threat, Tolio thrust his hand away. "Don't worry, you pig, and you'll soon see your old emperor down there again. Personally, I will make sure to help you reunite," and after finishing his words, Tolio immediately grinned wildly. His madness made the prisoners on the brink of death no longer have the slightest will to resist, and everyone trembled like a civet with fear. At this moment, Tolio felt a little dull and turned to call the female warrior Valvas. "Hey, female knight Valvas. Whether he wanted to play a game with me, to see who was better." Tolio smiled happily and challenged the female warrior Valvas, because those were his father's most trusted subordinates, so he felt even more excited. After that, Tolio pointed to the man who had just been shot in the eye and made a condition for the competition, starting with the other guy first. Valvas didn't say a word, didn't even bother to get up. She calmly sat with her back to the prisoners and waved her hand to signal Tolio to throw up the crossbow. Tolio immediately threw at the female warrior Valvas the crossbow that had been pre-installed with arrows. The crossbow flew high over the head of the female warrior Valvas. As long as she reached out one, she would definitely catch it. The female warrior Valvas still sat still, as the crossbow fell to her shoulder level, her flexible hand gently grasping the hilt of the crossbow. In the blink of an eye, the crossbow was slipped under her left arm and bounced, and the arrow followed it and shot towards the target, but the female warrior Valvas didn't even turn her head to aim kindly. Yet the arrow was still stuck in the middle of the man's forehead, and blood spurted out like red fireworks. The scene made the pirates gasp in amazement. No one could doubt the skill of the Valvas warriors. Even the arrogant Ratuan orc had to recognize Valva's strength. While Tolio was giggling happily at the impressive performance of the female warrior Valvas, a reserved subordinate approached him. "Sir, leader. I have something to report," said Tolio's subordinate timidly with a worried expression as if something terrible was about to happen. He was a spy who had been installed in Luz to listen to news from Raven's side. After hearing that there was a train carrying about 300,000 Pendragon gold coins, the pirates became excited. There was a ship that was transporting a large amount of gold coins out of Luz. "It was a big fish, Captain," and all the Ratuan orcs had their eyes lit up with a look of eagerness urging Tolio to plan to loot that boat. However, Tolio felt that this was not a simple matter, and he carefully asked the secret agent, were they the new Pendragon coins? The secret agent still nodded uneasily. Yes, the annual budget of the city of Luz, or rather, the annual budget of the entire Mulad region did not reach 100,000 gold coins, but now, 3 times that amount was on the way to leave Luz. Tolio had guessed that Raven intended to distribute large quantities of Pendragon coins in the south, in order to increase his influence. Most importantly, coins from other regions would automatically flow back to Luz and York. Any merchant would go crazy because of the opportunity that Pendragon brings. This would benefit many people, not only the Pendragon clan and the city of Luz, but also merchants from all over the world, but those of the Oranges faction would have to face again if it came to pass. Even Tolio's little spy understood that as Pendragon's influence increased in the South Seas, the influence of the Oranges would be weakened, and the interests were the only thing that businessmen cared about, and no allies were forever. Tolio immediately fell into deep thought, thinking carefully about his next action. Tolio also had a rough grasp of his father's business relationships, so he began to feel worried. The trouble now was that man. The man known as the King of the South, Karl Mandy, controls 30% of trade throughout the South. He is currently working under the Oranges family and supporting them with his own money, but there is no guarantee that he will not turn the wheel when he sees greater benefits from the Pendragon family. After all, everything is related to money. Tolio couldn't help but be concerned that, if the Pendragon coins became dominant and Karl Mandy betrayed the Oranges family, it would be a disaster for the Oranges economy. After thinking it through, Tolio smiled sinisterly and muttered, "This is a good opportunity to show my filial piety. Sink the ship, along with those bastards." As soon as Tolio's order was given, the surrounding pirates immediately cheered like thunder. The excitement surged like a tide as the pirates thought that each of the 300,000 coins would be theirs. In the midst of that lively atmosphere, Valvaza's eyes were extremely cold. She didn't respond enthusiastically, but she couldn't protest. For a moment, the female warrior Valvaz felt disgusted that the filthy words that poured like a flood from the mouths of pirates, whether prostitutes or beer, were ours. At this time, at the residence of Governor Luz, an important meeting was taking place to agree on the strategy. In the meeting attended by Raven, key figures in the Pendragon Corps, and representatives from the 7th Naval Regiment, Tolio had no idea that the big fish he wanted to catch was the one Raven had deliberately released. According to Raven's plan, the boat was carrying the gold coins. Will be escorted by Viscount Moraine's fleet. When the pirates aim for the pile of gold and mobilize an attacking force, Viscount Moraine's ship will not be fought back, but will have to flee. Doing so was to lure the pirate ships to the place where the army forces commanded by Raven were ambushed. It is important to be patient, leading the pirates until they reach the rocky island area where there are ambushes. The key to victory or defeat also depends on the winter storm led by John Myers, who will try to fall behind the pirates and wait for the opportunity to betray. It would be a pincer attack in 3 different directions, as Viscount Moraine's navy, Raven's army, and John Myers' bandits gathered together Tolio's pirates. Everyone on Raven's side immediately felt excited and admired Raven's military strategy. Needless to say, they were 100% in favor of this plan. At present, the force correlation is as follows: Pendragon's fleet is 20 ships. Viscount Moraine's fleet of 60 ships. John Myers' fleet of 20 ships. Meanwhile, Tolio's fleet including the ships of the Ratuan orcs was 60 ships. The difference in forces was obvious. Viscount Moraine also nodded in satisfaction with Raven's strategy. He felt even more excited to hold the model of the pirate ship in the palm of his hand and declared, "With this battle, we will definitely be able to defeat them." The sound of shattering rang out, and the model of the pirate boat shattered in the palm of Raven's hand as if predicting their tragic fate. That night, under the glittering silver moonlight, a bitter farewell took place as Lindsay and Aaron arrived to see off the Pendragon army that was about to sail. Aaron had just run to the harbor and couldn't help but cry, and she rushed towards Raven like a child who wanted to be soothed. Before Raven could react, Aaron hugged him with 2 rows of tears in his eyes. "No matter what happens, you must return there in peace." Raven smiled gently in confusion while rubbing his head and patting his sister. "No, it's okay, isn't he always coming back safely?" At this time, Lindsay was also restless in her heart, but she was too shy to show her feelings, so she could only stand and look at Raven with tears in her eyes. Raven noticed Lindsay's embarrassment and anxiety, and stepped forward, gently handing Aaron over to his wife with eyes full of trust. "My sister and this domain, thanks to you, Lindsay." To Lindsay, Raven's trust was more important than his intimate gestures to her, so she quickly swallowed her insecurities, reminding herself to be strong about her family as Duke Pendragon's wife. With eyes full of love, Lindsay looked at Raven with a bright smile so that he could go to battle with peace of mind. "Yes, I will pray for your victory, Mr. Aaron." Raven couldn't help but be touched by Lindsay's strength, although the two of them had little time to cultivate a strong salty relationship, but recently he felt closer to her because of her sincere affection and her rustic, trustworthy nature. In response to Lindsay's efforts to be a good wife, Raven also showed the sincerity of a husband, taking the initiative to hug her tightly and whisper, "I have to go now." Their cuddly scene made the orcs who were watching stick out their tongues. After saying goodbye to Lindsay and Aaron, Raven looked up at a roof near the harbor and called out to Soldrake, Sol. Protect everyone. Although Raven regrets that Soldrake can't go out to sea with them for fear of shocking Viscula, he also feels much more secure to have her stay to protect the city, preventing the risk of being overwhelmed by pirates when the 7th Regiment and the Pendragon army are not here. Soldrake smiled slightly with a slight nod. Raven just needed to say that much for her to know what she had to do, and he just needed to see that nod was enough to feel confident to go out to sea. After parting ways, the Pendragon army began to move on the ship. The roaring footsteps shook the whole harbor. Killian, as the commander of the Legion, couldn't help but excitedly shout, "Let's go. With our strength and the protection of the White Dragon, we will surely triumph back," and soon after, thunderous cheers engulfed the harbor as hundreds of people and orc warriors roared excitedly. The enthusiasm boiled in the hearts of the orc warriors when they thought of fighting the Ratuan orcs and Tolio. Kiruda would definitely take the head of that half-orc bastard. Argos and Leon entered such a large-scale war for the first time with the Pendragon army, so they also had a desire to win, which was also a good opportunity for Leon to gain experience on the front line. As for Isla and his army of bird masters, needless to say, he had been waiting for this moment to scratch his guts. Just the thought of being able to storm against the Valva's warriors and Orange's army of bird masters made his heart flutter. Of course, more than anyone else, Raven was the one who valued this war the most. His eyes were full of murderous chi, the repression that had accumulated for a long time when he had to wait patiently for this moment, was finally able to break out, so that he could destroy the pirates, more importantly, to catch one of the people who has a lifelong feud with him. The warships of the Pendragon army are full of will to rush into the sea and proudly turn the waves under the night sky, the wind-filled sails with the White Dragon flag fluttering in the sea breeze, creating a majestic and romantic scene. Isla stood majestically on the top of the mast, his deep, unwavering eyes looking ahead, reflecting the twinkling starlight of the night sky. Behind him was always the presence of the leader of the flock, his huge wings spreading out to exude a proud majesty. The warship turned the ice waves on the sea sparkling with starlight, through the cold sea breezes of winter. Despite the night wind scratching through the flesh, Isla still stood firmly with the majestic leader bird master spreading his wings, the White Dragon flag flying on the Buddha's part, creating a rushing sound like a battle drum signaling an uncompromising war on the side before. When Isla was immersed in the feeling of longing to go to battle, he suddenly heard the sound of punching and kicking from under the deck. At the foot of the mast, Argos and Leon were practicing duels with each other, their attacks and counterattacks so powerful that they made a booming sound like a drumstick. Leon has improved a lot since he first met Argos. Every punch he takes is accurate, decisive and powerful, although he only learns hand-to-hand combat techniques, but the damage dealt is not inferior to using a heavy weapon such as a mace or stick. Of course, no matter how hard Leon tried to attack head-on, it was just like a stainless steel mosquito to Argos. Despite the heavy punches, he was still able to resist without his body being moved by the force. Leon didn't give up easily. He swung his fist high and put all his strength into a blow in the hope of making Argos shake even a little. However, the moment Leon jumped up, stretched out his arm to punch decisively, Argos sat down gently. His dodging movements were swift and flexible, making Leon's eyes wide with regret. Argos gave a mischievous smile as he looked up at Leon as if he was mocking him for being smarter than a duck. Immediately afterwards, he spun his legs, lightning fast, and swept a circle on the deck, blocking the spot where Leon was landing after the rebound earlier. The result was not unexpected. Leon hurriedly threw himself upside down into the air to avoid being hit by his legs, taking advantage of the flexibility of his body that he had been trained as a circus since childhood. As he tossed his body high in an upside-down position, he reflexively grabbed the mast rope that was close to his reach. Firmly grasping the rope in his hand, Leon took it as the center to turn the situation around, transforming the passive into active in the blink of an eye. He clung to the rope as a fulcrum to throw his body around in the air. After letting go of his hand, his body jumped higher, landed on another mast rope. Once again the advantage of a professional circus performer was promoted. Leon perches on the rope as easily as a bird. Taking advantage of his ability to move on the ropes, Leon leaped swiftly through the mast ropes like a monkey passing branches and then disappeared among the large sails, even Argo's keen eyes momentarily unable to keep up with his movements. After hiding among the sails, Leon climbed to the crossbar of a mast where Argos could not see him, and he laughed in his heart with great satisfaction. What made Leon happy was that Argos was losing track of him. He looked sideways and searched for him, but the stretched sails obscured his vision, making it much more difficult to defend. In a state of excitement, Leon did not miss the opportunity to immediately jump off the mast, throwing his heels down on Argos' head with a fierce scream. This support, the sudden attack indeed made Argos stunned for a moment. In the blink of an eye, the sound of a collision sounded like a crisp pop, tearing apart the tense atmosphere of the fierce confrontation. But the expectations suddenly dissipated into smoke. The moment it seemed that Leon had succeeded in hitting Argos, he promptly twisted his foot to the side, and at the same time raised his hand to block his heel. Seeing Leon's dipped rice cake face, Argos immediately laughed and encouraged him, "You are proficient." The way to fight on the ship, Leon, a bright and proud smile blooming at the same time on his face imprinted with the marks of the years. Argos could not hide his pride in his only student. Leon immediately grinned with an extremely excited look, "Yes, master." But the smile quickly disappeared as he scratched his head and sighed, "But, master, I haven't hit anyone yet." Argos clicked his tongue to comfort Leon, "Of course, because it was me." At the same time, he also pointed out his most stupid mistake. "Besides, every time you attack, you scream so loudly. If you do that, it is useless to attack from the enemy's blind spot." Leon realized his stupidity and smiled stupidly, promising himself to learn from this reminder. To make sure Leon would remember this important lesson, Argos bluntly warned him that, in real combat, superfluous actions would only lead to death. "Besides, if you hadn't shouted earlier, you might have hit me already," and I must admit that Argos was very skillful in imparting knowledge, which was both a sincere remark and a way for him to encourage Leon after a somewhat harsh and heavy reminder. Leon's moody face lit up again, and the constant ups and downs of Argos' words made him both happy and a little confused. Immediately afterwards, Argos took out a pair of old-looking gloves and threw them to Leon. "Here." Leon had just picked it up and knew that these gloves were the ones Argos used when he was young. This was master's thing, which, although the metal trim was shiny, the soft feeling of touching the holster showed that it had been used many times and maintained very carefully. Argos smiled and clenched his fists, proudly recalling his glorious past, the holy power of Tiramis, the dragon of the army of justice. After that, he told Leon, "Tomorrow will be your first match, as someone who has learned my martial arts. Therefore, when you come to battle, you must not put me and the Lord to shame," and Argos's cold eyes now shone with faith and expectation in his disciples. Leon immediately responded to him with a fierce nod and a steadfast and confident gaze, the aura of a mighty warrior gradually replacing his clown style. Soon after, Leon took off his old training gloves and put them on the gloves that Argos had just given him. The moment Leon folded his hands solemnly in front of his master, the muscles that had been so slender immediately emerged on his arms, and his voice replied with a clear voice, "Disciple understands." Isla silently watched Argos and Leon from above, not bothering them but was very pleased with their fierce fighting spirit, although he was not Argos's disciple but had to admit that he was a good teacher. At the same time, on a remote offshore island where Tolio's pirates serve as their base of concentration, including the Ratuan Orcs and John Mayer's Ice Storm, pirate ships are preparing for the biggest heist of the decade. The 60 black-headed boats began to turn the waves across the sea at midnight, the sound of the wind whistling through the inflated sails, pushing the speed of the train up. On the boat leading the pirates, Tolio was in a mood to laugh, suddenly glanced behind him when he heard footsteps approaching. "This will be your first match, kid." It turned out that a mysterious person had just appeared behind Tolio's back. His whole body was covered in a black robe, and even his face was carefully hidden by a mask. It is impossible to guess the identity of the mysterious person as he reveals no specific details in his dressing, except for one highlight is the mask in the shape of a dragon's head, which represents Viscula's image. Raven's army had not been out for a long time, but Soldrake had already felt a bad omen. She restlessly sat on the roof, her eyes looking at the distant sea. In her heart, Soldrake silently called Ray's name hundreds of times. Her eyes also became heavy, as if she had sensed another source of power that had just appeared in this sea, bringing an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. The pirate fleet of 60 boats glided on the water with a fiery atmosphere created by bottomless greed like the depths of the sea beneath their feet. On the other hand, the fleet of the Pendragon army is smaller in number but not inferior in spirit, because they carry the spirit of justice and the desire to bring peace to this sea. Throwing himself into an unrelenting battle, the more arrogant and ambitious Tolio became. Raven was full of confidence and expectation, not only towards a noble common goal, but also because of his personal enemy. His determination to win became even stronger. The two boats continued to turn the waves through the wind until dawn, but the first force to appear on the surface of the sea in front of the pirates at dawn was not the Pendragon army. True to Raven's plan, the group of gold boats and escorts of the 7th Regiment appeared first, playing the role of shy lambs fleeing for their lives from the fierce pursuit of the pirates. The more the pirates chased, the more enthusiastic they became and shouted loudly, "Ha ha ha, watch them run away, the navy is not only weak, but also full of cowards." The mocking laughter of the pirates even echoed all the way to Viscount Moraine's boat, and with his normal personality, he had already turned his head in anger and fought them. However, Viscount Moraine was able to hold back his anger for a moment this time and even smiled with satisfaction when he succeeded in luring the bandits, and the fools. Turning his eyes towards the narrow path between the two wind-sucking cliffs, Viscount Moraine was even more relieved in his heart. "Once we pass through the canyon in front of us, you bastards will be attacked from all 3 directions." Once the whole batch was summed up, Viscount Moraine had to be very restrained not to burst into laughter with his extreme excitement, although he did not trust John Myers, but he had faith in Raven's strategy. However, Isaac suddenly interrupted Viscount Moraine's line of thought and put on a face full of suspicion. "Sir, can we really believe those pirates, and John Myers will definitely not betray us?" In Isaac's eyes there is a strong hatred for pirates, and more importantly, he does not speak sooner or later, and chooses the right moment to sabotage Raven's strategy. Viscount Moraine, who was already somewhat distrustful of the pirates, could not help but flinch when he heard such a powerful question, and had to admit that Isaac knew how to choose the right time to divide and destroy, whether accidentally or intentionally. He also knew how to argue sharply to convince Viscount Moraine. Governor Pendragon had said that he offered to pay twice the amount Tolio had given them, didn't he? Viscount Moraine had just heard and had a vague understanding of what Isaac meant, and he began to be confused as he spoke, yes. Before Viscount Moraine had had enough time to calm down and regain his composure in his plan, Isaac added a more questionable or profound: "If John Myers and Tolio were to renegotiate, then there will be a possibility for him. Also sell us out because we get more benefits from Tolio." Isaac's argument must be said to be extremely sharp. There is no guarantee that a person who has betrayed him will not continue to betray, so Isaac's voice is even more assertive. After all, those who only focus on interests are opportunists. And as the one who fought many of them in this sea, we know their cunning much better than the governor. And along with Isaac's very strong statement, the other crew members also expressed their support for his argument. In order to thoroughly shake Viscount Moraine's faith in Raven's strategy and smash his alliance with the pirates, Isaac questioned in a stern voice, "Can we really trust them, Admiral?" Viscount Moraine's heart was immediately filled with thoughts of the cunning pirates, and the feeling of insecurity grew thicker and thicker, making trust as fragile as a piece of paper. As Viscount Moraine tried to calm down and was about to reassure his soldiers, a panicked cry interrupted. "Sir, them!" It was the shout of the soldiers standing at the edge of the boat looking at the enemy's ship. Seeing his soldiers as confused as chickens with their hair, Viscount Moraine shouted as he turned to look back. What had they done? The scene that was unfolding on Tolio's leading pirate ship had made all the Marines grit their teeth in anger. On the mast at the feet of Tolio and the Ratuan orcs, there were not only the bodies of nobles hanging in the air, but there was also a huge golden flag printed in the shape of a skull very similar to the face of the emperor, and around it was also the inscription, "The old and useless emperor who was out of time." Of course, for Viscount Moraine and the entire 7th Regiment, who had sworn allegiance to the emperor for decades, this humiliation was a fatal blow that caused everyone to rage. Tolio squatted on the mast, his arrogant demeanor as if he was sitting on the head of an emperor who had expired, and there were also the corpses of nobles as an affirmation that the emperor's strength was no longer enough to protect his people. Tollio understood better than anyone the pride and absolute loyalty of Viscount Moraine and the 7th Regiment, which was their strength but also their weakness, and he wanted to take advantage of this feature to provoke them to turn their battleships, and with such a disparity in forces, he had the victory in his hands. Viscount Moraine had become impatient with the anger that flared up in the bottom of his eyes. What the hell? At this moment, a soldier under him began to sob and choke as he looked closely at the bodies hanging from the mast. It turned out that one of the nobles who had been killed was the soldier's father, and the heartfelt pain immediately erupted through a muffled scream. The young soldier couldn't hold back any longer, and wanted to throw himself out of the boat with a surge of resentment. "I won't forgive you, you damn pirates," but Isaac hurriedly stopped him to wait for the captain's orders. Just as the situation was in confusion and Viscount Moraine did not know what to do, a soldier with binoculars looked at the pirate ships at the end of the party and exclaimed in a bewildered voice, "Sir." There were also several other bodies, on John Myers' ship, now indeed on board the flag of the killer whale, the symbol of the ice storm, hanging bodies similar to those of Tollio's ship. Viscount Moraine's last fragile glimmer of trust instantly collapsed at this moment. He roared in a voice that was both astonished and disappointed, "What?" Isaac immediately took the opportunity to provoke more. "I already told you, we can't trust the pirates, we have to hurry up and start the battle." In order to convince Viscount Moraine, Isaac immediately laid out a calculation that sounded very wise. At present, the total number of ships of the entire pirate group, including the winter storm ice, was 80 boats, more than the number of boats of the 7th Regiment. It would not be beneficial to turn around and attack immediately. However, if John Myers could be eliminated first, then the numbers would be proportional, and if the 20 ships of the ice storm really betrayed Tollio, it would be more convenient for the navy to defeat the Tollio and Ratuan orcs. Viscount Moraine, bewildered and swallowed up by anger, had actually flinched at Isaac's argument, having lost his judgment as a commander, without considering that in order to defeat John Myers's 20 ships, the navy would also lose strength, which would still be inferior to the remaining 60 pirate ships, and he had forgotten the prerequisite for a cooperative battle like this was not to arbitrarily change plans at the last minute. Seeing Viscount Moraine's hesitation, Isaac urged even louder and drew a bright vision for the war. "If we can deal with the John Myers before we reach the canyon, then even if we lose our troops, we will be able to join the Pendragon fleet waiting there and increase our strength. We will have the advantage." The more Isaac spoke, the more assertive he became, as if he had firmly grasped victory in the palm of his hand, ignoring the fact that there were hundreds of Ratuan orcs on Tollio's 60 boats, each of which was as strong as a dozen navy soldiers. Viscount Moraine, under the pressure of the emergency, and Isaac's fierce gaze was completely shaken, and there was no longer a trace of the commander's steadfastness in his eyes, and an old man of 60 or 70 years old was led by a young man of about 30. In addition, the arrogant navy soldiers are not aware of their own abilities, but also arrogantly declare that the quality of our soldiers far exceeds theirs. "We are soldiers recruited from the Empire, there is no way we can lose to those pirates, sir." Loud shouts echoed across the deck, pitifully the young men who were pushing themselves into the cliff without knowing it. The more Viscount Moraine hesitated, the more the Marines urged. Dozens of sounds rang into his ears. "Admiral, fire the flares." In this atmosphere, Viscount Moraine could not make a definitive decision, but it was his hesitation that said that with a small catalyst it would break patience and anger would explode at the same time. Tollio stood from behind looking greedily at the commotion on Viscount Moraine's boat with a sinister, resilient smile. "Admiral." He knew the time had come, and the catalyst that finally triggered Viscount Moraine's wrath appeared after a snap of his finger. The female warrior Valvas immediately appeared. She was riding a falcon flying around it. However, she did not launch an attack on the navy ship, but circled towards the bow of the Tollio. The spear was raised, shining menacingly in the bright sun. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the spear drew several sharp lines in the air, cutting through the yellow flag printed with the Emperor's skull. The flag was torn to pieces and fell into the sea, and the Ratuan orcs roared like a group of jubilant gorillas dancing on the mast. Not only the tattered flag but also the bodies of nobles hanging on it were also torn into pieces, a sight that was enough to make any soldier of the 7th Regiment feel extremely indignant. Sure enough, An atmosphere of heavy tension quickly filled the deck of Viscount Moraine's boat, and everyone glared in shock, bitterness, and hatred at the pirates who had defied the limits of their tolerance. Feeling that the situation was not stimulating enough, Tolio even gloated and added a compliment to the female warrior Valvas, but it was actually to provoke Viscount Moraine. Ha ha ha, what a masterpiece, Valvas. We pirates can do anything to them, and they can't even fight back, Tolio said, sticking out his tongue to tease Viscount Moraine and the Marines. The insults that poured out of Tolio's stinky mouth were like a sewer, and it seemed that the Empire's navy was also out of date, just like their emperor. Isaac, who was already arrogant and extravagant, immediately showed the expression of a mad dog who wanted to bite people in the face of these sarcastic words. Even Viscount Moraine, the oldest and most able to endure, couldn't contain the lava-boiling anger in his heart, and Tolio's taunts were getting harder and harder to hear. Well, it's not that I can't sympathize with their situation. After all, taking care of an old emperor who was out of time must have been a lot of trouble. Well, Tolio had just finished speaking, and a tear-torn laugh echoed across the sea, punctuated by the crisp gloating laughter of the Ratuan orcs. Viscount Moraine had reached the limit of his endurance, and he rushed towards the side of the boat and grabbed the railing so tightly that he crushed it. Unfortunately, Viscount Moraine's action was not to vent his anger and prevent his own temper. He gritted his teeth and gave an order, and fired. In Viscount Moraine's eyes now there was only the anger and pride of a naval admiral. All Raven's advice had dissipated into a cloud of smoke with the steam rising from his anger to the point of blushing. In the blink of an eye, flares were fired, signaling the entire 7th Regiment to stop, ready to fight the pirates who were closely following behind. The moment the cannon exploded in the sky, Raven was instantly stunned, unable to expect a general as experienced in combat as Viscount Moraine would make a fundamental mistake in combat and act on his own. Everyone in the Pendragon army was equally bewildered. They raised their heads in a daze to look at the fireworks exploding, shattering their hard-earned plan. Isla was also speechless when he witnessed the sudden change of the navy. He could only stand idly on the mast, waiting for Raven's orders. Even orc warriors like Kiruda, who were inherently very aggressive and bloody, had to gasp at Viscount Moraine's rash action. They had already started fighting. Killian, who was a general who had led the army, also found it difficult to understand Viscount Moraine's thoughts. No, it is impossible. This was completely different from the plan, and anxious screams rang out here and there on the Pendragon boats that were hiding behind the cliffs. Raven remained silent for a while, unable to believe that his plan was in danger of falling apart because of Viscount Moraine's momentary temper. After being speechless because of the first explosion, it wasn't until the second explosion sounded that Raven remembered that this was not the time to stand still like this. He immediately gave an urgent order to the ships that were hiding, and everyone rushed forward with all their speed, joining the battle. Together with the Imperial fleet as soon as possible, immediately after Raven's thunderous order, the 20 boats carrying the Pendragon army rushed at full speed around the cliff, rushing towards the front line. Raven was so frustrated that he gritted his teeth, wondering in his heart why Viscount Moraine had gone from being a hunter to becoming a prey in the blink of an eye. Viscount Moraine, what the hell were he doing, after all? Although the Pendragon army had rushed as fast as possible, the distance from the place where the battle took place was still quite far. It took about 20 minutes for them to arrive. Everyone could only pray that the 7th Regiment would not suffer too many losses. Viscount Moraine, who was still unaware of his mistake at this time, aggressively drew his sword and was ready to fight. Just as I thought, you bastards are indeed the embodiment of the devil. The crime of dishonoring our great emperor would have to pay the price of death. When Viscount Moraine swung his sword with a fierce roar like a tiger, the 7th Regiment also raised their swords in unison. The more heroic the scene at this time, the more pathetic it would be. Not only did Viscount Moraine order the fleet to stand still and wait for the enemy to approach, but Viscount Moraine also foolishly ordered to turn around. Rushing towards them, all the boats set sail towards the pirates. Immediately, this action of his made the time to join the Pendragon army even longer. When Tolio saw this, he glided down from the mast and boasted to his subordinates, "See, I told you, didn't I?" They were really super stupid, and as soon as they finished speaking, Tolio immediately laughed loudly as if tearing a cloth and cast his eyes towards the 7th Regiment that was rushing towards the fierce 7th Regiment. Soon, the boats of the two sides clashed. Whether it was pirates or navies, they were enthusiastically preparing to jump towards the enemy ship immediately. However, while the Navy was still struggling to throw hooks to the side of the enemy ship to serve as a bridge, Tolio could jump up to 10 meters away with just a slight shrug, and he could easily fly like a bird to the Navy's ship. Of course, on board the Navy ship also prepared a plan to deal with the case of the enemy approaching them first. They immediately pulled out their crossbows and aimed at Tolio. However, Tolio's weapon was a sword that could breathe fire, and he had just swung his sword when he saw the flames erupt violently around the blade. In the blink of an eye, the flames swept towards the naval deck like a flood, engulfing the soldiers in the ferocious flames, even sweeping away the black shadows that were struggling in vain. In the flames that were spreading, Tolio smiled arrogantly and declared, "The great Lord Tolio has personally come to kill you all." Ordinary insects, at this moment, in his eyes flashed a strong aura adorned by the brilliant light of the flames. The leader's fiery aura from the first confrontation increased the fighting spirit of the pirates. The naval ships then burst into flames, and after Tolio's opening shot, each pirate ship approached a naval ship, all of which opened with fire, by throwing torches at the naval ships. Soon Tolio jumped onto the next naval ship, causing the soldiers to panic because of the magic weapon in his hand, which, what is it, the sword was emitting fire. Tolio burned with chi in the bottom of his eyes, and he couldn't stop laughing mockingly. "How is it, you stupid bastards, are you ready to accept death?" As soon as he finished speaking, he frantically rushed up and swept like a harvester, the flame blade constantly swinging horizontally in the air. Wherever Tolio's blade went, there were dead people, and the soldiers who were naked were completely incapable of resisting his unquenchable magic flames. Nevertheless, the brave soldiers still rushed to attack with the pride of the Imperial Navy and the resilient will of a man. Do not falter and push him back. Unfortunately, as soon as the soldiers rushed to counterattack, Tolio unleashed his second powerful weapon, a large shield that had been enhanced and used in his own style, using the shield to obscure the view of the sword. The soldiers who couldn't judge what Tolio was going to do should start to fall into confusion. They could only separate to surround him. "Damn, because of the shield we can't guess the direction of the sword, let's move on to attack him from both sides." The soldier who was close to Tolio's left thought that he could not stab the sword from the right in time, so he jumped up and attacked, and at the same time landed a powerful slash from above. However, Tolio easily blocked that attack just by moving his arm holding the shield, the impact making a deafening sound as if he was hitting a bronze bell. The soldier's blade couldn't even leave a single scratch on the shield, which made Tolio gloat and laugh mockingly. "Too stupid." Immediately afterwards, the improved shield suddenly released lightning bolts, which were not only defensive but could also be used as offensive weapons, an improvement that no ordinary person could have expected. The soldier who was in direct contact with the shield obviously couldn't avoid death. He was shocked to the point of burning, and the smell of barbecue rose from his convulsed black body. Terrified screams rang out as the other soldiers saw their comrades fall in a state of blackening. "Shield, it emitted lightning." Tolio laughed wryly as he stepped on the charred corpse of the soldier and shook his jaw and asked the survivors, "What do you think? How did my fire sword and lightning shield combine with the Ratuan sword technique? Was it perfect?" The moment Tolio let out an arrogant laugh, his sword and shield simultaneously released terrifying flames and lightning. The Navy soldiers had begun to tremble at Tolio's power. They unconsciously stepped back away from him, and the sword in their hands could no longer hold it firmly. After Tolio swept away half of the Navy ship, the Ratuan orcs and the other pirates rushed in with a laugh of pleasure. "Ha ha ha, just as expected of the captain. Come on, everyone, kill them all." The pirates became more aggressive after smelling the smell of blood and scorched flesh around them, and they rushed up like a storm to attack the Navy soldiers. The soldiers, even the most seasoned, could not keep their composure and will to fight when they saw dozens of Ratuan orcs surging onto the boat like rolling waves. Viscount Moraine and Isaac on the command ship couldn't help but be stunned by the sight of Tolio's pirates overwhelmingly dominant. The Ratuan orcs alone were too difficult a force to deal with. The navigator on the mast kept updating the news of the battle through binoculars. First ships 3 and 4, now ship 9 sank. "Admiral, if this continues, Viscount Moraine is now beginning to regret his shocking decision." Isaac was terrified to the point of trembling his limbs. What kind of strength? Viscount Moraine also had to swallow in confusion. He didn't expect that Tolio Oranges, could be so strong. The truth is unfolding in front of us as a blow to Viscount Moraine's fierce aura. If we continue like this, we will be destroyed before we can reunite with Pendragon's army. When Viscount Moraine was about to give the order to retreat, the soldier whose father had been killed by the pirates stood up strongly. "Sir, even if I die, I will stop them." The young man affirmed with a steadfast and fierce gaze, "As a member of a proud imperial family, to be honored to join the imperial fleet and to avenge my father, I am definite." Unfortunately, before the young soldier had time to express his thoughts, he was hit by an arrow pierced through the temple, wishing to rush to the front line to avenge his father, and so it ended. When the young soldier fell, Viscount Moraine and Isaac had not yet had time to comprehend what had just happened. Soon after, hearing the sound of the Buddha's fan coming from above, Viscount Moraine raised his head and saw the female warrior Valvas riding a mighty monk spreading his wings in the sky. Viscount Moraine couldn't hide her shocked gaze staring at the female warrior Valvas. Not only was she able to approach silently with incredible speed, but also shot directly into the young soldier's ear with precision and lightning. Although Valvas's face was completely emotionless, Viscount Moraine felt a deep contempt. Before Viscount Moraine could think of retreating, the female warrior Valvas urged the reins and ordered the bird master to swoop down and close to the command ship, holding in her hand a shiny, carved six-edged mace of all kinds of armor with great force. The moment the ornithist waved his wings to land on the deck of the boat, Viscount Moraine immediately swung his sword, ready to confront the female warrior Valvas head-on without any hesitation. Before the bird master successfully landed, Viscount Moraine roared violently and slashed his sword down. "Bastard!" At the same time as swinging his sword decisively in the position of adding firewood, he jumped from the railing to the deck where the bird master wanted to land, and the sword chi released cut off one of the bird master's wings. The bird master roared in pain with two dragon eyes striped in panic. Even if it was the most warlike leader, it became wobbly when it lost one of its wings. When the bird master lost her balance and leaned in mid-air, the female warrior Valvas was immediately thrown from the saddle. She was equally shocked when she had just entered the battle and lost the pet she had worked so hard to train. The bird master, who was no longer able to control the direction of flight, staggered into the sea. The blood pouring from its wound quickly dyed the whole sea red. The female warrior Valvas bitterly landed on the deck and watched as her ornithologist disappeared in the violent waves crashing against the side of the boat. Its chance of survival was definitely zero. Pain instantly turned into strength, and the female warrior Valvas stood up on the side of the ship with a burning spirit and pronounced the death sentence for Viscount Moraine and the navy soldiers on the command ship. "You are truly done with your life. Dare to cut off the wings of the precious companion of a knight Valvas." The moment the female warrior Valvas swallowed the pity for her master and turned her head to look at Viscount Moraine, her eyes burning red with the color of death. Viscount Moraine and Isaac were both stunned to see the red eyes of the female warrior Valvas, who had experienced many fierce battles with pirates, but had never felt such a terrifying killing chi. The warrior Valvas turned to balance herself on the side of the ship and pointed her sword at Viscount Moraine, declaring in a moral voice, "You will pay for your crimes with death." Isaac felt that her criticism was ridiculous, so he immediately retorted in a voice full of indignation, "You filthy knights riding the bird master, you have killed so many people in these days, how dare you open your mouth to say such words? Don't joke with me," Isaac shouted and rushed towards Valvas with the tenacious fighting will of a navy. Even though he knew that the enemy was much stronger than him, he still believed that 2-on-1 was easy. What Viscount Moraine and Isaac didn't expect was that the female warrior Valvas wielded her two swords with unimaginable dexterity and flexibility. She easily supported the continuous moves on both sides without shedding a single drop of sweat. Meanwhile, Isaac was sweating and struggling with the position of an attacker, feeling like he wasn't hitting her at all. Even Viscount Moraine, who had spent her life fighting, felt inferior to the swordsmanship of the female warrior Valvas. She could easily block the attacks of both stars, so this was the power of a legendary Valvas warrior. Shamefully, Isaac even used his twin swords to fight one of Valvas's female warriors, but he still couldn't overwhelm her, just as he shouted with joy because he thought he had mastered her blade. Then the female warrior Valvas gently glided the thin blade under Isaac's twin swords. Then the situation was completely reversed, and the position of her blade in the blink of an eye was on his twin swords. Before Isaac could react, the female warrior Valvas pressed her blade down to create pressure. causing him to lose his balance and lean forward, and as soon as the situation became dangerous for Isaac, Viscount Moraine hurriedly launched an attack to rescue him. However, his powerful horizontal slash could not hit the female warrior Valvas. She quickly twisted her legs, lowering her center of gravity to dodge at the last minute. At the same time, the blade in the other hand of the female warrior Valvas slashed across Viscount Moraine's response line. The slash was low, right where his lower leg was walking, so he couldn't dodge. The blade of the female warrior Valvas was so sharp that it could cut through Viscount Moraine's shin bone, causing his right leg to be amputated in half, a scream of pain mixed with anger as his blood flowed profusely. Locked with both hands under the sword of the female warrior Valvas, Isaac could only cry out in helplessness, "Admiral." While he was distracted from the fight, the female warrior Valvas immediately twisted his leg and kicked Isaac's leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Along with the pressure created by the fierce tug-of-war between the blades, Isaac was thrown up, flying around the head of the female warrior Valvas, but his sword was also stripped of his hand at that moment. Isaac landed with his buttocks and back. The fall was enough to make him damp for a while and unable to get up immediately. Meanwhile, the female warrior Valvas leisurely stepped on Isaac's twin swords to ensure he had no chance to turn the tide. When Isaac recovered from the fall and raised his head, he saw the female warrior Valvas standing tall in front of him, like an executioner looking down with terrifyingly cold eyes. A chilling sensation ran down Isaac's spine that made him tremble from the depths of his heart. Facing the imminent death, even a warrior with more than 10 years of experience could not keep calm. The female warrior Valvas narrowed her eyes and looked at Isaac with a smirk of contempt. For a Valvas warrior, the weak had no right to purse their lips in front of them, and Isaac's earlier actions had predestined his death. Viscount Moraine considered Isaac to be no different from his own son, so he immediately panicked and stopped the female warrior Valvas. "Stop, stop, don't do that." However, the more impatient and worried he was about Isaac, the more ruthless Valvas became, slashing at Isaac's throat with the same ease as cutting a chicken, just because she wanted Viscount Moraine to experience what it was like to see her cherished thing die. Isaac immediately spewed blood from the wound in his throat and mouth, and the death was so fast that he coughed and choked with angry sounds. The terrible scene that made Viscount Moraine stand with a panicked face. This pain is indescribable. For a moment, his ears were ringing with dizziness. He cried silently, trying to drag his injured body and helplessly reaching out to Isaac, who was wriggling on the floor. The warrior woman Valvas watched Isaac die and then glanced coldly at Viscount Moraine as if to tell him that he deserved this loss, one eye for another. With indignation rising, Viscount Moraine dragged her lame legs towards the female warrior Valvas with the tip of her sword raised. "You bastard." However, his attempt to resist in the eyes of the female warrior Valvas was nothing but a futile scold, a cold snort full of mockery pouring from her arrogant lips, completely useless. After that, the female warrior Valvas walked directly in front of Viscount Moraine with a defiant appearance. A swordsman who could not fight was of no value to live in this world. So, dying, as soon as she finished speaking, the warrior woman Valvas immediately raised her sword and was ready to strike a fatal blow at Viscount Moraine. On the blade of the sword was still the bright red blood of Isaac. Just as 1,000 pounds were hanging by the hair, a man suddenly appeared on the side of the boat, and after a long jump, he stepped on the side of the command ship and rushed towards the female warrior Valvas. At the same time, a crescent-shaped streak of light shot out from the man's side and cut through the air. The man who played the hero who saved Viscount Moraine was Raven, who, thanks to his timely intervention, forced the female warrior Valvas to retreat in amazement. If she had delayed for even a second, his blade would have cut through her chest or neck. Behind Raven, the convoy of the Pendragon army was entering the battlefield to support the other naval ships, only he jumped over the command ship of the 7th Regiment to rescue. At this moment, Viscount Moraine was almost lost. Seeing Raven appear, he was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Tong, Governor Pendragon, his pounding heart gradually stabilized again. Raven had a lot of questions he wanted to question Viscount Moraine, but now was not the time to do so. He had no choice but to focus on dealing with the female warrior Valvas in front of him because she was not a lowly opponent. Raven carefully evaluated his opponent. He knew better than anyone else, even though he had fought for 10 years in the Demon Legion and learned quite a bit of Valva's fighting skills through training with Isla. he was still not sure that he could completely defeat this female Valva's warrior. Fortunately, Raven also had a knack for wielding twin swords, from his previous life to this life, so this would be at least a battle of weapons between the two sides, and his advantage was that he knew well about Valva's fighting techniques, and she didn't know anything about his abilities. Before plunging into a fierce battle with the female warrior Valvas, Raven glanced at Viscount Moraine to check on his condition. His right leg was severed, and he was no longer able to move, so it would be quite difficult for them to flee and retreat in this situation. Isaac was already dead in a pool of blood, although Raven didn't like his extravagant personality on a daily basis, but seeing his ally fall like that still evoked an unpleasant feeling in his heart. Raven was rarely rude to women, but in front of his enemies he couldn't keep his polite appearance anymore and started cursing, "This damn whore." The dragon's anger erupted massively at the same time as his anger soared. The female warrior Valvas, however, did not flinch from the dragon's anger that swept through like a storm. Even from her eyes it was enough to see how resilient and courageous she was. Not only was she not pressed by Raven's power, but the female warrior Valvas on the contrary also giggled happily, "Just as I thought. You're not as simple as it looks." The smile on Valvas's female warrior's lips gradually became distorted by her excitement and arrogance. In response to the challenge of an opponent she considered worthy, she also emitted a powerful energy full of menacing. It was a stream of energy that contained a sharp aura like a knife. Immediately afterwards, the female warrior Valvas jumped up and took the initiative to attack Raven. She excitedly lowered her twin blades with a frantic smile, but Raven promptly raised her sword to block her twin swords. His long sword had the advantage of blocking these types of attacks. However, the female warrior Valvas did not give up this move easily. She lowered her twin swords, the three blades rubbing against each other, creating a squeaky sound and countless sparks splattered. In the blink of an eye, the blade of the female warrior Valvas was covered with a fiery burst of energy, and the more Raven resisted, the more she frantically pressed him. When the compression did not work as desired, the female warrior Valvas finally changed her move, constantly swinging her sword to draw semicircular streaks of light attacking from all directions. The female warrior Valvas attacked like the claws of a wolf scratching at its prey, but all of her slashes were blocked and dodged by Raven, and their movement speed was almost the same, but the more this happened, the more interested the female warrior Valvas became. Tired of resisting forever, Raven saw a loophole in the female warrior Valvas, and immediately counterattacked. He released the dragon's anger and swung his hand to slash. The power of the slash forced the female warrior Valvas to fly back 3 steps. The attack distance of the long sword was also an advantage for Raven over her short and medium-sized twin swords. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the female warrior Valvas was pushed into a defensive position, Raven immediately rushed towards her at the speed of arrows to continue her pressing attack. Relying on the advantage of the long sword, Raven was able to launch an attack on the female warrior Valvas when she was 2 steps away from her. This time it was his turn to slash incessantly, causing her to both support and retreat. Even though she was pushed into a passive position, the female warrior Valvas still grinned arrogantly. Her aggressiveness was stronger than any other Valvas man. While defending and dodging Raven's blade, the female warrior Valvas also kept stepping back to extend the distance, which would make the advantage of the long sword no longer play out as much as before. Although Raven had been closely following the female warrior Valvas, her wise moves had made it impossible for his blade to reach her, which was a pity that the distance between the blade and her neck was only a few inches away. Viscount Moraine from behind watched the duel between the two of them with their eyes wide open in astonishment, even though the attack was so fierce, but that Valva's knight was still able to fight on par with Pendragon. Thinking of this, Viscount Moraine couldn't help but swallow dryly. Even Raven he couldn't even beat, let alone a woman with such skill and madness. Moreover, her movement was not normal. Even Viscount Moraine, who had experienced countless battles, couldn't predict her steps. It looked like she was simply constantly blocking blows and creating distance, but her footsteps were very unpredictable. After observing for a while, Viscount Moraine discovered another thing that surprised him even more. This time, his discovery was not about the female warrior Valvas, but about the way Raven performed her move. Wait, it could be. Was the governor pushing that knight Valvas away from him? At this moment, Raven in Viscount Moraine's eyes suddenly shone like a winged angel. Viscount Moraine had always admired Raven's strength and talent in managing the city, but he had not been able to put his absolute faith in him because of the psychological barrier to the previous Luz governors, but now his mind had completely changed. Viscount Moraine never imagined that a governor of Luz would sacrifice himself as a decoy to lure the enemy away and protect him, which was indeed an admirable act. At this time, the hand-to-hand battle between Raven and the female warrior Valvas is still tense to the second. They have the same speed and strength, so they are almost invincible in every attack. Unlike Raven, who always kept a serious face and did not look down on her opponent, the female warrior Valvas constantly smiled arrogantly and showed a contemptuous expression throughout the match. Actually, it's normal for her to show such an attitude, because she's so confident in her fighting skills, and now it's time for her to show Raven the reason why she has the right to be arrogant. You exceeded my expectations. There's a thing, this is still nothing. Immediately afterwards, the female warrior Valvas bent her right leg, wanting to get on the pillow on Raven's stomach while both hands were busy struggling with the sword. But Raven discovered this trick of hers and immediately thought of a way to deal with it. He also flexed his right leg, using his knee to block Valva's kneecap. However, before Raven could lower her right leg, she knelt her right foot to reach the deck, and at the same time swept her left leg wide against his only pillar leg, causing him to lose his balance. The sword in her right hand also took the opportunity to press on the blade of his left hand, pushing him to lean over. Seeing Raven at a disadvantage, the female warrior Valvas immediately laughed and sneered, "Do you think you can defeat a Valvas knight with just swordsmanship?" Raven was still leaning to the left, but he was calmly smiling mischievously. "You weren't wrong, but there was an important thing that you had forgotten." Raven immediately let go of the sword in his left hand so that he would no longer be under pressure from the female warrior Valvas. At the same time, he turned upside down in the air, his toes aimed directly at her face and kicked her. Raven had already practiced this sword art with Isla hundreds of thousands of times, so he was no stranger to how to deal with it. The female warrior Valvas dodged Raven's toes in time but was still hit by a kick in her bangs. She was stunned and immediately stopped smiling arrogantly. Raven didn't stop there, he just landed on the ground, lowered the center of gravity of his body, turned around and swept his legs over the ankles of the female warrior Valvas, causing her to fall as well. Before Valvas regained her composure from the shock, Raven threw her up. By the time Valvas realized what he was going to do, it was too late, and she was no longer in a position to easily deal with him. Before the Valvas female warrior landed, Raven had already leaned over, stretching her arms wide with a beautiful slash aimed directly at her head. Fortunately for the female warrior Valvas, her body was strong enough to puff up her chest and bend her back like a shrimp, so she avoided a fatal blow. But Raven's blade still passed through Valvas's cheek and her braid was also severed. Everything happened in a split second, but it was enough for her to be severely shocked. When the female warrior Valvas landed on the ground, she no longer had the arrogant appearance of looking at the sky with a swing or a basket with a fork, and a tense and gloomy silence enveloped her psyche. The silence lasted for a long time, and the female warrior Valvas still couldn't seem to accept the fact that she had just been injured by a nobleman with a face as white as a chicken egg. After thinking carefully about the moves that Raven had just used, the female warrior Valvas was even more shocked, and began to mutter in a loud, impossible voice. "Have you learned our fighting techniques?" The eyes of the female warrior Valvas looked up at Raven with astonishment mixed with anger, as if there was a fire of anger burning inside. "I have to admit that the old men are wrong in saying forbidden, knowing that the enemy knows me, 100 battles and 100 victories." Raven then smirked mischievously and reminded the female warrior Valvas, "You know, we also have a pretty good Valvas knight on our side." The Valvas warrior had been so immersed in victory that she had forgotten about it, but she slowly remembered who the Valvas warrior Raven was referring to. Only once recently did the Valvas warrior group of Oranges come out of the southern waters and meet Raven for the first time in the royal palace. At that time, Isla did not accompany Raven but appeared later, along with an escort named Ruv Tylene. Valvas finally remembered that face, but the strange thing was that she even knew Isla's last name, Elkin Isla. What the female warrior Valvas said afterward surprised Raven even more: the defeat of the Night King, Elkin Median Valencia. Raven had never heard of this nickname, much less learned about Isla's past, so the information that Valvas revealed made him curious. However, before Raven could get any more information from the female Valvas warriors, Orange's army of ornithologists and the other Valva's warriors massively appeared in the sky. Raven knew that even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to fight against an army of Valvas. Moreover, Viscount Moraine was seriously wounded, and there was no hope that the 2 of them would be able to defeat them. There was a powerful army in the rear, and the female warrior Valvas, who was in a weak position, had regained her proud appearance and half-smile, and this was the end. Raven couldn't help but be confused trying to think of a solution, but the Pendragon army under his command must have been fighting Tolio's pirates for a while. Even if Isla realized that Raven was in danger, it would take a while before he could return here. Just as the sea ospreys were about to swoop down to attack Raven, a killer whale suddenly appeared in this turbulent sea, and it soared towards the Navy command ship. The killer whale with 4 eyes as blue as the sea leaped in front of Raven and Viscount Moraine. It was exactly the same as the whale on the banner of the ice storm and was wearing a reins. Raven and Viscount Moraine were both dumbfounded when they saw the 4-eyed killer whale grinning at them. 1. A star monster. When the killer whale returns to the surface of the sea, behind it appears a man piloting a small boat, which is John Myers trying to approach the command ship and calling out to Raven, Pendragon. Quickly jumping into the boat, John Myers' screams mingled with the sound of the waves crashing against the side of the boat, making it difficult to hear, but he opened his mouth as wide as possible so Raven could read his mouth. Both Raven and Viscount Moraine rolled their eyes in amazement at the rescue they had not expected. Raven didn't hesitate to put the heirloom sword in his mouth and then slapped Viscount Moraine's armpit. While he was still bewildered, he carried him on his shoulders and ran towards the side of the boat where John Myers was waiting, and the female warrior Valvas, realizing their intention to flee, gave chase after him. John Myers hurriedly pulled out a crossbow and aimed at the female warrior Valvas to stop her footsteps. Of course, the arrow fired by John Myers did not deal damage. It was only enough to force her to stop for a moment, thus buying Raven a little more time. When the female warrior Valvas chased to the side of the ship, Raven had already carried Viscount Moraine and jumped into John Myers's small boat. Although the landing was a little difficult, fortunately they did not fall into the sea. John Myers immediately turned his head and ordered the killer whale to retreat quickly. After hissing his characteristic sound, the killer whale immediately rushed away. Its speed was much faster than the ornithologists had to withstand the resistance of the sea wind, so the boat carrying 3 people successfully escaped danger. Gliding across the water, the small boat pulled by the killer whale took only a few minutes to disappear from the sight of the ornithologists, so no one could catch up with them. After arriving safely, Raven looked at the killer whale in surprise. "You surprised me, John, I didn't expect you." It was possible to use a monster to pull a boat like this. Listening to Raven's words, the killer whale seemed to understand that he was calling it a monster, and it immediately showed a sulking look on its beak. Viscount Moraine, after bandaging his wounds, also looked at the killer whale with wide eyes, and humans were able to tame monsters again, which was unimaginable. John Myers smiled at the killer whale and patted it and told him, "I've picked him up since he was a dead child, and we've been living together ever since. Perhaps we had an immediate friendship, because both pirates and monsters had similarities," and when John Myers finished speaking, he put his hand on the killer whale's mouth, and it also responded with a giggle. Raven was a little intrigued when he heard John Myers's confidant. He was also considered a monster, and it was difficult to find someone who accepted to carry monsters and love each other like that. After chatting for a moment to ease the tension, John Myers turned his eyes back to where the war was still going, and by now, things were completely out of control. The Empire's fleet was completely destroyed, and a bitter sigh suddenly poured out as everyone looked at the burning naval ships. Frustration turned to anger and John Myers grumpily grabbed Raven by the collar and questioned, "Which was completely different from what you said, Pendragon," but Raven was silent instead of explaining that it was Viscount Moraine's. At this time, Viscount Moraine could only bow his head in shame, and the keen John Myers immediately dimly guessed that Viscount Moraine was the cause of this defeat. Now that John Myers and the ice storm had no chance of turning around, since they teamed up with Raven against Tolio's pirates, they would inevitably be isolated and even become their enemies, all because of Viscount Moraine's wrong decision. But after thinking about it carefully, John Myers seemed to see through the reason why Viscount Moraine arbitrarily changed his tactics. John Myers, pitying Viscount Moraine for having paid the price with one of his legs, did not want to strain any more. He sat down with a look of indifference, but, at any rate, it was unthinkable, for we had been fighting against the Imperial Navy for so long. Cooperation like this is simply absurd. At this time, Raven opened his mouth after a lot of hesitation. That is my responsibility, as a commander. He even knelt down in front of John Myers as he spoke, causing Viscount Moraine to gasp in amazement. Raven sincerely bowed his head and affirmed to John Myers, "I will take full responsibility for today's defeat." Viscount Moraine saw this and was embarrassed to admit that it was not his fault. However, Raven insisted on continuing to talk to John Myers instead of criticizing Viscount Moraine. "Since we have been saved by you, and all the agreed money will be sent to you in full." John Myers still felt dissatisfied when he heard this. He frowned and continued to question, "So what else? You said that you would give us the right to trade this sea." Raven looked up at John Myers with puzzled eyes when he heard this, and John Myers could still think about it now. Actually, John Myers just wanted to claim his rights for his people. He began to raise his voice more harshly to warn Raven, "Money alone is not enough to let the children live a proper life. It is completely useless, because you have lost miserably." Raven realizes that John Myers is not greedy. He just wants to remind him of the goal of this war. If it ends like this, it will be unpredictable consequences in the future. Seeing that John Myers seemed to be aiming for humanitarian purposes, Viscount Moraine hesitated to utter a question in his heart. "John Myers, let me ask you a few questions. What about the nobles who were hung on your ship?" The biggest problem between them was finally frankly discussed. John Myers immediately explained, "They were killed by Tolio. We just hung them up according to the plan. We weren't the kind of people who kill just for fun." At this moment, the feeling of remorse and self-reproach in Viscount Moraine's heart surged even stronger, and he bowed his head in a bitter voice, "So I understand. The terrible criminals, the fangs against the Empire, they are the embodiment of the devil. That's what I've always thought." "I'm wrong," Viscount Moraine said as she trembled, almost sobbing because of the consequences of her prejudice. Raven watched Viscount Moraine sobbing, and felt that he was pitiful, even if it was somewhat reprehensible. After all, that prejudice was created from decades of fighting to protect this sea. Raven pondered for a moment and then chose to advise Viscount Moraine, "After all, criminals are human beings. In order to continue living, sometimes they had no choice but to become." For a moment, the unfortunate lives that Raven had witnessed flashed through his mind. People who are impoverished like the people in Dissect and Luz a few months ago. Those who are tormented by the death of their loved ones and have to accept to become felons like Argos in their previous lives because of revenge. And also those who have suffered injustice, endured to live day by day in the hope that one day they will be exonerated, just like Raven herself in the past. After thinking about the people with unfortunate fates, Raven asked Viscount Moraine something he had never thought of. What did he want to protect in the Empire? Not the people, but the Empire. Then, as a Lord of Luz, how can I be any different from Segunda, who worked for Oranges? At this moment, Viscount Moraine seemed to wake up from his coma. He had always fought for the honor of the Emperor, the honor of the Navy and the Empire, but had never put the goal of fighting for the people first. Seeing that Viscount Moraine seemed to understand the problem, Raven borrowed the name of the Emperor to remind him to remember this lesson. Not for a moment did the Emperor expect us to do so. Speaking of the Emperor's wishes, Viscount Moraine couldn't hold back his tears like rain. He bowed his head deeply in front of Raven and John Myers. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." John Myers was a little surprised because this action of Raven showed that he was older and more mature than his age. A smile of satisfaction quietly appeared on John Myers' face, and he enjoyed working with someone who was able to rule well and skillfully win over people's hearts. After they poured out all their hearts, the small boat continued to turn the waves and rush away, heading towards the meeting point that everyone had scheduled in advance. The fierce battle with the pirates finally ended that afternoon, and everyone hurriedly retreated to the gathering point to meet with Raven. Looking at the key characters who were still at peace, Raven breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and then asked Killian, "So, what was the situation?" Killian reported with a serious expression, "The Orc team and the Orc team fought fiercely. We managed to protect most of the ships carrying the Pendragon money. One thing, half of the Imperial Navy's fleet had." Speaking of which, Killian hesitated and couldn't open his mouth anymore, because their losses were too great. John Myers didn't like to avoid the problem, so he immediately asked frankly, they had suffered heavy losses, right? A heavy silence enveloped the cabin, and everyone fell into mourning for those who had fallen. Only Raven was contemplating something. After a sigh, Killian continued to report, with the losses suffered by the fleet, our situation has become much worse, our chances of victory are no longer high. Kiruta, Argos, and Leon all felt bitter when they heard this, and they tried their best in this war in the hope of pacifying the pirates, but in the end it was in vain. The one who felt the most miserable and bitter at this moment was Viscount Moraine, who could not justify his actions, could only bow his face in shame. Seeing Viscount Moraine's guilty look, a strong hand violently grabbed him by the collar. The only person who dared to act like that with no respect could only be Isla. He even cursed Viscount Moraine's face, "This bastard, what the hell did you think when you resisted the governor's orders?" Viscount Moraine could only keep his mouth shut and swallow the humiliation he had caused. He couldn't make any excuses, so being silent was the best way to avoid making people even more angry. At this time, Raven was the only one who remained calm and had found another way to win. Instead of stopping Isla, Raven suddenly declared in a firm voice, however, there was still a way. In order for us to turn the tide, as soon as those words were uttered, everyone's eyes, including the angry Isla, immediately turned to Raven with sparkling hope. Raven's eyes were also filled with the light of faith and expectation, and he was full of enthusiasm to affirm that we can win, if people put their faith in us. Everyone who heard Raven's statement was stunned. Everyone implicitly calculated that their forces were at a disadvantage compared to Tolio's forces, about 4 compared to 6 in terms of numbers. Killian was innocent for a moment and then stammered and asked Raven again, the plan to turn the situation around, with such a large difference in forces. After everyone calmed down and looked at Raven with curious eyes, he took out a map. We will strike the final blow on the area near Inlet Island, and then, everyone began to gather, looking at the map he had just opened. Raven pointed to a crescent-shaped island on the map and planned, I'm going to concentrate the warships here, and use chains to connect them so that they won't be swept away by the current. Located about 150 nautical miles south of Luz, an uninhabited island, called Isu, located far from the mainland and with a majestic landscape, although it is small and not easy to see. But the 7th Regiment and the pirates know exactly the location of this small uninhabited island. It is even considered an important place. Its significance is that this island has a source of drinkable water. Although Killian was not a person who knew the terrain of this sea, but based on the shape of the island on the map, he immediately guessed the dangers that the army might encounter and prevented Raven, the Duke. If I did so, I would be trapped with no way out. The terrain of the bay will make it impossible for us to move freely. But Killian didn't know the true depth of Raven's plan. The net he cast on this island would be an unimaginably huge net. He calmly reassured everyone's worries, it's okay, we don't need to go deep into the island in the first place. Raven looked out the window, where the sea surface sparkled with sunset. Everything was fine, the weather was strangely beautiful, the waves were calm, but Raven's eyes looked at this beautiful sea with a sinister glint. If we take advantage of this sea, there is still a chance to win. Raven's face remained calm, but everyone shuddered at the cold light in his deep blue eyes, and they also felt confused, not knowing what he was trying to figure out in his head, because they didn't see anything that could be taken advantage of in this sea. The people of the Principality of Pendragon didn't understand. Even John Myers, who lived half his life at sea, didn't understand anything. He only knew that Isu Island was considered an important place because it was a source of drinking water and a strategic point between the South Sea and the Central Sea. The 7th Regiment built a beacon station and temporary accommodation at the highest point of the island and came to the area once a month to check, when the 7th Regiment was absent. The merchant ships passing by and the pirate ships operating in the area stopped to provide drinking water. Even the merchants and pirates used the temporary accommodation erected by the 7th Regiment and even repaired any damage themselves. In other words, Isu Island became a public island recognized by all those who operate in the underwater. But what was there to take advantage of there at this time? He didn't understand. After everyone was lost in thought, Argos was the first to open his mouth with eyes full of expectation. Yes, he had already calculated something. Leon grinned excitedly as soon as he heard it. Of course that's it, Master, the Duke must have a plan. Kiruta also burst out laughing, excitedly slapping Raven's shoulders. Oh, then go ahead, Pendragon, explain to me. Unlike Viscount Moraine and the 7th Regiment lacking faith in the new governor, the people of the Pendragon Principality were too accustomed to Raven having bold and clever ideas. However, in the face of the suspicious gazes of Viscount Moraine and the soldiers of the 7th Regiment, Raven felt confused, momentarily not knowing how to explain. Of course he had a plan, but how to convince them to believe in him had not yet been thought of. Meanwhile, the Principality of Pendragon subordinates were still staring at Raven with eager expectant eyes. They were not skeptical of him but curious to know the details of the plan and how he could think of a counterattack so quickly. Raven was in a daze for a long time, as this plan was related to his past life. During his days in the Demon Legion, he had crossed the inland sea to punish the Troll King, but when the Legion crossed the inland sea to return, heavy rain fell for 4 consecutive days between Crete and the Island of Death. It was obvious that many events would be distorted and re-established in the future, but that was limited to human history, and the weather never changed. The problem was that Raven couldn't speak. This tactic was thanks to memories from his previous life, which no one would believe even if he told the truth. Raven also couldn't tell everyone that he knew how to look at the sky and see the sea and guess the weather because the Pendragon Principality didn't have a sea. He wouldn't be able to dance the axe through the eyes of the worker, so he felt extremely awkward. Sweat began to dripping down his face, stood still for a long time without saying a word. Seeing that Raven showed signs of mental instability, Isla immediately stepped forward, cautiously calling him, "Hey, Pendragon, hey." However, Raven still gritted his teeth and didn't move, not even being able to look directly into everyone's eyes. When the soldiers of the 7th Regiment saw this, they began to lose their patience, and asked Raven with a look of deep suspicion, "If you don't speak, we won't understand what you're thinking, Governor. Such a dangerous plan, without any evidence that it would succeed, you told us how to believe it." Isla immediately turned his head, and saw that the soldiers had just disobeyed the governor's orders, had just defeated the great battle only a few hours ago, and now they dared to question it loudly. He couldn't help but stare at the critics. "You bastards, you pretending to ask again is to make an excuse to oppose the governor's plan again, right?" The soldiers of the 7th Regiment questioned eloquently, and were startled back by Isla's cold gaze. No, but, we honestly didn't understand why." Even though they were frightened by Isla's stern attitude, they still didn't give up their skepticism about Raven. As the atmosphere once again became tense and was about to explode into controversy, Viscount Moraine's crutches suddenly slammed to the floor. The knocking sound made all eyes fall on Viscount Moraine. The soldiers of the 7th Regiment swallowed softly, watching Viscount Moraine's limp footsteps approach Raven. They all automatically drifted to the sides to avoid the road. However, unlike the hurried, aggressive attitude of the soldiers of the 7th Regiment, Viscount Moraine looked directly into Raven's eyes very calmly. "He had a plan, right, Governor?" Raven frowned slightly, wanting to say that it was true, but he still hadn't thought of an explanation, so he was silent. I don't know if it was because of guilt for what he had done earlier that Viscount Moraine didn't show any displeasure at Raven's silence, but on the contrary, he understood his awkwardness. Well, it seemed that for some reason he couldn't explain. Raven swallowed dryly, silently admitting that Viscount Moraine had guessed correctly. He just hoped that he wouldn't distrust his plan because of that. If the mistake of the previous battle was repeated again, they wouldn't have any chance to correct it. At that moment, Viscount Moraine suddenly declared, "I trust you." His gaze steadfastly looked directly at Raven. Viscount Moraine understood better than anyone that Isu Island had many disadvantages, because once, the 7th Regiment tried to build a fortress on Isu Island to create a strategic point in the inland waters. However, the plan was cancelled because the island was quite far from the mainland and the island itself was too small. It would be difficult to build a building that could accommodate hundreds of people, but if it was only temporarily stationed and used for another plan, Viscount Moraine thought it would be feasible. Viscount Moraine's consent without any further explanation or persuasion surprised Raven, and at the same time, he was also a little worried, afraid that Viscount Moraine would really support him or if he would break the burden in the middle of the road again, just like what happened in the last battle. Seeing Raven's stunned eyes, Viscount Moraine explained frankly, kneeling down pleadingly, "I'm not sure about this plan, but I have faith in the person who came up with it, Aaron Pendragon." Raven breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. It seemed that he had learned a valuable lesson after his defeat just because of his lack of trust and selfishness. However, the soldiers of the 7th Regiment still had skeptical and defiant looks, which made Viscount Moraine speak out to threaten. Did anyone object? Everyone, of course. It was not a question but an indirect support for Raven, warning those who had contrary thoughts. But using power to suppress would also arouse discontent among the soldiers, so Viscount Moraine also skillfully persuaded them immediately after the threat. "The governor is a great commander. He always tries to save the lives of the people in this place. I trust him and will proceed according to the plan. So I hope that you will also trust and continue to walk with me, with Governor Aaron Pendragon, and hearing this, the soldiers of the 7th Regiment earlier also showed the stubbornness of a man who was forced to follow orders but did not obey. Now that their faces were relaxed, their eyes were shining with determination to follow their command and also trust Raven more, simply that Viscount Moraine had already declared his trust in Raven, and they doubted him as much as they doubted Viscount Moraine's decision. Finally, all the soldiers of the 7th Regiment knelt down on one foot behind Viscount Moraine, making the pledge of a knight. Yes, we will absolutely obey the Viscount's orders, and trust Governor Aaron Pendragon. Raven could not help but be amazed at the obedience of all of them so easily. Kiruta standing next to him suddenly felt a shudder at the actions of the 7th Regiment. In his eyes, Viscount Moraine was the one who opposed Raven who caused the catastrophe, so the fact that he suddenly became obedient made him goosebumps, muttering to Raven, "Hey, since when have you been so close to this old fox, Commander?" In contrast to Kiruta, who didn't understand the human story, Argos and Leon both laughed excitedly when they saw that Raven had gained Viscount Moraine's trust. But, like this is wonderful, isn't it? This feeling, trusting Governor Aaron Pendragon, sounds really shuddering. Winning people's hearts is also a very cool kind of achievement that only talented commanders can have, so Leon and Killian's admiration for Raven is even deeper. This is the demeanor of a high-class knight, isn't it, Captain? Of course, our commander is the greatest commander. Raven's close people had all spoken, but he remained silent, not responding at all, making Isla impatient, having to nudge him from behind to urge. To remind Raven not to miss this moment of the night's solemn ritual, Isla tilted her head and said quietly, "Hey, why are you standing still? I've always trusted you, do something." Raven, who used to be active in the Demon Legion, behaved indiscriminately and rudely, so he still hadn't adapted to the ritual gestures of these knights, and it wasn't until he was suggested by Isla that he smiled. "Yes, I should be responsible for this, at least so as not to be nudged by him again." While everyone was anxiously waiting for Raven to respond, John Myers just stood quietly in a corner of the room. Even though he was now a pirate, but in the past, he had always respected people with chivalry and leadership, which he saw in Raven. The fact that Raven did not pour criticism on Viscount Moraine in front of the soldiers of the 7th Regiment, but only focused on thinking about the solution, showed that he was a man of heavy consideration, using tolerance to sensitize people's hearts. John Myers felt more and more that even if the last war failed, at least, his eyes at his people were still not bad. There was still a chance to turn the situation around. In order to strengthen everyone's morale and prove that he would continue to stand on the same front line with the Imperial Army, John Myers looked at Raven and declared, "I also believe you, Aaron Pendragon." Raven just nodded to him, because from the beginning when he bet on him instead of Tolio, he had already chosen the path of not being able to turn around. Then Raven walked up to Viscount Moraine, held out his hand towards him solemnly but also friendly, "Thanking you, Viscount, because of you, we are at last united as one." Viscount Moraine had made a serious mistake before, but Raven not only did not scold, but also ignored all his mistakes and promoted his status in the hearts of the army, which made Viscount Moraine even more emotional, his eyes filled with gratitude to Raven. "It's all thanks to your ability, Governor." Saying that, Viscount Moraine shook Raven's hand, and was helped up by him. The moment marked that the relationship between them had become close, and it was also to create a reliable close link between the 7th Regiment and the Pendragon Principality Army. Raven turned to the nervous soldiers and ordered, "Let's all go, we will prepare a counterattack from now on. Last time we couldn't weaken them, but the sea will do it for us," and immediately a fiery cheer echoed throughout the deck. On the Raven side, as much as the people were eager to win, on the Tolio side, the pirates were gloating and rejoicing because of the victory in the last battle. They looked at the wrecks of the shipwrecks and were excited all night long. The laughter echoed endlessly on the surface of the sea. Tolio stood on the bow of the boat, eloquently declaring to the pirates under him, "You see, today the victory belongs to us, and the victory will also belong to us in the future, and all those pests will become prey for fish. They're already standing at the door of death. We're going to kick those bugs under their heels." The more excited the pirates became, they'd been squeezed by the 7th Regiment and the Pendragon Principality Army for months of madness, and this victory made them extremely happy. Tolio continued to stimulate the morale of his subordinates, looked at the Ratuan orcs and sneered, "Bastard Myers betrayed, we will soon break his tendons. After all, he is just a damn human with no ability to go to be a pirate, he is not our opponent." Seeing the pirates dancing and shouting as if they were going to the field, Tolio snorted in satisfaction, and now the only thing left was to steal all their gold, and cut off the head of the white worm, once and for all. "Soon, I will hold a feast with their corpses," and when I finished speaking, Tolio immediately burst out with a fiery red chi, burning the atmosphere on the deck with hysterical bloodthirst, and the pirates saw this even more enthusiastically. stomping on Win-Win's feet and shaking the whole sea. At this time, Raven's train was already on Isu Island. The waves were constantly crashing on the shore with the sea breeze blowing from the south. Although the wind was strong, the weather was pleasant and warm. It was hard to believe that it was the middle of winter, and this climate was due to the island's special location and windbreaks. During their time on the island, not only did they focus on repairing the broken parts of the boat after the fierce battle, but they also worked hard to follow Raven's instructions, anchoring the boat carefully in the waters deep into the island. Although Raven did not explain what they had to do it for, but everyone is eager to implement instead of asking. Unbeknownst to him, Raven was preparing for war not only against pirates, but also against the cruelty of nature, designing a strong barrier against the wrath of the sea. A few days later, in the pitch-black night, in the cold waters near Death Island, the waves fluttered under the moon. Tolio's pirate ship was quietly anchored, the lanterns flickered on the deck. Tolio stood on the bow of the boat, his eyes as sharp as a knife sweeping across the sea. After hearing the news from the reconnaissance ship, Tolio couldn't help but be surprised. Damn, what the hell are they doing? It's been almost 10 days, why are they locking themselves in that damn island and refusing to go out? That would make them very isolated from our attack, wouldn't it, or that they had set a trap there? And when Tolio asked with a grimace, the detective could only shake his head, and I couldn't understand what their purpose was. Tolio had discovered the location of Raven's group a few days ago, but at that time it seemed that the enemy's boat had been repaired. He didn't understand what Raven's purpose was when he was stationed there, so he hesitated and didn't attack. At first he thought Raven was waiting for reinforcements, but as far as he knew, he didn't have many coast guards left to be able to coordinate so comfortably. It was really a mystery. There was no point in extending it any longer, so why were they still there? Tolio couldn't guess, and then he began to get bored of guessing. He put aside all his thoughts and confidently declared, "Just wait a few more days, they won't bring a lot of food, they will definitely run out of food, so they will have to set sail soon. At that time, our army of bird masters will be overwhelming again." On the mast, the female warrior Valvas and her black monk were looking down, hearing Tolio's eloquent words but not responding or responding. In fact, she also understood why Tolio wanted to wait for Raven's army to go out to sea instead of fighting on the island, since the places with forests and complex terrain would give Pendragon's bird master an advantage over the sea bird master's army. Moreover, Raven's army set foot on the island first, probably arranged a trap, rushed into it and thought it was stupid. Anyway, Tolio had learned to be much more patient than before. He was impatient but still tried to suppress his sinister laughter. Their whole plan would eventually turn into a gong. You are doomed to white worms. 3 days later, on the coast of Isu Island, the ships that had been firmly anchored from a few days ago, everyone in the Legion had time to heal their wounds and strengthen their physical strength, although they still didn't understand what Raven was planning. But just as he said, the pirates only dared to loitering and listening from afar, but did not dare to launch an attack. On the cliff, John Myers was opening a bottle of beer and continued to babble in a curious voice. "Am I going to know tomorrow why you are doing this, right, Pendragon?" Raven answered the same questions about 3 days ago, and each time he answered, it was as if he was counting down to some event, so this time he just laughed. Seeing that, John Myers didn't ask that anymore, knowing that even if he asked, he didn't get an answer. He changed the subject again. "Can you predict the future by making a contract with the dragon?" Raven laughed at that half-joking question and replied tactfully, "What do you think?" John Myers clicked his tongue. "Well, if you could look into the future, our battle with Tolio would be very light, wouldn't it? And the way you behave now is really a lot like an astrologer." Raven continued to smile wryly. It is true that he knew the future, but it was because he had gone back in time. John Myers squinted his eyes at the shore, where everyone was practicing their swords after dinner. "I am really curious about your plan. I think everyone here is the same, but even if you don't know what it is, your subordinates still have a lot of faith in it." John Myers didn't know if the soldiers of the 7th Regiment really believed Raven's words, but Pendragon's army, from orcs to humans, didn't show their teeth to ask him half a question. Although Kiruta and Isla's temperaments were notoriously hot-tempered, but they also calmly waited instead of pressuring Raven to give them an answer. Ever since they set foot on the island, Argos and Leon had never asked why they had to stay on the island for so long. They spent most of their time practicing their combat skills, as did the other soldiers of Pendragon. John Myers took a sip of beer with a mischievous smile. "I don't know when even I was caught up in this blind belief." In fact, John Myers asked Raven why he was staying on the island not out of doubt but out of curiosity. He himself was surprised to see how easy it was to put his trust in him. After drinking Pendragon beer for the first time, John Myers' eyes lit up as if he saw gold. "Oh, this Pendragon beer is quite delicious, I like it. Raven sighed and reminded, soon we will have to fight, so you drink it just in moderation. John Myers didn't feel uncomfortable because of Raven's advice, on the contrary, he looked at the shore happily, his eyes flashed with anticipation like waves. Hey, when we come back victorious, remember to share this beer with my men. Raven also turned his gaze towards the shore, and with a whisper, the pirate ships of the winter storm ice were anchored close to the ships of the 7th Regiment and the Principality of Pendragon, as if a peaceful future was opening up before their eyes, something that no pirate had ever dared to imagine in their lives. On the deck of the pirate ship, John Myers' men were also training for the battle. They didn't want to be useless in the fiercest war of their lives. After all, they were the ones who were saved by John Myers and then went to the pirate profession in the same secret way. There is an opportunity to refund salaries, so of course they don't want to give up. John Myers couldn't help but feel sorry for the dead men. Our numbers had dropped quite a bit, but I was glad that the rest of us were able to safely regroup, and they held up very resiliently against Tolio, that monster. Thinking that the Ice Storm pirates could be loyal to John Myers but not necessarily trust him, Raven was both a little reserved and curious. If they had all sided with him before, they would have money and freedom in return. So why did they choose the path with us? Raven said bluntly without hesitation, showing that he had no intention of implicitly skepticism and chose to face the ice storm in silence but chose to face it openly, making John Myers feel even more that he was an interesting person. John Myers thought back to what Raven had said when he had persuaded him to take his side, and a smile of satisfaction flashed through him, just as you had said. Raven had said so many things that he didn't know what made such a deep impression on John Myers, so he looked at him with puzzled eyes. John Myers picked up a branch as if to represent himself and confided in him things that he had never told others. I didn't choose to pursue this profession in the first place. I struggled to feed my family and my villagers, so I had no choice but to be a pirate. Great titles like Black Neptune don't make me feel excited at all. Just earning something every day to give up on my brothers is more than enough. Raven just nodded when he heard that. In fact, he had known John Myers' thoughts for a long time. That's also why he chose him as an ally, but as for the others, he wasn't sure. John Myers paused for a moment, remembering the days of floating at sea and encountering other pirates on many occasions, and suddenly he felt a shudder at their brutality, so he couldn't bear it. The way they dominate this sea, crushing everything with fear or overwhelming power, not only me but all my followers think, John Myers said as he scrunched the small branch in his hand, his eyes burning with indignation. But that fleeting killing chi quickly dissipated. He sighed, raised his head to look at the starry sky with distant eyes. For us, to be free to roam the ocean, and to feed the whole family a delicious meal is more than enough. John Myers glanced at Raven again, smiling mischievously. You can do it for us, don't you? He was repeating the promise Raven had made earlier, about a peaceful life in the midst of the rough seas that Luz could support them. Raven realized how big his promise was, even though he was a complete stranger to the ice storm, but his reputation for calming Luz and putting down the pirates had long attracted the attention of these people. They didn't need to be persuaded to follow their like-minded people. Feeling their trust in him, Raven's desire to win was even stronger. He had to win not only because of his own vengeance, but also because of the people's trust in him. He firmly assured John Myers, "That's right, and I will do it." John Myers didn't want the atmosphere to be too serious, so he laughed and changed the subject. But our story is not worth talking about. The really interesting person here is you. Raven tilted his head. Interesting. John Myers clicked his tongue and replied, given your status, isn't it interesting that you act differently from other rulers? Why do you want to live for the people like that? We are the ones who are just looking for a way to live for ourselves, but you can live a carefree life like the nobles out there. This was the first time Raven had been asked about this. He had never thought that he would live on the blood of the people, so he had never wondered why he would follow a different path from the majority of nobles. It came as naturally as breathing. Raven began to wonder, why? Was it because he was not a nobleman in the first place, but only resurrected into a noble body? But then, he realized that the thought was not right, and the memories from his previous life rushed back. Raven was also born into an aristocratic family, although he was not a high-ranking nobleman, but his family also ruled a region, which was also counted as a ruler, but he had never seen his parents or brother treat the people cruelly. Not only are they close to the people, but they also defy the danger to help people. They are not harsh, they are not exploitative, they do not treat human life as garbage. Raven has grown up in such an environment, with the good upbringing of his family. Although Raven had become cold, hardened, and had no regard for the enemy, he had never thought of harming the good people. Until he returned, he found like-minded people who were looking for a ruler who was responsible for the people. They also expect Raven to follow the path of a benevolent leader. Raven suddenly realized that it was the environment that had shaped his personality since he was a child, and he gave his answer to John Myers, the important people in my life, who also fought for ordinary people. They didn't care about social status or anything, they lived a life of integrity, kindness and kindness. John Myers heard this, the more he felt that his eyes were not wrong. A person who was raised in such a good environment was naturally much more reliable. With that background, Raven is not the type of fake hero who becomes a hero just because he is greedy, nor is he the type of hero who foolishly pursues righteousness. He is just inheriting the will of his loved ones, conscientiously fulfilling their wishes and considering it as his wish as well. John Myers nodded thoughtfully. You're also quite interesting to be with people. In fact, John Myers has long recognized the unanimous will of Raven's subordinates, but he never thought they would have such a negative influence on him. After that, Raven looked up at the sky just like John Myers after confiding in his story with eyes full of expectation. So the reason why we don't like them is pretty much the same. Thinking of the pirates who were about to struggle in the next few days, Raven laughed excitedly. No matter how many pirates and how many ships gathered, they would be less than half of them when facing our fleet. John Myers leaned forward, although he knew in advance that he had a secret plan, but every time he saw this satisfied expression, he was suddenly surprised, and even more curious about what Raven had planned behind that sinister smile. John Myers knew that Raven would be silent even if he asked, so he just patted his black thigh and laughed. Oh my gosh, what are you trying to do after all? I'm so eager to see their faces. Raven looked up at the sky again, but this time it was not a blank look. He was looking forward to the change of clouds and sea breezes. Although he was not a connoisseur of the sea, but calculating the date, it was almost time for a natural disaster to strike. Suddenly a strong sea breeze swept across the cliff, and at that moment, a mischievous smile appeared on Raven's lips. From now on, be patient. In 4 days, I will show you that scene soon. Raven's eyes lit up as he looked towards the sea off Death Island, where the island of Crete of the Oranges clan and the Ratuan Orc clan gathered. Starting early the next morning, clouds covered the sky. Heavy rain fell for 4 days in a row between Crete and the Island of Death. It was said to be the worst storm in the last 10 years, a storm so strong that even the Principality of Oranges suffered catastrophic damage. For the past few days, Duke Oranges had been in his fortified castle, but his mood had been low and restless, watching the rain pouring down on the door with worried eyes. What the hell was going on, just now? The butler of the castle was equally impatient. I had lived on the island of Crete all my life, but even I could not have expected such a terrible storm. But how could Duke Pendragon, who knew nothing about the sea, know that the storm was approaching? Even with the commander of the 7th Regiment by his side, that man was also unfamiliar with the southern seas, which was really too strange. The news of Raven's fleet suddenly anchored on Isu Island and there for a few days had long since reached the ears of Duke Oranges, as if he knew this day would come. But what was even more bizarre was that the strongest storm in nearly a decade swept across the coast of the Principality and neighboring islands that even skilled sailors is also unpredictable. It's been 4 days, but Duke Oranges can't contact Tolio. The butler suddenly thought of the worst and became panicked. A storm of this magnitude, young Master Tolio's troops will. Duke Oranges's eyes flashed with a cold light. He naturally knew that his son was in trouble, but what he cared about wasn't Tolio's life, but the possibility of the plan's failure. The night of the 4th day had fallen on the Black Sea, but because the sky had been overcast for the past few days, no one could distinguish between day and night. The wind howled like the groans of evil spirits. On the horizon, the lightning columns tore through the space, illuminate the cracked and rusty bodies of the pirate train wrestling in the fury of the ocean, once a symbol of brutality and indomitability, now just as fragile leaves in the midst of a storm. Tolio was on the boat, struggling with the waves. Damn, no way. No matter how strong and crazy he was, this storm was beyond his control. It was enough to withstand this 4th day. It was a miracle. The waves were as high as a wall, crashing against the side of the ship, causing each board to bounce, the rotten wood to shatter, the sail rope to be torn off, fluttering like a corpse hanging in the bitter cold wind. Many pirates screamed and then thrown off the deck. Their bodies lost their bodies in the midst of the waves of fury without mercy. The scene made Tolio mad. This situation would last any longer, and it would be difficult for him to save his life. Many ships have been struck by lightning poles. The flames rise like ghosts falling in the rain, burning on the black water. Shrill screams, cracking wood, the sound of iron crashing and the roaring sea as if blending into one of the apocalyptic symphonies. Rain is not rain anymore, rather, the ice needles pierced through the flesh. The wind was like a blade that shredded every remaining piece of cloth. The sky and the sea were no different from hell opening up, devouring them all. The next morning, the waves were calm, the sea was calm again. while the radius of about 300 nautical miles around the island of Death and Crete was severely damaged by the storm. The sea near the island of Isu was not very different from normal. A few days ago there was rain but not thick. There was no strong gust of wind. The boat was carefully anchored, so it was still safe. It was because of knowing the area affected by the storm that Raven chose this island as a place to stay. John Myers and Viscount Moraine turned their gazes towards the dawn, speechless surprise. Damn, no way, I didn't even predict that there would be rain, so the governor predicted the storm and came up with this kind of plan. He knows the prophecy. On the shore, many pieces of wood have drifted in. It is the ruins of ships knocked down by the storm. At first glance this is a ridiculous story. Duke Pendragon grew up on land. How can he predict the storm, when even sailors with decades of experience can't? The ice storm pirates and the soldiers of the 7th Regiment were all overwhelmed. The more John Myers believed in his intuition that Raven had the ability to predict the future as a privilege associated with the White Dragon, he turned his head to look at Raven with admiring eyes. Think about it, even those who know the sea well like us don't anticipate this. It was a gift from heaven at that time. Pendragon, not just John Myers, everyone was thinking, even though this thought didn't seem very realistic. If Raven knew the prophecy, how could he let the last battle fail because of Viscount Moraine's temper and selfishness? But everyone forgot about it for a moment, just staring at him with incessant admiration. In this world, it is easier for people to believe in miracles than logical reasoning, especially when their commander has a soul association with the dragon as a representative of the Supreme Being, so Raven does so without having to explain anything clearly. To make things a little mysterious, no one would suspect that he was a regressor. While waiting for news from the scouts, Raven smiled slightly at the thought of Duke Orangus and Tolio. Good luck to you, Tolio and Duke Orangus. You should pray for good luck for the rest of your life. Although in his previous life, Raven was not in Crete when the storm hit, but he had heard a lot of news about the damage of the storm that engulfed the entire region in chaos, causing the Principality of Orangus to struggle for a long time. Although the history of this world changes constantly because of Raven's actions after the regression, things like natural disasters and their impact on the world are something that humans cannot change. He has bet on his memory and speculation. Having finally won the jackpot, after the storm dissipated in the early hours of this morning, Raven sent Isla's team of ornithologists to scout. Now it remains to be seen how big that prize will be. More importantly, Raven appreciated everyone's patience and trust during this time. The first thing he said after coming out of the cave to escape the storm was, "Thank you for putting your trust in me." No one said anything, but they all looked at Raven with reverent eyes. Even Viscount Moraine and John Myers really valued Raven's leadership, and his subordinates even put their left hand on their chest according to the knight's ritual, expressing their utmost loyalty and trust. Soon, when the boats were ready to sail, it was also time for Isla and his team of ornithologists to return, spreading their wings proudly across the clear blue sky, and everyone who saw Isla was even more eager to know how pathetic the enemy's situation was. Isla landed on the largest warship with Pendragon's flag on it, jumped down from the back of the Bird Master. His voice of excitement could not be concealed. "I'm back, Pendragon." Raven nodded, a little impatiently asking even though he had predicted the 8 parts of the result. "Thank you, it's been hard work. So, how is their fleet? Is the damage as predicted? Are there reinforcements?" When the questions pour out like a stream, everyone's eyes are staring at Isla, full of expectations. Isla replied with an unwavering coldness, though in her heart she was overjoyed. "They were almost wiped out. The damage was even more than expected. As long as we dealt with the remaining Ratuan orcs and Tolio, we would win." This morning, when the pale dawn crept through the tattered clouds, on the vast sea surface near Death Island, the wreck of the ship drifted and a few pieces of bloodied sails floated in the waves, a familiar tragic scene, but this time the one who was destroyed was the pirate ship that had sowed terror. They were crushed in the night of the storm as if the ocean itself wanted to wash away their sins. Everyone who heard Isla describe the tragic scene of the pirates who followed Tolio laughed happily. Their morale soared, and in their hearts they were burning with will to fight. The difference in strength from 4 or 6 to 8 or 2 in just half a month without any effort. Since he felt sorry for John Myers' subordinates in the last battle and they weren't professionally trained warriors anyway, Raven turned to tell everyone, "Okay, then John Myers and I will deal with the rest of the Ratuan orcs. We must minimize casualties with ice storms." John Myers understood Raven's thoughts that were still haunted by the fact that last time he caused a lot of damage to the ice storm, but he didn't want to be a half-hearted ally, so he shook his head resolutely. "You don't need to do that, but thank you anyway." Raven didn't want to embarrass John Myers, so he turned to his group of spies who were still mixing in the ice storm and instructed, "So, Jody, Gus, and Scylla, support them as best you can until the war is over. Scylla excitedly raised her hand on behalf of the group. Okay, but Jody couldn't help but feel embarrassed by this situation. After all, they had been spying until now without letting John Myers know. He was worried that this would make John Myers feel as upset as Raven still didn't trust the ice storm. Indeed, John Myers was naive when he understood that the three of them were spies. He had never suspected these three people even though they had only joined the storm not long ago. He had actually thought that they were extreme people of society to the point of becoming pirates. Immediately afterwards, John Myers grabbed Jody by the collar and reproached, "You guys, are you Pendragon's accomplices? After all the things I've done to prove my kindness, and yet, in a situation like this," Jody can only laugh. We're sorry." Raven knew that John Myers wasn't a stupid little guy, so he didn't bother to explain anything, but turned to the Pendragon army and said, "Until I reunite with you, Tolio will be dealt with by you." Killian nodded confidently. Of course, Isla didn't say anything, but his eyes flashed with murderous energy. He had clashed with Tolio, so he knew that his ability was not medium, but over the past time, Raven's subordinates had all gotten stronger, and if they tried together, they would definitely be able to stop him. Kiruta was even more confident than the others combined, and eloquently declared, "Pendragon, you probably won't have a chance to have this fun, we'll tear him apart before you're done." Argos and Leon both nodded to show that they would give it their all. Raven is extremely satisfied with their responsive attitude and exuberant enthusiasm, although Kiruta is a little arrogant, but he believes they will do their job well. After agreeing on a strategy, Raven drew his sword and swung it high, pointing straight at the sky as is the ritual of the generals before going into battle. Standing on the bow of the boat, Raven roared like thunder, carrying the majestic and mysterious aura of the White Dragon Prince. "The sea and the sky are our allies, and victory is right in front of our eyes." The whole boat, raising the anchor, the sound of the sail was wide, the weapon was raised, the counterattack began. After Raven's resounding scream, all the boats shook in unison with a loud shout, and the sound of the anchor being spat up collided with the waves of the fenced sea. One by one, the thin fog gradually dissipated, revealing a majestic scene. Pendragon's warship crossed the waves, like predatory beasts. On the deck, the flag embroidered with gold thread flew the boat apart in the early wind. The sea waves fluttered against the hull of the ship, causing the foam to rise white amid the screeching wind. Meanwhile, Tolio's army, which was bombed by the storm, went crazy, grabbed his scout by the neck and screamed questioning, "Damn, the reinforcements haven't arrived yet." The messenger only stammered to explain, that. According to the reporter, since the armies of the Valva's Knights and the Sea Bird Master had also been attacked by the storm at the shelter, they suffered a lot of damage. Moreover, the storm had just dissipated, so it was impossible to contact the Duke of Oranges immediately, so it was almost impossible to dispatch reinforcements to arrive right now. At that moment, the Ratuan orcs saw the boats looming in the distance approaching, and they initially expected it to be Duke Oranges the Divine Miracle who had sent reinforcements, but then they began to panic when they saw the banner flying on the mast. The sea screamed violently as the shadow of Pendragon's ship swept over from the edge of the horizon. The Pendragon fleet was coming, turning the waves and rushing away like a sword drawn from its shell, tearing the ocean, carrying with it an iron will. It was a completely healthy fleet, the aura that completely overwhelmed the pirate ships that had been devastated by the storm. Just a cursory glance is enough to predict victory or defeat. Having just experienced a fierce battle with nature, Tolio didn't have the time and strength to send out a reconnaissance, so even he became panicked by the Pendragon fleet. What? Why didn't they suffer anything? The question that just spat out of his mouth quickly got the answer. Tolio was not too stupid, so he immediately strung together the previous events and understood the problem. He realized belatedly that Raven's immobilization on the island was to avoid the storm, and also to make them wait impatiently, no longer having the mind to observe the weather, but only watching their movements. In the end, Raven did not set a trap on the island, but a trap in this vast sea. But realizing the truth didn't change anything, everything could no longer be saved. Tolio was so angry that his eyes widened, his teeth gritted and cursed, "The damn white maggot." The pirate ships in the outer ring were attacked first. From the air, the screech of a monk resounded like thunder. On its back was Isla. Without a signal, the monk folded its wings, rushed down to the deck of the enemy. Its sharp claws tore apart the hardwood like a thin cover. Isla swung his spear as lightly as a pink feather. The heads of the 5 Ratuan orcs flew from their necks in just 2 breaths. Blood splattered, staining the ship's board red. One Ratuan orc was about to counterattack, but was bitten by the ornithologist across the back, and his spine was broken like a toothpick. Not far away, Argos and Leon's apprentice approached another boat. No armor, no weapons, only 2 fists rolled their muscles. The 2 of them jumped at the enemy at the same time. roared a loud roar, and each of them grabbed the head of a Ratuan orc and slammed it on the deck. The blow was so strong that their skulls shattered like coconuts. The sound of teeth crackling sounded like firecrackers. Both teachers and students rushed into the middle of the Ratuan orcs. Every punch, every kick could kill people. Jody, Gus, and Scylla led the Winter Storm gang to jump onto a human pirate ship. Jody, with a great sword almost as long as a human, turned in a circle, slashed 3 heads in one swoop. The Winter Storm ice coordinated with the 3 of them like a whirlwind. No one could stop it. For 10 minutes, 38 robbers lay paralyzed. Most of them did not have time to draw their weapons. In the outer ring, the sea suddenly bubbled. A deep bass sound rose from the bottom of the ocean. John Myers's killer whale rose from the water like a living nightmare. It rushed towards the 3 fleeing small boats. A tail wrestling. A boat was thrown away. The Ratuan orcs on it fell tumbly. A slap. A canoe was swallowed up. Broken pieces of wood flew around, and blue bodies screamed in the waves of blood. When Raven jumped into another boat, did not ride the ornithologist, did not lead a large number of people, only him and what was more terrifying than an army, the aura of the dragon. Every step he took, the deck of the ship was hot, the wind was screaming in his ears. The Ratuan orcs who had not had time to scream had their throats cut off. With just a few basic slashes, the 5 Ratuan orcs fell down in the blink of an eye, rolling in a pool of blood. The sea turned into hell at this time. Black smoke rolled up, the wind screamed, the pirate ships were torn apart. The Ratuan orcs died without being able to worry. In the air, the ornithologist screeched. In the water, the whales roared. The blood mixed in the sea water. The white foam stained red. The fire began to spread in the defenseless pirate ships. The horrific scene made the pirates who had not yet been attacked tremble. In the midst of the chaos, the cowardly messenger became out of control, fleeing and scattering all over the deck of Tolio's boat, trying to find his way to the canoe to flee, but his mouth could not control it and screamed in fear, "It's over, it's over, it's over, we've lost." Before he could finish speaking, the light of the sword flashed across the air, forcing him to shut up. Blood was splattered everywhere. The reason why he died was not difficult to understand, because he was on the boat of the most brutal pirate in the Southern Sea. The messenger's fault was not only that he was too useless and cowardly, but also that he didn't know how to choose his words. Standing in front of Tolio and screaming about losing, no leader liked to hear such stirring words when the war had just begun. Part of the reason was also because Tolio wanted to vent his anger when he was played by Raven. He picked up the head of the messenger, and sneered contemptuously, "There is no word for loser in my dictionary. What the hell are you talking about?" The Ratuan orcs behind Tolio saw his cruelty, and they couldn't help but shudder. Tolio crushed the messenger's head, using blood and cold eyes to warn his comrades who were embarrassed to retreat, and those who escaped would suffer the same fate as him. The Ratuan orcs saw Tolio's sinister smile and fell silent for a moment, not daring to move even a single step. After that, they could only obey Tolio's orders, launching a counterattack on the ships of the Pendragon fleet. The Ratuan orcs took advantage of their large size and swinging ability to launch at the Pendragon boats approaching them. Actually, the Ratuan orcs were just opening the way for Tolio. He wanted to cross the neighboring boats to get to Raven before he wiped out his allies, and he couldn't think of anything else in his mind right now but to kill him. As long as he could crush that white worm, we can turn this situation around. However, just as Tolio was about to jump onto the nearest boat, his footsteps were stopped by Killian and Kiruta's landing, and the 2 of them jumped down from the Birdmaster's back, causing Tolio to retreat from the side of the boat to dodge. There was no one else on Tolio's boat now. All of his Ratuan orc subordinates had flown to the boat next to him. Only he was left to confront Kiruta and Killian. 2 to 1 seemed to be an advantage, but Tolio's strength was not something that 1 or 2 people could deal with. Tolio obviously didn't put Kiruta and Killian in his eyes. He was just annoyed that it took a little more time to deal with them, and began to growl like a beast. "Worthless garbage, how dare you stand in my way?" Kiruta didn't bother to reply, just grinning his fangs, and Killian pointed his sword at Tolio, declaring in a fit of rage, "I won't let you touch my lord." The fire spread louder and louder. The sun seemed to be extinguished by thick black smoke. Each black sail was now just ashes scattered in the salty wind. On the surface of the sea, the fire danced, and in the middle of that hot hell, but in the middle of that hell picture, Tolio's commanding pirate ship was still intact. It stood in the middle of the encirclement but not trembling, just like its owner, and on the deck of the ship, 2 figures faced each other. On one side, Killian clenched the glittering long sword in his hand. Opposite was Tolio, who was twice as strong, holding a sword that was half a body long, sharp as if he wanted to cut through the wind. His face was covered with shadows, but his eyes were as bright as 2 hellish lights. Killian was the one who struck first, swinging his sword across his stomach. Tolio supported it with one hand. The blades collided with each other and sparked flames, and the sound of iron and steel began to hiss as the swords of the two men struggled fiercely. Killian's second slash went up to his neck, but it was blocked. The third shot pierced the heart, was also pushed out, and so on, sword slash, step by step. Killian tried to press Tolio at high speed. The sword obscured the light, but Tolio did not retreat. He stood still, supporting each blow firmly, like an ancient tree in the middle of a thunderstorm, and then, after 5 moves, Killian's rhythm began to stagger. Sweat dripping from his forehead, his hair fell down his face, his breathing was heavy, his sword arm trembled slightly, his eyes widened, trying to hide his stunnedness, but his face was white. He was drowning, he knew that. And Tolio also knew. He sneered, his voice sounded hoarse but steady, pressing every sound like a needle piercing Killian's heart. Haha, think about what you just said. Human beings are inferior, you are not even worthy of being my opponent. Killian of course did not give up, trying to swing the sword one last time, but the sword path was weak and slow like a bird's wing breaking its wings. Tolio swung his sword with a strong blow, smashing Killian's blade like a toy. The counterattack was so strong that Killian was thrown backwards. Killian slammed his back against the main mast. The sound was the sound of wood rustling and the sound of a spine hitting the iron ring. He slid down, his hands clinging to the pole, his face pale, his eyes flashed in a daze. Karuta saw this and walked out. Hey, that's enough, sit there and rest. Let him give it to me. Karuta didn't wait for Killian to agree, and immediately stepped up, dancing a large axe from behind. The power of the orc erupted like fire surrounding his body. He walked towards Tolio like a thick black thunderstorm. Each step made the deck shake. After 2 steps to gain momentum, Karuta jumped forward, his feet stepping on the deck to gain momentum, causing the planks to bounce. Seeing this, Tolio hurriedly swung his sword, put it on the defensive. His gaze changed slightly, no longer contemptuous, this time it was vigilant. Karuta shouted, jumped into the middle of the gap. The first slash descended from the sky. The heavy battle axe came with enough force to cut an ancient tree in half, but Tolio was able to withstand it easily. The shock spread when the two sides collided, causing the deck to shake violently, the sound of metal colliding for a long time. Tolio smiled contemptuously, the edges of his lips curled up at a sinister angle. Orcs are indeed relatively stronger than humans, however, I am the peak between orcs and humans. In order to show off the wisdom of humans compared to orcs, Tolio suddenly hooked his blade into the base of Karuta's axe blade and turned his wrist slightly, a soft but precise movement as if he had practiced 1,000 times. In the blink of an eye, the blade of the axe was deflected and plunged straight into the deck of the ship, stuck like a nail into the wooden plank. Karuta stopped for a beat because of the repulsive force, and before he could draw the axe, Tolio moved. Tolio laughed sarcastically at Karuta's simple mind. See, I possess the strengths of the two species. Immediately afterwards, Tolio swung his body as smoothly as flowing water, launching a precise heel hook kick to Karuta's ankle. There was a dry sprinkling sound, accompanied by a slight moan choked in the throat. Karuta bouncing backwards, his torso thrown high off the floor in a completely uncontrollable posture. In that moment, drops of sweat seemed to shoot from Karuta's forehead, and his eyes suddenly showed a look of panic. Unexpectedly, Killian had fought more than 5 moves, but only 3 of them had been knocked out. But then, unexpectedly, in the air, while spinning with the force, Karuta laughed again, a black, wild smile. If you dare to despise me, you will be in big trouble. In the blink of an eye, Karuta turned around, taking advantage of his own fall to swing the axe down once more, aiming directly at Tolio's head like a death scythe descending. Karuta's smile deepened, and I was also taught a lot by humanity. Tolio was startled for a moment, his eyes widened for a moment of confusion. He didn't expect that the orcs were famous for being stubborn and not good at fighting techniques, only knowing how to crush people with meat, but now he also knew how to take advantage of the situation to make moves. But Tolio didn't have time to be amazed for too long. He hurriedly raised his shield, and in time to block Karuta's axe in a narrow way. The sound of the impact was like a thunderous explosion, echoing throughout the deck. Karuta put all his weight and strength into the tonic, causing the impact force to be as heavy as hitting a rocky mountain. The shield shook violently, the tremors spread throughout Tolio's arms, causing the blue veins to curl, and the biceps stiffened to hold the position. Both of them stood still in a tug-of-war, sweat dripping from their foreheads down to their chins, but the difference was obvious. Tolio gritted his teeth, his eyes flashed with rage. And Karuta was smirking sarcastically, letting go of the sneer, breathing quickly but arrogantly. The pinnacle of humanity and orcs, huh? It's my Karuta, who else? You're just a half-orc bastard, half-seasoned bastard. Tolio bitterly spat out a few harsh curses between his clenched teeth. The dog, but his eyes turned as fierce as a rabid dog. Immediately afterwards, Tolio suddenly activated the power hidden in the shield, which no one expected. A yellow light spread along the edge of the shield like an electric current running through metal. From the center of the shield, a powerful lightning bolt shot out, hitting Kuruta's chest at such a close distance that it was almost impossible to dodge. The explosion sounded like a thunderbolt in the middle of a thunderstorm. The dazzling light covered the entire scene, and Kuruta was instantly thrown like a sandbag. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Kuruta's body convulsed in the air and then his eyes widened, his whole body trembled, smoke rose from his scorched body, his mouth opened and let out a soft groan like that of a dying tiger. Seeing that Kuruta was unconscious, Kilrian had just regained some strength, immediately rushed up from behind. Witnessing Kuruta being knocked down, Killian was like a lunatic, his eyes red with resentment, and he roared at Tolio as a bastard, and at the same time he lunged at him like an arrow shot out of a fully stretched bow, the sword pulled backwards in a forceful swinging position. But Tolio had no intention of dodging, he didn't need to dodge, but rushed up like a whirlwind, his mouth gritted his teeth, frowning because he was holding back, he just wanted to quickly solve the troublesome people who stood in his way. Killian's thin but sharp sword drew a cold line of light in the air, aimed directly at Tolio's throat. Tolio immediately raised his sword, and so the two blades slammed into each other, the sound of metal colliding with each other. Each sword line, each slash was unleashed with unimaginable speed and power. Killian was fast, as agile, as a wind in a thunderstorm, but Tolio was like a moving volcano, both steady and aggressive. After 3 moves, Killian was pushed back repeatedly, could only support in despair. The sword support with the body of his tongue caused his sword to begin to crack. Each crack ran along the spine of the sword like a spider's web. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous swing of the sword, Tolio slashed directly at Killian's sword. A loud sound rang out, and Killian's sword broke in half. The broken blade bounced out of Killian's hand, his small body staggered from the slash from Tolio, but Killian couldn't back down. Tolio swung his sword again, bringing his comrades out of here, and the shrimp boys gathered in a species. Lowly creatures like you must understand, even if they have 100 years, they won't be able to weigh me. Tolio attacked again, his arm twice as big as Killian's calf, slashing aggressively with a force like a rock falling from a cliff. The sound of steel tearing through the flesh, a streak of blood spurted out like a stream, splashed into the air and fell like rain. Killian took a step back, but still stood, his left shoulder slashed deeply, almost cutting off his shoulder blades, but the arm remained, because Tolio was not strong enough to cut it completely, and in his anger he roared, putting all his weight on the sword, wanting to press the steel blade deep into the bone and slit the arm. Killian stretched out his hands, without hesitation, grasping the blade that was stuck in his shoulder. His unwavering voice combined with his cunning smile, "Your contempt for everything was your greatest weakness." Tolio roared, trying to pull the sword back, but he couldn't. He turned his hand, tried to pull hard, but the sword still didn't move. The blood from Killian's palm flowed like a stream, crimson, but he still clenched, gritting his teeth, holding the sword with the last of his strength, the hot blade hissing in the flesh and blood, but he still did not let go, his small, bloody, trembling hands that did not loosen. At that moment, from behind, a familiar figure appeared, the power of the orc exploded. Kuruta rose from the fall, his whole body was full of injuries, but still rushed forward like a beast rising from the abyss, holding an axe in his right arm, swinging high, aimed directly at Tolio's defenseless back. A fatal blow, if hit, would end the battle instantly. However, Tolio had keenly sensed the air pressure coming from behind, and a feeling of death flashed across the back of his neck like a cold blade. Tolio turned to dodge at the moment when the blade of the axe fell, not hitting his back, not hitting his head, but the axe still slashed through his right thigh, tearing a piece of muscle. Tolio's roar sounded in anger and pain, his mother, but this was not enough to knock him down. The wound did not touch the bone, only tear the flesh. The rage flared up like a volcano. Tolio's eyes were red, and the power hidden in him was now no longer suppressed. A hot air emanating from the sword was held tightly. The flames suddenly flared up, forcing Killian to let go. Tolio swung his sword, a horizontal slash, as wide in diameter as a death scythe. The flames on the blade spread with a swing, licking through the bodies of both Kuruta and Killian. The sound of burning and sizzle echoed as Kuruta and Killian fell to their knees in the midst of the flames. Killian convulsed, his hands were scorched, the skin was peeling off in patches. Kuruta collapsed, his shoulders and back were burned, his hair was almost gone. Tolio saw that they were no longer able to resist, and turned his ass to leave. His mouth was still muttering and cursing, bothering to leave his mother. The dead guys stepped on it. In the midst of the burning fire on the ship, Tolio stood on the bow of the boat, his eyes lit up with a look of rage, and he whistled a long and sharp flute like the tip of a knife. Immediately, from afar, a huge black shadow appeared. It was Tolio's sea-bird master, its charcoal-purple plumage, its vast wings flapping vigorously like a rolling wave. Tolio did not hesitate, climbed on the back of the sea-bird master, clutching its feathers tightly. He raised his hand to signal the beast to fly away, and in a split second, the two of them were soaring into the air, crossing the dancing flames. Tolio didn't look back at the sinking ship, but at his target, the ship Raven was fighting on, where he was planning a surprise attack. But just as he took off, a whistle of wind came in his ears, a snow-white shadow rushed from behind. Pendragon's pounce was so fast and powerful, that it almost hit his head, on the back of the pure white ornithologist Isla. Tolio couldn't help but be startled, and turned his head in panic. Isla rode on the back of the ornithologist, suspended in the air. He was one of the most outstanding Valdez warriors Tolio had ever encountered. The avian he rode was also particularly temperamental, with feathers shining in the sun, eyes shining like jewels, and vast wings flapping in the air, creating overwhelming winds. Isla held a gold-plated white spear in his hand. The tip of the spear was sharp, and the light reflected on it made his appearance even more formidable. Tolio stared at Isla, surprise rising in his heart, but also quickly replaced by anger. He didn't expect to be discovered so quickly, and even more annoyed when he was constantly blocked by people he considered garbage. While the white bird master flapped his wings vigorously, Isla smiled coldly, a contemptuous smile, not arrogant but with great pride. His voice sounded in the air like a declaration of war. "You have to stop here, Tolio Aranges.